페이즈와 컴플렉시티가 다시 만납니다. 이 둘 모회사 인수 합병을 두고 서로 말이 많았었고요. 결국 두 팀 다 뭐 해체되지는 않았고 다들 잘 위기를 넘기고 두 팀 다 살아남게 됐는데 중요한 순간마다 서로 만나게 되는데 오늘 누가 진출이고 누가 탈락일지 BO3 운명의 BO3 시작합니다. 페이즈클랜이 꽤 자신 있어 하는 맵 뉴크가 첫 번째로 픽이 됐어요. 전 트레이드 되고요. 시크릿의 엘리지 선수가 샷을 크게 놓칩니다. 이걸 캐리건이 이겨버리고 숫자 3대4로 차이가 나게 됐는데요. 대부분의 CT 2명이 있는데 폭탄 설치 A-사이트 캐리건은 계속 아웃사이드에서 합류하는 CT를 방해하고 플로피 선수가 뛰어내렸지만 라스트 홀저크 차고에 남습니다. 할 수 있는 게 없어요. Nothing to do. 캐리건 선수 몇 킬을 하는 거죠? 피스톨 라운드를 가져갑니다. 페이즈클랜. 아, 좋습니다. 페이즈 이모티콘이 올라오고 있고요. 아주 좋은 피스톨 라운드 출발. 캐리건. 오, 캐리건의 P250 불을 뿜습니다. AK 갈릴 세자루 맥10으로 시작하는 테러. CT는 돈이 없습니다. USB 세자루 P250 두 자루. 그래도 램프룸의 부스팅 2명 굉장히 강력한 셋업 3명까지 트리플 셋업이네요.
Almost foolish to go ramp in this sort of round, and this is the tightest choke point on the map. You want to keep it nice and long range.
그러거나 말거나 페이즈클랜 아웃사이드에 연막을 치고 시크릿으로 내려가고요. 잘 피해가는 것 같아요.
Now, FaZe have not been doing it by the book in the elimination stage. They
have their
B game. I would argue it's their C game so far.
JT 선수는 B 사이트로 내려가는 중.
They look nervous at times. They do not look like the number 2
캐리건
team in the
선수는
world
혼자
at any
A
point in the
사이트에
elimination
들어와
stage.
있네요.
Quite frankly, but
브로키가
never too
벤트로.
late. They can still turn up. They are the favorites going into this one.
페이즈 시크릿 그리고 프로즌 선수가 플랭킹하던 엘리지를 끊고 브로키 선수 빠르게 설치하네요. 그러면 밑에 있는 팀원들은 다 올라와 주고 있네요. 적을 찾아라는데 이렇게까지 클리어가 다 돼 있으면은 대충 램프룸 쪽에 있구나. 프로즌 더블킬. 그런데 말이죠, 사실은 많이 죽긴 했네요, 테러가. 두 선수나 이렇고 갈릴 주자를 뺏겼는데 다 죽이면 되죠. 레인 선수 좋습니다. 갈릴 2명 들고 있었는데 레인 선수가 역통수를 맥10으로 저렇게 빠르게 더블킬 내는 장면이 나왔습니다. 페이즈클랜이 저기 강하게 보고 있던 램프룸 쪽으로 전혀 가지 않으면서 두 번째 라운드까지 깔끔히 갔습니다. 이제 세 번째 라운드에서는 컴플렉시티가 건바이 라운드 M소 5자루를 서고요. 엘리지 선수가 굉장히 공격적으로 연막 숨었어요. 엘리지 어떻게 프로즌 잡았어요. 야, 사고 날 뻔했는데 프로즌 선수가 끊었습니다. 오 마이 갓. 여기서 레인 선수가 또 로어까지 잡고요. 컴플렉시티 총을 사놓는데 시작부터 2명이 잘리기 시작하고 있습니다. 3대5 불리한 상황에서 테러는 아래로 내려오고 있고요. B사이트 공격할 것 같은데 플로피 선수가 지켜줘야 됩니다. 홀저크가 램프에서 캐리건 잡아주고요. 하지만 사이트 안에 있던 플로피가 제거되고 홀저크까지 마무리되면서 3명 테러 B사이트에 설치를 하고 라스트 그림 선수는 오다닥 세이브하러 도망갔는데 럴커 롭지 선수 와, 잘 숨어서 세이브하는 점을 끊어줍니다. 페이즈클랜 오늘은 뉴크에서 기분 좋고 아주 강한 출발. 어제까지는 꽤 흐물흐물 말랑말랑한 느낌이었는데 프로즌 선수가 정확하게 딜을 체크해주고요. 시원한 엔트리까지 보여줍니다. 프로즌의 트리플 킬. 페이즈클랜 오늘은 좀 정신을 각성해서 왔나요? 물론 아직 3라운드밖에 보지 않았습니다.
Desert Eagles and 5-7s. Robs, he's starting to show some assertive play, and he will go down. Floppy will find another
너무 칭찬했나? 네,
an early
아닙니다.
advantage here for Complexity. Can they make the pistols
네,
work? The
롭즈
upgrade.
선수가 혼자서
Grim to an AK.
돌다가
Elige, this is a tricky position, but
했는데요.
Desi is going to get at least
잠시만,
one cracking headshot.
오케이. 상대
Maintains the
2코
advantage, and
라운드에
Bobby committing down towards lower, but
피스톨에
Complexity
2명을
will try to
당하고
scramble
시작하는
down their challenge
페이즈클랜입니다.
with the
이
aforementioned
사이트에
AK.
내려왔어요.
It's in the right position for it. See if they can find the headshots that they need. Grim actually even pushing forward into it, so looking to try and beat them before they can set up any molotovs or smokes towards the ramp there.
네.
Maybe up the vents is the correct call here.
It feels like it would be. There is a player waiting for them though. If they get up whole circ, you can
기다리고
see.
있습니다. 헐적한 벤트 옆에서
Yeah,
킬을 낼
you can
생각.
lose that fight. If someone comes flying up with an AK, you could be in trouble. 50 seconds. They can even walk back. Ooh, yeah, they don't feel good about this at all.
자, 페이즈클랜 2코 스틸을 당할 위기에 약간 처해 있는 것 같은데 상대한테 AK를 한 자루 넘겨주기도 했고요. 아래쪽에서 계속 활동을 했는데 이번에 잠깐 올라옵니다. 그래서 다시 아웃사이드로 가고 있고요. 헐저크 선수만 지금 위에 있기 때문에 이거 뚫어내고 설치까지 한다면 위기를 다시 좀 모면해 볼 수 있을 것 같은데 들어오는데요. 벤트 클리어 해주나요? 네, 되고 램프 오 프로즌 더블킬 하면서 그림 우와 프로즌 트리플킬 11킬 1데스 오늘 예사롭지 않습니다. 한 발 차이였네요 정말로. 예, AK 한 발 차이.
He's take it all day long. A flying start to the
지금까지의 페이즈클랜 폼이었으면 뭐 방금 라운드 이제 갑자기 이코 스틸 당하고 아이씨 폼 박았네 하면서 욕 먹었는데 오늘은 좀 다르네요. 네. 위기 상황도 굉장히 나가고 있습니다. 4대0 6부에서 타이러로 4연승 아주 산뜻한 출발이죠. 여기 이제 CT가 좀 더 유리한 덱이기 때문에
Fast pacing behind this as well.
트위스트 누구야? 나 프로즌이야. 캐리건도 좋네요. 와 완전히 A 메인을 잡아먹고 있습니다. 캐리건. 엘리지 선수가 야드로 나와보는데요. 크레딧에서 캐리건을 노려보는데 프로즌 선수가 있었고 브로키가 트레이드를 해줍니다. 브로키 선수가 AWP를 사왔네요. 스프레이 싸움 킬을 내지 못하고 그 사이에 레인 선수가 뒤를 잡을 준비를 하고 있습니다. 어딘가에서 롭즈 선수가 또 럴킹 돌다가 플로피 선수를 잡았어요. 레인 신경전. 엘리지 열심히 해봤는데 P2가 남아버려서 할 수 있는 게 없었고요. 헐저크 선수까지 더블 싸운 컴플렉시티의 풀바이 라운드. 상대 5명 죽이고 페이즈클랜은 1명밖에 안 죽었습니다. 박살내고 있어요. 뉴크에서 테러 5대0 페이즈클랜.
Fantastic way to kick off the best of three. The most important one, of course, is the 2-2 bracket. Winner makes their way to the Royal Arena. Loser after a long journey will be going home. Absolutely dominating this outside area.
도미네이팅 그 자체
hasn't really missed the
압도하고
bullet just
있습니다.
yet. And it's going to be Complexity.
피치 자금 상황 MP9 주자루 디글 57 DPR 럽주의 AK 스프레이로 더블킬이 나고 시작하고요.
And that should be the round.
깔끔합니다.
They managed to find success there before, but he's completely thwarted them this time.
3대 5라는 유리한 숫자를 바탕으로 천천히 풀어 나가면 되는 페이즈클랜.
I think you were making a point yesterday that if you had removed the hut and the player names from the game, you wouldn't be able to tell that it was FaZe playing. Like it was unrecognizable.
뉴크는 CT 맵으로 보면 될 거예요. 네. 근데 지금 T 사이드에서 페이즈가 겁나 잘하는 중이에요. 역시 뉴크를 자신 있어 하는 맵이고.
This you could start to get a bit of a sense of it here. Nice shot actually. Grim gets very low as well. He got legged I think from Brokey.
6대0 압살합니다.
They can pick up the AWP again. 6-0.
페이즈를 이긴 히로익을 이긴 페인게이밍을 이긴 어쩌고저쩌고.
I'm not sure. You couldn't really ask for a worse start though. You're on the CT side of Nuke and you yet to post a round. He barely found any kills. Elise and Holzberg both for one apiece. They've got the money now. AWP is out.
테러리스트들이 부자가 됐어요. $7,000씩 가지고 있고요. 프로즌의 스탯을 보세요. 12킬 1데스 ADR 198 거의 200. 네. 돌았네요. 팀이 부진해서 화가 잔뜩 났나요? 아니면 이제 마우즈 선수들이랑 카톡을 하다가 야 로즈나 니네 팀 박았다며 우리는 3승 0패로 올라가는데 에휴 ጭጭ 이제 이런 카톡을 받은 건지 프로든 선수가 오늘 화가 잔뜩 났네요. 네, 12킬 1데스 출발하고 있습니다.
Have been pretty clean. They've got at least 2 buys in reserve. If they was to give one out with no plant.
컴플렉시티 한 번 더 총을 사옵니다. 풀바이.
Exchange of utility. Rain has had an absolute ball outside. No one taking him down. No one really challenging, and also looking to change that fact. Looking towards the silo right now.
그렇죠. 컴플렉시티 2승 0패까지 찍었는데 이거 참 대진표 탓을 해야 되는지 안타깝게 됐습니다. 물론 아직 첫 맵이에요. 네. 오버패스 가서 또 무슨 일이 벌어질지 모르는데 아이고 행복한 사람이 아이고 또 하트 달아주시고
This round might be done. That's the first player rotating down. That's Grim. And they've already flooded the bomb site.
자, 어떻게 됐나요? 벤트로 시티 선수들이 내려오고 B사이트의 테러들이 내려온 건가요? 네, 폭탄도 설치되었네요. 10명이 전부 살아있는 상황에서 네, 5대5 리테이크가 됐네요. 어떻게 한 명도 안 죽고 왔나요? 네. 아 근데 이거 완전 자리 꽉 잡고 있는데 이거 리테이크가 가능한가요? 문 엽니다. 오야 브로키야 뭐하니? 자 롭즈가 램프를 컨트롤해주고 있고 캐리건이 드랍하는 그림을 잡고 오 마이 갓 킷 아하하하 아 컴플렉시티 다 죽었어요. 아 불행하네요. 운이 없네요. 이거는 진짜 리테이크 성공까지 했는데 시간이 부족했습니다. 심지어 남아있던 선수들 총까지 다 떨어뜨리고요. 페이즈클랜 7대0으로 앞서 나갑니다. 운 차이가 너무 나죠. MP9 세자루 스카웃 디그를 들고 해야 하는 시티. 오 야드로 푸시합니다. 레인 선수가 냄새 맡고 뒤로 쭉 빠졌고요. 자, 레인이 상대 푸시 나오는 거를 감시해주는 가운데 나머지 팀원들은 A 로비에서 스모크 스팸 같은 거 좀 갈리고 있었던 것 같아요. 브로든 선수는 벌써 헛 안까지 들어왔네요. 야드로 나오네? 그럼 여기서 대형 사고 한번 쳐줄 수 있나요? 오! 자, A에 혼자 있었던 프로즌 선수도 잘렸어요. 그래서 숫자가 4대3이 됩니다. Scout on Holzberg hasn't found any tags yet. That would really be helpful right now. Complexity fighting for their lives out here. This
has turned out much worse than anyone was expecting at the start of it.
자, MP9 들고 한번 이코 스틸을 해볼 수 있을까요? 컴플렉시티 일단은 오! JT의 헤드샷까지 트레이드가 바로 났지만 3대2 여기서 LG가 끊기면 이제 동점 2대2까지 되고요. 홀저크 선수가 스카웃으로 너무 급하게 플릭샷을 때렸나요? 오! 몰라요. 이 브로키 선수가 2대1을 해야 되는 상황까지 왔네요. 베이 컴플렉시티의 찬스 살립니다. 페이즈클랜이 약간 좀 압도적으로 이기다 보니까 약간 이제 날이 늦어진 느낌. 컴플렉시티의 MP9한테 당해버리면서 이코 스틸을 당합니다. 야, 이거 CT MP9 SMG 자체가 집탐률이라든지 연사력이라든지 진짜 뭐 AK 상대로도 저런 키를 뽑아내네요. 프로들 간의 대결에서도.
Yeah, this one and the next, and actually phase are out of money. So that, you know, there is a path to victory here, or at least a path to some redemption. But it absolutely requires winning this one and the next one. You've got to assume.
Here we go, then.
He's going to be coming up the secret stairs.
자, 컴플렉시티가 처음으로 라운드를 따봅니다. 1대7이 됐고요. 홀저크가 시크릿으로 가고 있습니다. 프로피 선수가 램프룸을 컨트롤 해주고 있고요. 캐리건! 자, 럴킹 잘 했는데 바로 트레이드가 됐고요. 차고에서 싸움 LG가 이깁니다. 그럼 램프룸으로 3명 들어오는데 프로피 선수가 인포를 따고 뒤로 빠지고요. 더 가지 않습니다. 테러 멈추고요. 뒤돌아 나오나요?
No, this round looks really good. In spite of that slip up at mini, you're right, that's the second time that Carrigan has managed to get in there. Can't be allowed to make his way through in that fashion anymore. 50 seconds.
50초 남았습니다. 롭즈 선수 혼자 돌고 있고 브로키아 프로즌이 헛 안으로 들어오고 있고요. JT 선수가 더블킬을 합니다. PGL 옵저버가 잠깐 얼탱이 킬 장면을 완전히 놓쳐버렸는데요. 뭐 아무튼 이 장면 일렬로 서서 꼬챙이가 났네요. 10번째 라운드입니다. 뭐 페이즈클랜 계속 라운드마다 많이 죽기도 했고 2번 연속 라운드를 따이니까 자금이 없어졌네요. 이거 만약에 페이즈클랜이 갑자기 5연패 당해서 뭐 전반 5대7로 끝난다? 그러면은 좀 안 될 것 같은데. 와, 홀저크 엘리지 선수가 수리탄 던져주고 연막이 거치진 않은 것 같아요. 네, 닿지 않았네요. 컴플도 쉽게 지지 않네요. 이러면 사실은 컴플이 흐름을 좀 타려는 것 같은데 뭐 이번 라운드 갑자기 택고 딕을 당한다던가 그러면 문제가 있겠지만은 천천히 오고 있어요. 테러 이제 플로피 선수가 B 앵커입니다. 오, 스프레이가 끝까지 안 닿았네요. 이러고 바로 죽으면 아쉽네요. 캐리가 벤트에서 땄으면 모르는데 브로키 선수의 택고 에임 전혀 쫓아가지 못했고 롭즈가 클러치해줄 뻔. 네, 그런 건 없었습니다. 3점을 갑자기 쫓아가는 컴플렉시티. 페이즈클랜은 3연패를 당합니다. 역시 압도적인 격차로 너무 크게 이겨서 그런가요? 약간 집중력이 흐트러진 듯한 모습을 보이고 있습니다. 페이즈클랜. 자금은 그래도 방금 라운드에서 이제 한번 아꼈기 때문에 이번에 AK를 사서 오고요.
All AKs on the phase side of things. They're going to be super mobile in this one. Could not afford the AWP unit if they would have wanted.
빡빡이들이 많네. 엘리지 그리고 브로키. 네.
On that side. Complexity have a real crack at 5 rounds.
They really do. Looks to be upper execution.
그림도 있네요.
The Molotovs coming in from the skylight. It's a double pump though, just trying to bait out the residual utility.
헐저크 선수가 헤븐에서 헛을 노려주고 있는데 캐리건 선수 제자리에 멈춰 있습니다.
He's got the AWP cracked on Carragher's position.
다들 A 로비에서 멈춰서 있는 테러.
People near the A bomb site for complexity. If they try to go through again through the hut, we'd assume that CT side should be able to lock it down.
레인 선수가 혼자서 아웃사이드를 컨트롤 해주고 있네요. 스모크를 던져놨는데 이제 페이크로 바깥에다 던져놓고 본체는 램프로 가는 테러. 아니네요. 레인 선수 건넜네요. 네, 시크릿으로 한 명 건넜습니다. 이러면 또다시 B 앵커 혼자 수비 중인 플로피 선수의 어깨가 많이 무거울 것 같아요. 어우, 더블킬. 자, 레인 선수가 이제 시크릿에서 합류해서 킬을 내주었고요. 3대2 리테이크. 와, 홀저크의 답이 떨어집니다. 레인! 혼자 남은 프로즌 연막 속에서 설치를 하고 위치가 너무 어려워요. 야, 이거 컴플렉시티 파죽짓의 4연승. 페이즈클랜 7점 따고 더 이상 어떤 뭐 갑자기 팍 꺾여버립니다. 예. 전반전의 마지막 라운드가 됐는데요. 마지막 라운드가 컴플렉시티 가져가고 5대7이 되면 이것도 피스톨 라운드라도 지라는 순간 예, 까딱하면 진짜 동점 만들어지는데 와, 캐리건이 10킬이야? 오프닝 듀얼 3승 0패. 헐저크와 브로키 선수 양 팀의 메인 오퍼들 3킬 5킬 하면서 바텀 드라이버를 해주고 있습니다. 엘리지 선수 양 팀 전반전 마지막 라운드. 브로키는 답은 없고요. 전부 AK, 헐저크 선수는 AWP입니다. 페이즈클랜은 이제 8대4로 끝내야지 이제 그래도 롭지야 엘리지 선수 연막으로 넘어가는데 홀저크 선수가 밑에서 기다리고 있습니다. 이거 우와. 프로즌 선수가 킬을 땄다는 소식이 들려오고 있는데 내려가면 또 죽어요. 폭탄 들고 있는 브로키가 지금 계단에 갇혀 있는데요. 이거는 내려가도 올라가도 약간 CT한테 노출될 수 있어서 까딱하다가 잡히고 폭탄 드랍하는 순간 난리 나는 건데. 와, 캐리건 트레이드 좋았는데 여기 아 이러면
Carragher maybe got a bit more out of that. I think he had to.
7연승 다음에 5연패로 끝난다면 좀 페이즈클랜 브로키가 해줄 수 있나요?
I don't think he even saw JT.
JT 선수의 3킬, 13킬. 전반전이 7대5로 마무리됩니다.
7-5 half. Complexity. It was late, but they have woken up.
Man, like I said, that's a bit of a disaster for FaZe. You go up 7-0. You're high flying.
동크의 피킹법 그 앉았다 일어나면서 피킹하는 거 그거 말하는 건가? V자 피킹?
5 in a row. And the majority of those were pretty comprehensive in favor of Complexity. This game is back on, let me tell you. Even with a 7-0 start, you think, okay, pack it up, we're going to a second map. This one's concluded.
It looked so over, didn't it? Like it really did.
And yeah,
뭐 와이드 피킹은 다 하던 거 아닌가? 그거 산타리즈 피킹이라고 원래 시작하지 않았나요?
Couldn't break through.
Yeah, that
오늘 이제
we should
동크도
really highlight that. Floppy,
그걸로
who's
주목을 받고
been struggling a little
하지만.
bit in this team at times. I feel like Grim and Elise have been some of the main, the tip of the spear in some sense. But
다른 게
Floppy
있어요?
playing it
뉴크에서 쓰는 방법이?
exceptionally well in some of these cases.
Yeah, just nice calculated play as well. Nothing too aggressive. Taking the fights that make sense, waiting till he has the advantages, and delivering on all fronts when the shots are presented. They haven't required a superstar performance from Grim. Like you said, Frozen was 12-1. He finishes the half.
록즈는 어떤 카스 박사 약간 교수 느낌이죠. 뭔가
Very important pistol here. Complexity winner.
다운로드가 빠르고 다른 선수들의 어떤 정보 같은 걸 바로바로
But
자기가
the one thing you
흡수해서
don't
쓰고.
want to see if you're a FaZe fan right now is for them to revert back to the form that they had yesterday. I'm not saying that they're doing that yet, but that would be a nightmare scenario if
분석하고
they were put back
노력하는
down to
그런
that swamp
쪽에서 이제
because it was really
호감
likely.
가는 프로
Molotov towards the half
선수로서
flashes to go over to be a smoker main as
경험하고
well.
있는데 A 사이트 빠르게 들어오네요. 컴플렉시티. 캐리건 선수가 헤븐에서 킬을 tab니다. 폭탄 설치는 문제 없고요. 3명이 몰려오는데 JT 선수가 트레이드. 와우 여기 뭔가요? 3대3 홀 저크. 오 쉣. 컴플렉시티가 5대7에서 피스톨 라운드를 가져가면 동점이 눈앞에 보입니다.
Very convincing there from Complexity. Nice upper execution as we detailed. The Molotov to flush any
마우스패드
CTs
시선
from up top.
강탈이네.
Smoke down main, good flashes. It was a retake setup from FaZe, but they had the opening frag go in their favor. And then the lobby hold is way too strong. JT slowing them down tremendously. Halzer. Really great play with the Glock in hand. Didn't miss a beat and Floppy to close things out. It's going to be the force by the
좋댔습니다.
second. Like I said,
페이즈클랜
it's quite meta.
포스바이를 하네요.
The teams are trying
MP9
to
두자루
force this
스카웃
round.
디글
The MP9
5-7.
5-7s. A Deagle in the mix for Rain as well.
포스바이 당했던 것처럼 똑같이 또 수비에서 한번 해줘야 될 텐데 이거
And if you lose this one, it goes 7-7.
끊어야 돼요. 컴플렉시티
Meaning now you've given up
6연승.
7 rounds in a row. And you'll be on eco next round, so you'll actually beat your own record. And it'll be 8.
This could be one of those force-ups
자,
that historians will go on to discuss down the road
AK
because the
투자루
truth
갈릴
is
세자를
that
사서 A
you're
로비에
risking a lot
4명
here. Like you said, it could spin into a
스모크를
whole bunch of
쳐주고.
rounds that go the way of Complexity.
CT도 스퀴키를 박습니다.
Whereas
스모크
Scout Tags,
캐리건
JT
선수도
is a little bit low.
스모크 던질 생각.
JT's 14 kills, my god. He's overtaken Frozen even.
He's like the star player of Complexity.
아니 시작할 때 프로즌 선수가 12킬로 시작했는데 아직도 13킬이고 그 시간에 JT 선수가 14킬로 투어를 했어요. 브로키가 스카웃으로 어우 몸샷 양념도 못한 것 같은데
open things up. That's a key frag towards the ramp front. 35 seconds remaining. They're going to coordinate themselves back towards upper.
근데 램프룸으로 더 안 가고요. A로 돌아옵니다.
Multiple frags there. Oh, not even close. Sure, he did some damage there, but I didn't think he really had much to say about
자,
the frag.
프로즌이 마무리
Frozen now
해줬어요.
with the 5-7. He's been
그래도
absent for a few
디글이랑
rounds.
파이프 오 뭐야 이거 페이즈클랜
Complexity start
드디어
flying out of the hut. They had 20
6연패를
seconds, a bit of a
끊고
scramble. And FaZe already in position
포스바이에서
with the
짧은
pistols,
총기
working in
불리한
tandem. The
총들
Deagle and the
가지고
5-7 doing a boatload
테러를
of damage
때려잡았습니다.
and finding a very important round of
25초 남은
breaking the
상황에서
streak of
컴플렉시티가
Complexity.
급하게 들어오는데 자리 잡고 있던 CT들의 에임이 전부 헤드샷으로 가면서
That saves you from that kind of thing in character.
Such a massive round.
Yeah, it
캐리건
is.
씨.
That is the moment. Like it was a big risk. We're talking about it all round long.
캐리건이
But it pays off.
엄청나게
FaZe.
소리를
They steal an
질렀습니다.
AK back, Actually, 2 AKs on the side
5-7
of
그쵸.
FaZe here. So
테러에 태구가 있다면 CTN 5-7이 있는데 들어오네요. 오.
Chewing them up, it actually will be only the 1 kill.
이게 1킬로 가네. 네.
Where did the bullets go? He had the MP9.
역시 사다리에 매달려서 쏘는 거는 총알이 좀 어떻게 튈지 몰라요. 일단 록즈. 네, 스모크 안에서 플랜트 하던 적도 연막샷을 죽었네요. 이러면은 테러 설치 못하고 JT 선수만 남습니다. 벤트에서 JT 선수가 오늘 이상한데요. 네, 16킬.
But a 3 versus 1, the best he can hope for now is just affecting the finances of FaZe.
벤트 안에 들어가서 총을 먹고 아마 세이브하러 치면은 좋을 것 같은데 JT는. 브로키 선수가 잘 정리해 줍니다.
But FaZe are back to their winning ways. They fend off the force by the North Americans and should have some open runway here to double digits. I can't imagine there's much they can bring to the table with no bomb plan and having the partial buy in the previous. So expect Glocks and P250s in the following round here as FaZe have found themselves a bit of breathing room, Anders.
Yeah.
Round 16.
Might be worth just mentioning mechanically, if you're sitting on a ladder in a game of Counter-Strike, your bullets are wildly inaccurate.
페이즈클랜이 뒤늦게 정신을 차리고 라운드 격차를 다시 벌려 나가고 있습니다. 그는 CT가 조금 유리한 맵이기 때문에 더 갈 수 있을 것 같은데 로키 오 마이 MP9 트리플 킬을 해냅니다. 그림 선수 글록 3연사로 바꾸고 깔짝깔짝 쏴봤는데 예, 안 죽었네요.
Hiatus at one point of the first half there, losing 5 in a row, but now they're right back on the grind.
10-6 gun rounds will continue here. Floppy down to the Galil.
10대6으로 4점 차 벌려 나가고 있고 컴플렉시티가 AK를 바이합니다. ADR 100을 뚫고 있는 JT와 프로즌 둘 다 16킬로 공예를 합니다. 컴플렉시티는 뭔가 더 추격하기 위해서는 이번 라운드 무조건 가져가야 되는 라운드가 됐습니다. 오오오오오 잡았어요 롭즈. 아 마치 속에 보인다는 듯이 총알 다 쓰고 태국까지 꺼내들고 진짜 구석구석 이렇게 훑어서 잡아내네요. 이렇게 공짜로 이렇게 연막 스팸으로 한 킬 따면은 CT가 정말 편해지죠. 브로키가 코너에 대기합니다. MP9 강력하죠.
He's the other player outside of Floppy that's really been having an impact on this game for Complexity, so they might need him to open it up. The bomb towards lobby. Elimination's on the hut of Mini, so there is a way to get through here. Allsirk. So good kill to begin with. Carrigan on the other side should get this.
하지만 캐리건 선수가 막아주고 아하 프로즌이 벤트에 숨어 있었습니다. 그림의 180턴 더블킬. 1대2 한번 페이크 넣고 레인과 록즈가 2명. 오 클러치 했네요. 3킬 하고 빠져나갑니다. 레인 선수 벤트로 가서 B에서 맞이할 준비. 설치 소리를 내면 문을 열고 쏩니다. 레인
Not the cleanest spray, but Rain will take the round. Fantastic effort there from Grim. Like he said, the mind games pushing in towards the lobby. They lost track of him.
정말 빠르게 벤트로 쏙 들어가서 상대가 폭탄 설치학과 대기하고 잡아주는 레인 선수. 깔끔한 마무리였습니다. 근데 그림 선수도 진짜 매서운 한번 멀티킬 라운드 보여줬어요.
This is a Tech9 armor territory. And you will take a tactical pause to discuss your options. I suppose you could force buy, you could go all in. Considering the scoreline 11-6.
위에 스코어보드 보세요. 7, 6, 4. 네. 7연승 6연패 4연승. 뭐야 이게?
Strong. They've got firepower, but they won't have a ton of utility.
Grim, I mean, what more can you ask for,
아니
right?
뭐 카스가 흐름 타는 게임이라지만 뭐 이렇게까지 흐름을 타라고 한 적은 없는데. 네.
Spot to put the bomb down. Yeah, pushing all the chips to the center of the table here.
오 림비전 스프레이를 누가 벽에다가 발랐네요. 컴플렉시티 쪽에서. 샤라웃 투 림비전.
No, I don't disagree. I think you're right. What have they got for us? Can we get a strong opening at the very least? Oh, Grim, he spotted it, but he was also falling off the box. Unfortunately, that could have definitely been a headshot over the top of the smoke there.
롭즈
He's dead.
헤븐에서
It's Ross to take him down.
아웃사이드를
Yeah, it's Grim who's got the
M4
hot hand
스프레이
right now as well,
갈겨서
so silencing him
따내고요.
early. FaZe, breathe a sigh of relief.
롭즈 선수
Also
계속
recovered the
컨트롤합니다.
AK-47. Taking significant damage as JT down to 72.
테러가 야드
One big
건너는
danger.
과정에서 좀 피해를 입고 있어요.
Next
레인
call here.
선수는
Just
차고에
said
숨어
resource would
있고
be a problem. They've got one smoke remaining.
LG가 차고를
Four
보면서
flashes, that's about it. That's the smoke gone, Anders. They're gonna use
계속
it towards
기다리는
main.
레인.
I don't think they're thinking about this.
Damn.
Wow, it's scary.
Oh!
They line up for rain and it could have
트레이드.
easily been a double. Either way,
자,
they took a lot of
이러면
damage and Rops.
P40
He's
남은
everywhere
LG
this round.
선수만
Getting
바깥에
kills
있고.
outside, now inside to take down Floppy and
그리고 LG 선수의 위치도 이제 마지막에 알고 있죠. 페이즈클랜
Force buy as
선수들이
well. Nowhere near the round.
차고 쪽에서 발견이 됐으니까.
Best the League can hope for is some financial damage.
브로키가 마무리할 수 있나요?
This would be the clutch
창문
that made
앞에서
Yeah,
마무리하면서
I think that would put
12대5.
it in that kind of category, right? Like it's very,
자,
especially with the way
12점에
FaZe are playing right now.
도착했습니다.
They look well disciplined. They look focused once again. They've shook up the loss or the near loss from yesterday. Obviously, did win that one, but
GG.
in my mind,
어우 씨
almost
LG
a loss
선수
to
약간
Imperial.
눈에 초점이 풀려 있는데.
One more round for FaZe, and they pick up the opening map here in Complexity. They won 5 in a row to close the half with, but they cannot get started on the second
I
half.
was about to say it was 7 rounds in a row for FaZe and 6 in a row for Complexity, and now we're 5 in a row for FaZe again. They're now on map
후반전
points.
피스톨 라운드 한 번 빼고
It's starting to diminish
전혀
here on
공격을
Nuke. I don't
성공시키지
think
못하고
there's
있는
much left to be said here.
컴플렉시티입니다.
We said 12-6 would be a very difficult scoreline to recover.
끝날 때까지
The one that's come
안심해.
through, of course, they have to force by here, and it's the
갑자기
upgrade.
유견패하고
They go
OT
straight
가나?
for it, but Frozen.
아니요 프로즌 선수가 더블킬하면서 그런 걱정은 없습니다. 캐리건까지 상대 A 사이트 러쉬를 가볍게 막아주고 있는 CT고요. 라스트 JT는 머리 위에서 롭즈 선수가 정리하면서 자신들이 픽한 맵 뉴크 왜 강한지 제대로 보여줬습니다. 물론 중간에 좀 따라잡히는 그림도 있었지만 바로 또 크게 달아놔주면서 일단 뭐 스코어 상으로는 문제없이 13대 6으로 두 번째 맵을 가져가네요.
It's going to be an interesting finish here, and we'll see whether they can keep up this form to close things out 2-0.
13대
Yes,
6이
well,
됐습니다.
FaZe looking good, but I gotta say, Complexity just a little bit disjointed.
7대 0에서 7대 6 된 다음에 바로 13대 6이라는
We talked about the issues with the map.
재밌는 스코어가
going
나왔어요.
into this, and
네,
obviously
테러에서 7점
the Nuke,
선취한 게
they didn't
뭐
look to
그대로
have any.
게임의 향방을 결정짓는 그런 게 됐네요.
Nuke, the pick from FaZe actually went the way of Complexity, right? But we have to give credit where it's due. FaZe, whatever nerves they might have showed yesterday, day before yesterday, we didn't see that in the
두 번째 맵은 오버패스입니다.
It's been kind of symptomatic for Complexity so far this tournament. Either they play really well, you know, they make the game competitive, they play above
근데 재밌는 게
expectations, they show up from an
오버패스는
individual
둘 다
perspective, but when they lose
하네요.
out hard. You know, this was a
컴플렉시티가
13-6.
픽을 했는데
I would argue the scoreline could have been much
컴플렉시티
more in favor
오버패스
of FaZe.
승률이
They made a cosmetic comeback in that first
20%?
half. You had a point in the game where you thought,
맞나?
okay,
제대로
Complexity
나왔나?
fought their way back. I think
예.
Henry even said himself, we have a game on our
페이즈클랜도
hands.
승률이
We win at the
20%,
time being.
1승
And all
4패.
it takes is one round for FaZeClan where Complexity
웃기네요.
makes a bit of a
그래서.
mistake, lose to a low buy, and that's it. You know, they
It's over.
completely crumble, they capitulate. There's
너보,
nothing left in the tank.
너네도 못하지 우리가 여기서 좀 더 작전을 준비해왔으니까 뭐 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
Super fragile. They can play good Counter-Strike, but they're too fragile.
I mean,
5-7
I'm just
아주
looking
좋죠.
at the train of the 6 rounds that FaZe were able to get initially, and I'm just looking at this and looking at how Carrigan sneaking into mini a couple of times, getting free kills.
캐리건 선수가 2등, 프로즌 선수가 탑 프래거, 19킬, ADR 100을 해주고 있는 프로즌.
But Complexity were just there's so many holes in the defense on a map they do play, by the way.
홀저크 선수가 조금 푸짐하게 쌌네요.
There's so many holes in the defense. The only silver lining I can say would be floppy to its ramp position. I think it was very instrumental.
어제는 컴플렉시티 홀저크 선수가 미쳐 날뛰었었는데 오늘은 조금 힘이 빠져 있는 것
This is
같아요.
just a cold start for the side of.
이거 그리즈만 아닌가 그리즈만?
Absolutely blazing.
Yeah, I mean blazing hot on the server. But yeah,
프로즌 선수의 트리플 킬 4번, 멀티킬 라운드 6번, ADR
just those
101.
elementary mistakes where people are going in ones, you know, 1 and 2 and not really trading out. And as you rightly said, and Henry pointed this out on the broadcast, he said, like, you know, look, if Elise is outside and he's turned around and he's spamming a smoke, and Carrigan could creep in.
중요한 라운드마다 멀티킬 해주면서 페이즈가 계속 치고 나가는데 도움을 줬습니다. 오, 반응.
You know, very apparent that a player like Frozen is just gonna, you know, that's what you want. You want to just take these aim duels because theoretically you are the superior player.
5-7. 와, 5-7.
And they just weren't.
And that's also part of the story, right? For the first time in
자, 두 번째 맵으로 돌아왔습니다. 이 경기가 2대0 셧아웃이 날지 아니면 세 번째 맵까지 이어질지. 컴플렉시티가 픽을 한 오버패스고요. 보통 이제 오버패스가 극치티 맵으로 알려져 있는데 선수비 잡은 게 페이즈클랜입니다. 이거 피스톨 라운드 어떻게 되는지 볼까요? 자, 미국을 대표하는 컴플렉시티. 지금 브라질 팀들까지 해서 뭐 아메리카 쪽에 두 팀이 있는데 들어오는데 브로키 선수의 쌍권총이 더블킬을 가져가고요. 3대4 상황에서 B사이트가 뚫리고 와우 프로즌 오늘 폼이 장난 아닙니다. 폭탄 설치되고요. 2대4 2대4 리테이크를 수행해야 되는 플로피와 JT 선수 몬스터 발견. 그래서 쌍권총 웨인 선수가 잘 플로피 1대1까지 웨인 와 킷은 없어도 해체가 됩니다. 3킬 트리플킬을 한 플로피 선수를 멈춰 세운 웨인 선수의 클러치.
Looked like it was falling apart after the double kill. Courtesy of Brokey with his dual leads in hand, but the bomb is planted. Floppy finding 3 kills gives him an extra $900 as well. So they can buy him the next round. Floppy can definitely get the AK. They can have Galil's otherwise. And it's going to be a difficult one going forward for FaZe. They know they're going to be up against a very strong buy on the T side here. And Pistols have kind of been split down the middle. It was FaZe obviously won the first. On Nuke and built up that 7-round streak.
선수 뭔가 초조한 표정인가요?
On the second half, but then lost to the force buy, and then their game just fell apart here. So we are going to see the force buy and see whether they can actually bounce back early instead of giving up a ton of rounds on the T side of Overpass. They are one round, one map
3킬
away
했지만
from
아쉽게 놓친 플로피 선수였고요.
They're playing on the side of the map right now, Complexity. That
야, 머리통이 날아갔는데.
stuck in, right? Because the
네.
problem is. If there's an early AWP, especially on Brokey,
아주 영양가 있는 피스톨 라운드를 이기는 더블킬. 테러가 그래도 폭탄 설치하고 킬도 많이 했기 때문에 포스바이 할 수 있어요. AK 갈릴 3개 거의 뭐 다 샀어요. 이거는 CT도 사실 위험합니다. 네. 테러 화력이 거의 맞먹기 때문에 수비 집중해서 잘 해야 되고요.
Rest of the Complexity members will see this nice contact play in towards the A bomb site. Very tentative and passive from FaZe right now.
Yeah.
As Brokey
패스로만으로
frozen now for the
들어갔는데
A side. Rain now finds himself at the B bomb site.
프로즌이 당합니다.
Down early. Nice shot from Holzak.
홀저크 선수의 갈릴 헤드샷으로 오프닝 킬이 나고 CT가 로테이션을 돌려서 A 사이트 자 왔는데 테러 어디로 가나요? 롭즈 롤킹 오 거기로 와요. 커넥터 문 앞으로 와요. 아우 야 근데 두 번째를 죽였어 어쨌든. 네. 그리고 레인 선수가 또 다시 더블킬. B 사이트의 수호 신입니다.
Suddenly it slipped out of their hands up from the high
와,
ground.
브로키
Brokey
선수 옆으로
actually
톡톡톡
Carrigan gets shot
치면서
ultimately, but Brokey probably doing most of
해븐의
the
스킬을
damage
내고요.
there. JT on his own.
폭탄 드랍된 상황에서 JT 선수만 살아있고 1v2
as well. He can win this round, Anders. Let me tell you.
이길 수 있어요?
He's got no idea. You could tell he has to pick up the bomb, and when he swings wide, they can have a bit of a look
야,
at it.
브로키
Brokey to
선수가
pick it up. A
잡아줍니다.
scary round for FaZe, but one that they will pick up.
I thought that was enough.
페이즈도 아슬아슬한 라운드인데 상대 테러의 포스바이를 막아주고 두 번째 라운드까지 가져가는 모습.
With that sort of positioning, he kind of fumbles the spray, but Rain.
또 레인이었습니다.
Most two of them down. More importantly, survives and they deny the plant. And yet a pretty convincing finish in the end. It's going to be almost certainly 3-0.
강한 CT 맵인데 CT가 피스톨까지 가져가서 2대0으로 시작한다. 이거 스노우볼 크게 굴 것 같은데요. 프로즌이 초반부터 깊숙이 들어옵니다.
Following them in towards the playground. All five members of 컴플렉시티 here on the other side. The first one has been found. That's Grim.
테러 그리고 옆에서 놀이터에서 나오는데 아 CT들 전부 튀어나와서 바빠도 없고 아무것도 없던 테러 5명을 깔끔하게 전부 잡아줍니다.
FaZe make their way through at least the first bit of danger. We'll see what complexity are able to mount. All AKs on that side.
3대0으로 치고 나가고요.
I thought maybe Rops would have had just enough, but
두 번째 포스바이 라운드 이후에 네 번째 라운드에서 AK를 뽑아오고 있는 컴플렉시티입니다. 10명의 선수들이 전부 라이플로 붙는 바이 라운드가 됐고요. 엘리제 선수가 시작하자마자 수류탄 맞고 마탱이가 갑니다. 근데 여기도 부스팅 중인 CT 탑에 수류탄이 꽂히면서 두 선수가 반피로 내려갔고요. 그림 선수가 커넥터를 클리어하고 있습니다. 프로즌이 점프 뛰면서 A롱을 체크해주고 있고요. 브로키도 마찬가지. 자, 컴플렉시티의 선택은 A롱 2명 그리고 A숏 3명 이렇게 스플릿해서 A를 공격할 생각인 것 같은데 진출합니다. 프로즌 선수도 살짝 전진. 벽에 붙어요.
Once again, that forward
오,
position.
포워드 플래시백. 하지만
somehow it's not enough. Frozen. It looked like that should have been a multi-spray down.
롭드 선수가 커버 와줬고요. 브로키 킬. 와우. 트레이드. 롭드 선수는 아직도 연막솥에 숨어있고. 와. 2대2. 자, 2대2. 폭탄 설치되었습니다. 홀저크가 트럭 뒤에 있는데요. JT는 A롱 잡히면 홀저크가 트럭에서 전혀 왼쪽을 보지 못하고 잡히면서 페이즈클랜의 리테이크가 성공합니다.
Very close there for 컴플렉시티. Opening frag in their favor. Bomb planted, but couldn't deliver the goods, couldn't seal the deal. As another round slips away.
캐리건이 잘하네.
4-0 now. As we do see FaZe start to run away with this first half once again.
프로즈는 원래 뭐 원래 그렇죠. 우리가 보고 싶었던 페이즈클랜 5명의 선수가 전부 돌아가면서 한 건 해주는 이런 플레이죠. 컴플렉시티 한 번도 AK를 바이 해올 수 있었습니다. 시작하자마자 레인 선수가 끊기면서 시작하는데요. 그림 선수가 커넥터에서 이 월뱅 요거 맞고 사이트 안에서 죽습니다. 자, 이러면 컴플렉시티가 한번 이제 라운드 따볼 수 있는 기회가 된 것 같은데요. 프로즌 선수의 위치. 와, 굉장히 깊은 곳에서 피크닉 바로 입구 앞에서 테러를 기다리고 있는데 뒤를 보면은 이거 더블킬 난. 오, 프로즌 더블킬.
Yeah, you couldn't have done that any
자,
better.
일단
Doesn't
몬스터에서
jump the gun,
캐리건이
doesn't
잘리면서
panic
숫자
in that
자체는
moment.
3대3까지 브로키 선수가 미스샷.
That's a really big miss, especially because it cost him his life afterwards. Floppy showing up, shooting him, and suddenly it's a 3 versus 3. Plenty of
자,
time.
이러면은
Yeah, might slow them down a little
3대2가
bit, or
되고요.
just change the blunt position. Yeah, Robs knew about
그러면
that one, but
롭즈가
can't
헤븐에
quite find the
있다는
angle for
거는
it.
이제 윈포가 따게 되고 프로즌 선수의 위치까지
My
찾아지면서
God, they would love to get around to the board right now.
남은 두 명의 CT의 위치를 알게 된 테러는 사이트 안에 모습을 숨깁니다. 두 명 다 들켰기 때문에 무리하게 트라이하지 않고 세이브를 택하고 있는 페이즈클랜. 아쉽네요. 브로키 선수의 미스샷이 B사이트로 들어오는 테러의 공격을 허용시켰고 컴플렉시티가 4연패 끝에 처음으로 라운드를 가져가 봅니다. 브로키 선수가 죽었네요.
Robs wanted that AK, but
AK 꼭!
almost made his way out of the round with nothing.
롭즈와 프로즌 선수 두 명의 선수가 AK를 들면서 다음 라운드 CT의 화력은 어느 정도 보장이 됐습니다. 여기서부터 브로키가
But I will say this again,
미스샷을
they did the work in the previous rounds, Complexity. It's because they were so efficient at the A-bomb site getting kills. They could have won some of those rounds.
브로키 선수가 답이 아니라 스카웃이네요. 예, 저거 스카웃이네요.
At least they are able to capitalize on it pretty quickly. FaZe,
속을 뻔.
it's a scout instead of an AWP. They do have
그래도 AK 두 개, M4 두 개니까
huge.
CT 이번에 할 수 부스팅 본 것 같아요. 프로피 선수가 올롤롤롤롤. 근데 보통 저렇게 탑 이게 나무 판자 위치를 발판인 선수가 돌판 뒤에 있구나. 그래서 월뱅을 때려도 안 맞는 위치인 거 아니에요? 잘 먹었습니다. 어우 배불러. 2인분이네 이거. 근데 B숏으로 밀고 들어오다가 캐리건한테 사고가 났어요. 테러. 오우 레인. JT 트레이드. CT에서 롭즈가 킬. 오 몸샷 때렸어. 몸샷 때렸어. 해설이 두 번째로 몸 왜 내밀었냐고 브로키한테 뭐라 그랬네요. 네, 뭐.
Yeah, they are.
죽이고 싶었나 보지.
근데
이거 두 명 다 딸피라서 좀 위험해 보이는데 폭탄 위치 들고 CT가 양각으로 레인이 침착한 마무리.
Double AKs once more, 5-1. Very important round. That would busted the finances.
이 장면 캐리건이 라운드를 살렸습니다.
There's that wide swing from Floppy. He swings into a flash and a smoke. Like it's so unfortunate. Otherwise, there's actually a great chance that Floppy could have had a double kill there because they were very, very locked into that corner. Tactical timeout, Henry. I mean, who can blame them?
컴플렉시티가 드디어 타마이업스를 사용한 플로피 선수 ADR이 거의 적 1등이. 근데 브로키 선수가 ADR 높긴 하네요. 네. 뭔가 큰 실수를 많이 보긴 했는데 뭐 전반적으로 그냥 잘하고 있는 것 같아요. 네. 애초에 페이즈클랜 자체가 지금 엄청 유리하게 라운드를 끌고 가고 있는 상황이라서
just as many AKs on the CT side as you do.
Yeah. A little bit of an issue, isn't it? It's an MP.
주사위형
kind of makes me wonder if they're going to try and be a little bit more aggressive in a round like this one.
갓키.
It's fun sometimes to try and see if you can run it into the connector. Play up. They haven't really played that forward connector position that much, so maybe you try it. Looks like Frozen is, finding himself in that position.
Like you said, that they are getting this mid control. They're getting the bomb planted today. That's the objective.
이번에 테러는 분수대 4명이 와 있습니다. 브로키 선수가 초반에 전진을 해서 살짝 보고 빠지는데요.
Smoke down towards bathroom. Frozen wants some intel here, and once again they've confirmed the B is completely clear. They pushed off short.
자, CT들이 B 앞으로 엄청나게 클리어하면서 심지어 프로즌 선수의 위치까지
He's under full control of
커넥터랑
Complexity.
B쇼 땅을 다 먹어놔서
This is an unbelievable issue for Complexity. They
이거는
have to find
상대가
a way
A
to stop
쪽이라는
FaZe
거를
from
어느 정도
having
예상을
this
할 수 있을
entire
것
side of the
같은데.
map. You can maybe fight your way out, but obviously you're at a huge tactical disadvantage from them knowing what's
와,
coming. They
프로즌-
just absolutely know.
자,
Frozen
보고
doesn't
왔어요.
want to stick around. He doesn't have to die for this
어?
position
미드에 있네?
anyway. You don't really need to.
바로
It's a
로테이션
massive
때려버리고
distraction for Complexity having to execute into
CT에
the bomb
둘
site
채워지고.
without controlling connector, and that's what's happening right now. They are moving forward.
프로즌
If they get the
선수가
kills,
정보를
maybe
정말
it
잘
could work out here.
떠줬네요.
Brokey started to fall
와,
back.
캐리건,
Kill, and Brokey
캐리건!
bullets left. A headshot for Carrigan. JT gets exploded, and this is looking
이 선수
very,
33살.
very weak for Complexity.
팀의 IGL
Oh, that's the captain's
점육
performance if ever I've seen
시절부터
one. Carrigan now
프로 생활을 하고 있는데
with multi-frags
지금도
in key rounds
현역입니다.
back to back. He got the double kill, the
트리플
B bomb
킬.
side. Now with the hat trick to save the day. Denying the plan, more importantly, that's
뭐, 사이트 방어를 그냥 해줘요.
Look at him go. But you have
와,
to,
트레이드
you have to
전혀 못
see
내요.
the real
3명이나
flashes. You could see
듀얼을
that.
걸었는데
I saw he connected the
트레이드를
dots, but
못
didn't
냈어요.
have to work too hard for it.
그냥 트리플 킬
That
박아버렸어요.
is the kind of round that feels much less like Complexity executing into the bomb site, just being pushed there. They're being funneled to the bomb site.
That smoke down towards connector. They know that they've got all the information now. Unless we go right now.
Yes.
8킬로 탑 프래거를 하고 있는 캐리건 선수의 모습. 아, 컴플렉시티 오늘 힘이 많이 빠진 것 같은데 2승 0패에서 2승 2패까지 떨어지면서 뭔가 선수들이 피곤한가 봐요. 아, 프로즌 아까부터 진짜 여기서 피크닉 앞쪽까지 와서 많이 잡고 갔습니다. 할 일 다 했죠.
Round number 8 for Complexity. Sure, they recovered the AK-47, but almost nothing they can do in this 3-on-2 with Elige being basically dead on 5 points of health.
And Rain is covering an angle that's going to stop the rotation down to the B bomb site, and one you will probably never check if you go through that way. If they go up here and they win the fight straight up clean against Carrigan, if they can just take this peek, there is a way back into the round. Oh, and there we go.
그림 선수 1킬 8데스 안 좋아 보이네요.
Anyway. Now out on long, Robs has started to sneak in, and this is why it had to be
근데
clean.
일단
because the other
숫자는
teams
2대2가
still have the money
됐고 테러
on the
2명
to
딸피인데
fight for here.
정리되지
Floppy in the back,
않을까요?
and now Elige.
P5 남은 엘리지
Hopefully
폭탄
there are no grenades
설치
landing on you, but you are stuck in. You cannot escape.
마무리됩니다.
And Rain will find you and hunt you down. 7 rounds for FaZe.
7-1, running out of time and space there. Our Complexity, the bomb planted does guarantee decent resources going forward, the AWP, but that was a partial buy regardless. They're always were going to have a buy, whatever happened, but yeah, we'll take it.
I think there are 2 things that keep being a recurring issue. Complexity can't hold outside of B, so FaZe keep knowing when there's an A attack happening, and Frozen is having so much impact by the balloons. It's
1대
just like
7이
there's a couple
됩니다.
rounds now where he's standing there. He doesn't even have any backup. There's nobody
오늘
along to help him out
페이즈클랜은
with.
진짜 약간
they should
우리가
be able to
알던
punish him more for
그
that.
모습으로 돌아온 것 같네요.
But it's
상대
getting real late here in the first half, Henry.
압살을 하고 있고
7-1.
Yeah, this series has been a little bit weird, hasn't it? Like, I know there was that cosmetic comeback in the first map, but it was 7 rounds here, 6 rounds in the other team, 7
USA가
rounds back to FaZe. It's like, it's difficult to really get that hyped about them.
Well, I mean, give you some credit, Henry. You came in full confidence. I don't know.
AK를
I don't know that I
사왔는데
was that confident on FaZe.
컴플렉시티
I was very worried about that result yesterday. It wasn't easy for me to shake that off, but you did say you thought this was going to be 2-0. You thought FaZe were going to be right back.
It's mainly down to the map
몬스터로
order
5명?
as well. We'll get back into the action when it rains.
들어오다가
It pours. 2
스모크
more kills to
샷에
Norwegian. Finds them through
2대1로
the
교환이
smoke.
됐고요. 이제
Almost is 3,
빠져나가는데
and whatever they had in mind completely thwarted already. They've got 2 smokes remaining. 3 players out of position. You've got Elige all the way back in T spawn. 2 towards short, just hoping a CT will walk into your crosshair, and why would they? They can just fall back, pair up, 2 players in either bomb
복잡하는
site.
승리스.
As they re-smoke the monster area, Carrigan get more and more comfortable here.
Just in terms of in-game leadership, right? It's the one round where Complexity decided to go pretty hard at B right away. They wanted to explode onto that site.
Carrigan going to push this? I don't like it. Don't love it.
푸시 나갔다가 잡히는 캐리건.
Okay.
이러면은 이제 이번 라운드 다시 3대 3이 되면서
It's a good read, but that
컴플렉시티
might have been a mistake.
해볼 만할 것
I think it
같은데
almost certainly was. You didn't even need intel here.
Now the problem is there's not that much time left.
30초
2
남아있고요.
people on the A bomb side already. Although they don't have any nades to slow
아
them
근데
down with,
테러가
this could be
향하는
down
A
to the
사이트에
wire. They are
이미
being very slow about it,
CT가
Complexity, but
예상을
they have to be
하고
because if they run, they're
두
going to
명이
be
와
hurt by
있습니다.
Robs. So they have to walk this whole way and hope they get the entries. 15 seconds on the clock. This could be
룩즈까지 오면서 3명, 사이트에 3명, 브로키, 프로즌, JT, 브로키 더블킬 내주면서
Good round once again from
8대1
FaZe. Complexity. Absolutely everything they could have.
컴플렉시티한테는 절망적이었던 라운드가 되겠네요.
Monster, a 4-on-3 advantage. They were gifted a Carrigan push towards Monster, but it didn't have any resources.
브로키
left-handed.
10킬 오데스
Like you said, 20 seconds
ADR
remaining, and you're hoping
140
for like
오프닝 듀얼
an
2승
execution. They
0패
had one smoke available. That was literally it.
웨인도
you
10킬
can smoke
3데스.
dumpster. You can't even flash the bomb site. So you might as well just run into that stage and hope you catch them out of position. But Brokey was
이번
there.
오버패스
The rifles were set up,
컴플렉시티는
and it's yet
플로피
another
선수
round for
빼고
FaZe.
나머지
And they go
4명 다
8-1.
영
There's
힘을
a
못
couple
쓰고
more rounds left to
있습니다.
play. No bomb planted, but money is pretty good, all things considered.
Yeah, because of the layout of the map, Rob's position meant they wouldn't have been able to run
아
up
저거
towards
그거예요.
restrooms. They couldn't have bought
이제
more time.
옛날
He would have
어렸을
left
때
them every
학생일
single
때
time.
쳤던
And
거고
that would have really given them a chance to
지금은
do something
이제
on the A bomb side.
뭐라 그래
Nice shots here from
절필
Brokey.
절연 절
In
기타는
terms of the
그런 거
opening,
없네.
but some of the rifling has been really impressive. So you know, that
장식용으로.
side of the coin, he's able to do both.
옛날 이제 오아시스의 리암 갤리건과 노엘 갤리건과 이제 그 형님이 이제
He's saving it for the
그런
Royal
인터뷰를
Arena.
했죠.
Yeah, he might be. I think Richie was making a point the other day that Rain is one of these big game players, and this is one of them right here. You know,
나중에
10
뒤에다
to
장식만
3,
하면
Rain
된다고.
doing absolutely amazing work in the server, carrying FaZe at the moment to a bit of a victory. It seems like Complexity. We've yet to see them do anything. They made a comeback.
Oh,
They
shit.
were able to bring it back to a 7-5.
엘리지 선수가 수류탄을
Best they could do
배부르게
right here is
먹고
8-4, and they
출발합니다.
desperately need
P30
those 4 rounds.
커넥터 통해서 미드 B쇼스로 올라오는데 엘리지 선수의 엔트킬 프로피 오 엘리지 더블킬 롭즈도 더블킬 JT가 트레이드 3대2 상황에서 홀저크가 딸피로 살기는 하는데요. 롭즈가 헤븐에서 폭탄은 설치되고 프로즌 선수가 내려옵니다. 와우 1킬 9데스 그림 선수가 그래도 또 헤드샷을
So Robs kind of has to save this AK.
Yeah, I think that's maybe the most tragic part of this half so far is that they have done a lot of work. This isn't a wipeout in that sense. I mean, it is in terms of rounds, but there are a lot of rounds that Complexity are going to be looking back on thinking, my God, we could have maybe done it.
당황스럽네요. 예, 제가 누가 보면 제가 시킨 줄 알겠어. 네, 저는 아무 말도 안 했습니다. 당장 나이 96년생 페이커, 김민재, 또 누구 있지? 등등 하고 동갑입니다.
It's incredibly difficult to get these T-side rounds on the board, so more of that, please. Elise getting the job done. This is a nice shot from Grim as well. That sealed the deal. So round number 11, as mentioned.
제 방에 근데 아니 나는 카스 조금 나이 많으신 분들 이렇게 오시는 느낌이었는데 제 방에 은근히 막 중학생 막 아니면 대학생 20대 초반 많더라고요. 아직 급식 학식도 즐기는 재밌는 카스. 하긴 뭐 나도 학생 때 뭐 스팀 깔고 막 팀포 뭐 카스 하고 그랬으니까.
So they're going to be calling it in, saying, you know, there are no T players on the A side of the map right now. You got to be on high alert down at B.
페이커 김치 카우멘 레츠고.
Just waiting around towards the playground. Is anyone ever going to check this? They've never been here before the entire half. And
킬리건 선수가 살짝 나가봤는데.
He was ready somehow. What a shot that must have been.
다들 이제 경기가 기운 것 같으니까 이제 관심이 없구나. 컴플렉시티가 디폴트 운영을 하고 있는데요. 2대8.
Didn't get the shot. Decided to try and see if he could hop, skip out of there. Frozen looking to make that a double kill, but instead it cost him his life. For once, they managed to claim that.
이거 여러분들이 페이즈 응원 안 하고 지금 딴소리 하니까 지금 이거 봐봐. 이거 역전되려고 그래.
Also getting hunted down. A third round for Complexity. Some signs of life here, finally for them.
Same story.
4대8
and to
갈
be
수 있나?
honest, it's not too bad for Complexity. They get this final round, which is looking pretty likely. 8-4 is pretty standard T-side on overpass. So yeah, a rough start once again, but yeah, it's a pretty clean finish.
프로즌 선수가 멀티킬 내려고 째고 있었는데
이렇게
됐네요.
Final round should be theirs and then some. Round 12 here, looking for 4 on the board. Complexity have everything they could possibly need. FaZe far from it. MP9s and Deagles, a CZ for Rain.
전반전의 마지막 라운드 CT 자금 없죠. MP9과 스카우트 디글 CZ 권총. 프로즌 숨어있고 디글 안됐고 그래도 프로즌 선수가 잘 숨어서 적을 잡고 AK 뺏는 데까지 성공. 캐리건 사망.
Man advantage. They actually have the A bomb side in theory, but rotation started to get here from FaZe. They're a little bit panicked, and you can understand why. Although Frozen does have the AK.
Final round. And they are coordinated themselves into the correct position. We've got multiple players here for FaZe on the A bomb side, but they don't have the firepower. But Robson's got the skill. Using the MP9 at range will find JT. Brings it back to a 3 versus 3. Holds over the bomb towards long. They've got plenty of time and they'll wait for his moment to strike.
레인 선수의 총이 너무 부족해 보여요.
He's only got the pistol.
왜 이렇게 부실해 보이냐?
73 points of
CZ
health.
반칙.
Execution now as they commit.
아.
The CZ not enough. That's surely the end.
프로즌 선수가 AK로 1대3 클러치를 해낼 수 있을지 연막 속으로 숨는데.
Quite dire at one stage, but 4.
와, 엘리제 트리플킬. 막판에 큰 거 한번 해줍니다.
Right back in this, but that's exactly what we said on Nuke as well, and it wasn't the case. They won the pistol, lost to the second round 4-7, then just completely lost their heads. Didn't post a single round after that.
I'm starting to see the pattern here. I think really what they're doing is making it as hard as possible for NA fans to watch the game. Like, I think that's happening. Like, you go on a massive roller coaster down, like everyone's crying and screaming, and then right at the end you're like, oh, maybe something is happening, and then it kind of goes wrong again.
자, 4대8이고 컴플렉시티가 CT로 가는데
barely alive.
이거는 피스톨 라운드에서 만약 컴플이 이긴다 방심할 수 없습니다. 페이즈클랜도 여기 CT 맵이에요. 4대8도 방심할 수 없는 CT 맵. 페이즈는 역전을 피하기 위해서는 피스톨 라운드를 일단 가져가줘야 됩니다. 그쵸. 한 라운드만 더 땄어도 9대3 유리하게 갔을 텐데 애매해지는 느낌.
It also could be worse. They could be Danish fans, Henry. So
5명 전북비 몬스터 앞에서 엘리지 다 죽어요. 오 마이 갓. 그림 4K.
Excellent work. Nice work for Grim. The P2000, the USP working in tandem. All 5 players trying to get through the
자,
monster.
피스톨 라운드의 페이즈클랜이 5명 전부 몬스터로 돌진하는 셋업. CT들이 전부 와 기둥 끼고 왔다 갔다 하면서 퍼펙트하게 박살을 냈고요. 두 번째 라운드 페이즈클랜 완전 글록 프리코 폭탄도 설치 못했고 킬도 거의 못해서
which is the permaban of FaZe. So not getting to play Vertigo is crazy, isn't it?
They can't. If they lose this round, I don't have any words of encouragement left.
Oh yeah, 씨.
They have to win this round. Yes. Put it that way. It looks like it'll be comfortable. Elysian Holzerg open things up. Should be a guaranteed frag for Elysian. Doesn't have to commit to it though. He's at the 40 points of health.
선수들 이제 상대 글록
상대로. It's looking pretty good. Robs with the T side.
야, 글록은 뭐 거의 맞출 다 빗나가네.
Nobody even dies on complexity. They're up to 6.
Ooh. Next round will be very indicative.
여기가 승부수. 페이즈클랜이 총을 사오는데 여기서 AK 다 떨구고 뭐 박살난다? 이제 CT가 기세 그대로 굴려서 게임 역전시킬 수 있는 거고. 아까 타임아웃을 다
So
썼던가?
the firepower is
페이즈클랜?
lacking. It means complexity
남아있을 것
might have
같은데
to
그대로 가네요.
show something more offensive here.
AK 내잡으러 갈리를 들고
Don't have the
갑니다.
weaponry to fend off a default. So what's the play? What's the call? I can see two players. Okay, this is the sort of call, and this is what I was expecting.
부스팅.
I haven't seen this version of it before, though.
되게 새로운 버전의 부스팅인 것 같은데
A
저렇게
three-man
보네요.
boost. They've been saving this for the major.
트리플.
Such a commitment. The rest of the map is basically
컴플이
empty for complexity players.
오버패스를 픽한
Because three
이유가
of them
나왔나?
tied up in a boost down there. Now,
이걸
if you
보여주기
work to
위해서였다?
but we can tell on the minimap, no phase plans. You're close
하지만
to it,
예,
yeah,
이
you have to
부스팅을 쓰는 일은
disassemble
없었다.
the boost. I mean, it's
슬램덩크
still a cool idea.
국산.
Said a bit of a bonus round. You might need a bit of a trick to try and get something done with, but this
자,
one didn't let them
모였다가
make it. I do like
헤어져서
this forward
사이트로
position for
갔고요.
Zerg. It should allow them to
홀저크 선수의 위치가 A롱 끝자락까지 나와
Rain, oh,
있습니다.
we made a sound cue though. Did Rain hear that? I don't think so. He's actually probably got Rain here. There he is. And there's the frag.
야, 이거
Rain will be kicking
성공했고요.
himself.
and even move
한 명
straight to get
죽고
all the information.
시작하는
It doesn't
테러.
just fall back and say there could be more players there. He moves forward and says there's
캐리건이
nobody on this side.
오는데
Be ready down to the B bomb side, and they are.
This is
형
looking pretty
혼자
ropey now. I'm
들어가서
not sure
인풋
what that
따고
was from
죽은
Carrigan.
거
Just
뭐
offers himself up a
좋은데.
free, low
네.
HP, runs in, just sacrifices himself in towards the B bomb site. 5 on 3. I'm not sure how they pull this one back. Calls over in a prime position.
페이즈클랜 이거
Broke your pull one back. They'll get the plant at least. I don't think there's any way they can win this one.
이상한데요 게임.
There shouldn't be. The only thing is they're all retaking from the same side. Nobody's coming off from behind,
자,
but
브로키.
Broky's also pushing into them.
뱅크로.
I was gonna say
엘리지
they take
처치.
our restrooms. Wait a minute.
오 브로키.
The headshots, Brokey.
자 프로즌과 1대1. 쉣.
Frozen. The Iceman.
프로즌. 더 아이스맨 이러고 있네 해설. 와
was looking so good at 4 on 2 Anders.
이거
Prime for the taking.
기가 막힌
And we
크러치가
get tournament life on the
나왔습니다.
line. Already a map down. You played it so well.
브로키와
A 5 versus
프로즌
3.
브로키부터
Given you the round.
출발하고요.
And one
브로키가
by
다
one
하긴
come
했어.
through.
마지막
This fire
순간에.
was out of control and Frozen
이거 뭐 갈릴 헤드샷
a shot
원탭.
to close things out. 9 to 6. That throws a spanner in the works.
쫓아가던
Was the
컴플렉시티
bonus
갑자기
round
한 대
better
크게
minds?
맞습니다.
Complexity still have a buy available, but
하지만 양 팀 다 아직 바이할 여력이 있고요. 총 나왔고요. 이번 라운드도 또 중요해집니다. 아 그래도 트레이드. 자 커넥터를 처리하는 테러. JT
willing to take this fight and delivers on all fronts.
Yeah, that was a very
원팁이
clean
납니다.
shot coming up from JT. Been one of the
4대3.
pillars for complexity in this series so far. Maybe in
바닥에
the tournament
AK를
so far.
줍는 건가?
They lost the
룩주
4
선수가
versus
있는데.
2 at this stage in the tournament. Man, that's going to cost you.
Oh, it's a back-breaking play. Frozen sending shivers down the spines of Complexity fans across the world. But they now have the man advantage, Anders. They can pull this one back. Down but not out. Rain, once again, looking to challenge his fellow countryman. Hulzerk played a very strong game so far.
부스팅
Didn't
홀적
anticipate his position. The shadow just gives him away.
트레이드.
And it's still a 3
3대2.
versus 2. 45 seconds
룩즈와
remaining as Brokey and
브로키라면
Robs this
2대3
time.
할 수 있지 않나?
Both of
상대
them
파마스
alive and
2개,
well, 100 HP.
테러는 AK 두
They stopped the bomb hunt in this
자루라서
round. Again, the game is wide open for complexity. But
돌려요.
out here, yeah,
커넥터
they know.
2B,
It's being heard
CT도
now. They're
돌려요.
starting to
이미
realize
와
they should
있어요.
have heard some of the footsteps
헤븐에 한
coming
명
from the upside
정리하고
of the map.
트레이드 1대1까지 왔습니다. 브로키한테 더블킬 하고 있는 브로키한테 1v1. 그림 선수 숏에서 오고 있는데 에임 가 있었어요. 에임 정확한 타이밍에 B숏에 가 있었어요. 트리플 킬 플러스 1v1 클러치까지 해내는 브로키. 오늘은 주사위 터져서 갓키입니다. 이 선수. 아 그림자가 먼저 보이네요.
And Frozen just go absolutely clutch in the last couple of rounds. That might be enough to find the 2-0.
If you're Grim, what a mental
목청 엄청
situation.
크네.
You're facing an opponent who's got his back turned to the entire rest of the bomb site. Like the
브로키
heaven,
선수
everything
ADR
else is exposed.
128,
He's just
16킬,
sat there with the
11데스
cross waiting for you, and it
9어시.
works for him. Timeout, the last one, tactical here for complexity.
They're going all in. This is a ballsy call. 5-7s.
Thumbs up or down, Henry.
I mean,
take on this?
the way they're hitting their shots, they're doing very well in the
따라가는가
individual duels here. It's just coming
싶었습니다.
down. They've had
컴플렉시티.
a 4 versus 2
네.
and a 4 versus 3 in their
1대
favor.
8에서 5연승하면서 5대 8,
Like
6대 8?
FaZe against Imperial, we didn't see any of this. They didn't clutch a single round. They looked weak. They would barely find opening frags. And today, it's a different beast entirely. This is the FaZe clan that can win championships. This is the FaZe clan that can go all the way.
자, 심지어 컴플렉시티 이번 라운드 총도 안 좋고 부스팅 해보지만
There are some really
아무도
cool
없고요.
ways you can use HEs on the CT side. One of them that I really like is
페이즈클랜은 이번 라운드 굉장히 천천히 뒤쪽에서 출발합니다. 다 놀이터 쪽에 모였고요. 전혀 어떤 푸시나 전진은 없었고.
That's ever going to be put into play here. 4-round difference. A scout is out. They have very little to work with.
그 말이 맞죠. 예, 덴마크 홈팬들이 이제 덴마크 5인 국적의 덴마크 팀들이 이제 다 사라져 버려서 이제 캐리건, 페이즈클랜 혹은 뭐 훅시, G2의 훅시 이 정도 기다리고 있게 됐습니다. 5-7의 킬이 나게 했는데 트레이드 되면서 아직 4대4. 컴프는 아쉽게 됐죠. 2승 0패 먼저 해놓고 새 목숨을 날리고 있습니다. 불 밟고
They did have something to work with here. It was looking rather promising at one stage on this force buy, but they might even be better off saving the little they have. With the Kevlar especially is more important. Because you're not going to be winning this round now. Yeah, they have to save. It was one of the most.
Could there be a worse feeling than having to save this?
Saving the Eagles in a scout.
이거라도 세이브 해야 되나요, 컴플렉시티? 트라이하지 못하고 뒤로 빠집니다. 갑바 3개, 5-7 디글 스카우트.
With the Kevlar already, that
플래시뱅
means you
하나.
can buy a FAMAS or an MP9, maybe an M4 in some instances. No, that won't be possible. So yeah. You're saving to buy a FAMAS next round. You drop a Deagle over to a Liege and Horzerk, and yeah, that's where we're at.
다음 라운드 기껏 해봐야 이제 5 이제 그거죠. 파마스 정도 나올 것 같은데 M4는 갈 수 없습니다.
I've got €2.
Yeah, they are playing good, but these games can still fall apart. The pressure is mounting. All it takes is one glorious Desert Eagle headshot, a backstab of an MP9.
컴플렉시티에 할 수 있는 거 디글 헤드샷 노리기, 스카우트 헤드샷 노리기. 아유 파마스도 안 사네. 그냥 갑니다. 네, 이대로. 페이즈클랜은 플레이오프 가면 또 힘이 살 수도 있죠. 네, 덴마크 캐리건이 홈팀 팬의 응원을 기다리고 있습니다.
From making it, finally putting a Danish player inside of the Royal Arena. Almost all of the rest of them have been eliminated.
덴마크 플레이어를 드디어 플레이오프에 집어넣을 수 있게 됩니다.
The rest have fallen on the way.
자, 이 미국인들 어떻게 하나요? 미국인들 이대로 집에 가야 될지.
Cyclones there.
Yeah, there we go. We got some couple of coaches.
There's bits and pieces really, but.
페이즈클랜은 이제 상대 자금 상황 대충 알고 있으니까 그냥 진짜 천천히 쪼여 들어갑니다. 장거리 헤드, 디글, 원탭 이런 것만 안 당해주면 된다는 걸 알고 있죠.
They didn't all in this one. They just gone for the pistols. Save the previous round. Couple more deals in the mix.
I'm not going to criticize. I think there's no rights and wrongs here.
There's pick your poison.
오, 와 피킹 타이밍 좋았는데 브로키 선수가 커버 봐주고 있었네요. 와우, 엘리지가 디글 원탭도 성공하고 했는데 맥텐 스카웃도 가고 플로피 선수는 5-7밖에 없습니다.
Yes, they do.
On the tip of their tongue, some touching distance.
I wish somebody would
in
do
and out
side-by-side shots of FaZe clan fighting players in this game and in the Imperial game, and just look at like the difference in what they look like mechanically. I mean,
이제
Broky's
와서
playing well. He actually
죽어주길
was
바라는
against Imperial,
프로피
but
선수죠.
Frozen's here, like everyone is just hitting really good shots. It's a very, very crisp game mechanically for FaZe right now, and Complexity are not able to hold on. The Major slipping out of their hands. It's Floppy alone, and obviously the best he could do right now is to try and find a rifle to bring into the next round. They have had nothing to fight with in the last couple of rounds here.
마무리되면서 12점에 도착합니다. 페이즈클랜.
So, Carrigan trying to coordinate the knockout punch.
Calling his way to victory right
Coup
now.
de grace, how will they find it? Can they just do it right here, right now? Not have to go
페이즈클랜이
through any of the
2대0으로
turmoil?
컴플렉시티를 탈락시키고 플레이오프에 진출까지 한 라운드 남아 있습니다.
We heard the letter B mentioned actually, so we'll see if that's where they want to go. In this nice set piece.
컴플렉시티는 여기서 풀바이 했고요. AWP까지 국내 역전을 시작할 수
And here we
있을지.
go. Is this where it all comes crashing down for Complexity in the elimination stage?
롭즈가 빠르게 B숏까지 진출합니다. JT 선수가 와주고 있는데 듀얼! 롭즈가 이겼어요. 컴플렉시티 연막 속에서 플로피 4대4
Can they find a way out of this one? They put some pressure on that B bomb site.
자, 테러는 둘씩 쪼개져서 지금 스플릿해서 서로 베스룸이랑 B 워터 숏쪽 보고 있고요. 이러면 커넥터 올라와서 본대랑 합류하나요? LG 선수가 살짝 체크를 한 것 같은데 인포를 따고 A 사이트로 돌리는 시티. 플로피 선수가 나오나요? 나왔다고 죽었어요. 이러면은 인포메이션을 딴 건 좋은데 레인이 들어옵니다. B 사이트로 들어오고 롭즈도 A 사이트 혼자? 레인 게임을 끝낼 생각? 자, 2대4까지 롭즈 이거 사이트 A 사이트 돌파해서 상대 D를 오고 있어요. 뒤에 롭즈가 오고 있어요. 왔어요. 머리 위에서 홀저크 혼자 1대4를 해야 됩니다. 마무리되면서 이렇게 말도 많고 탈도 많았던 페이즈클랜 결국은 플레이오프에 올라옵니다. 너무나도 힘들었네요. 네, 오늘 폼은 좋았습니다. 네, 우리가 알고 우리가 좋아하는 그 페이즈클랜이 맞았네요. 컴플렉시티는 아쉽게 됐습니다. 페이즈업. 오늘 좀 힘들 경기 막 3맵까지 가고 막 치열할 것 같았는데 아니었네요. 네, 페이즈클랜이 빠르게 끝냈고 컴플렉시티는 진짜 좀 불행한 게 마우즈를 만났고 바이탈리티를 만났고 그나마 마지막에 할만한 상대를 만난 게 페이즈였습니다. BO3 3번이나 하고 집에 가게 됐네요. 엘리제 USA 미국 사람들한테 아쉬운 소식이 전달됐습니다.
I think for my money, at the very least, it's a reality check of where Complexity is at right now. You're looking at the way they had to go, right? They lose to Mouse, they lose to Vitality, they lose to FaZe. One would argue three of the four best teams in the world right now. All three are within the top 4.
그대로 12시 시작하면 뭐 1시간 20분 남았는데?
But it's the fashion they lose in. Against Mouse wasn't even a fight. Against Vitality was a great fight. Vitality were playing their C game, B game, yet they still couldn't get over that hump. And against FaZe today, there was no fight whatsoever. So realistically speaking, the best Cloud9
일단 시간 뜰 때까지 볼게요.
was getting into the quarterfinal where they then would have been bashed by one of these better teams once more. So I'm not really sad Complexity is not making it. I don't think they are a team right now ready for the playoff. However, I'm sad the fashion they're going out. They seem deflated. They were a little
기다리고
bit sad. They were
있습니다.
frustrated, which is completely understandable. But it was a team that had a good shot after they went up 2-0. But I gotta admit, I never saw that quality transpire in these 3 games, which makes it, for me, very fair. They didn't.
It's like watching, you know,
피게임 지금
when I look at the
사실
performances,
첫 경기가
right? Like
문제였는데
against Mouse completely disappearing from the
두
server.
번째 경기도 사실
Vitality just a couple rounds away from taking
아슬한데요.
down, putting down Vitality in his 2-2 spot. And again today here, completely down as well.
버투스프로가
There were a few moments where it looked like there was some signs of
G2랑은
life at the
솔직히
end of that
맞먹을
first half.
수
But
있지 않나?
let's be real, FaZe completely outclassed them. Karrigan was calling circles around them. I was just watching the final round, by the way, in which I was just listening to the comms as well.
브로키 선수의 ADR 120, 프로즌의 100 ADR.
Wait towards B to pick for information. Completely read them.
Yeah, we can touch on that a little bit. You know, it's probably not something to talk about, but again, this is going out on the broadcast, so I'm hoping people at home understand this. But when you listen to the difference in comms that are just coming out, you know, it's so flustered on complexity, even in the winning situations, even in the winning rounds. It's been a bit of a meme for years, you know, about the NA comms.
브로키 포즈 뭐야 이거?
Everyone's like panicking and shouting, you just can't hear what's going
8킬
on.
멀티킬 라운드 5개 ADR 120.
Clear, concise. No one
잘했습니다.
is, you know, getting flustered in those moments.
자, 오늘의 BO3 두 번째 경기 시작합니다. 버투스프로 대 G2 스포츠의 첫 번째 맵 오버패스고요. G2 스포츠가 선 CT를 잡고 시작하는데 또 다른 덴마크인 훅시가 우리 또 캐리건 선수처럼 플레이오프에 올라가서 열렬한 홈 관중의 응원을 받으면서 게임을 할 수 있을지 아니면 버투스프로의 업셋이 일어날지 경기 보도록 하겠습니다. 피스톨 라운드. 제임 선수만 플레이그라운드에 혼자 숨어 있고요. 상대 푸시를 전진 한번 인포를 따보려고 가 있다가 몬스터 입구에 있는 본대와 합류를 하고 있습니다. 굉장히 버투스프로는 시간을 다 쓰는 팀으로 약간 유명하죠. 전략 자체가 진짜 끝까지 가는. 옵니다. 헌터가 쌍권총을 들고 플래시뱅에 눈이 멀었는데 어떻게 쐈네? 헌터 말 그대로 헌터 사냥꾼이에요. 이 선수 트리플킬. 자, 해줄 거 다 해주고 갔는데 제임 선수가 더블킬 똑같이 내주고 훅시가 잡아주면서 1대3이 됩니다.
So what does he want to do as he creeps out through monster?
제임 타임의 제임 선수 버투스프로의 메인 오퍼로 더블 몰아받고 뭔가 약간 스타 플레이어 롤 모든 자원을 몰아받는 선수 항상 세이브를 많이 해서 세이브하는 시간을 이제 제임 타임이라고 부르는 그런 밈이 있는 선수입니다. 하지만 역시 22년 리오 메이저에서 아웃사이더라는 팀에서 우승을 한번 했던 그런 커리어가 있는 선수고요. 헌터 선수 눈물로도 적을 잡습니다.
A game that G2 was supposed to win, and maybe the fact that it gets so close was worrying. But even towards the end of that exact game the other day, Hunter did have like a really good performance in the third map. It was.
상대는 폭탄도 설치 못했기 때문에 이번 라운드에 포스바이도 하지 못하고 풀 입고.
We so often say Hunter is a big game player.
야, 헌터가 빅게임 플레이어예요? 마치 저기 누구야? 제카 선수처럼? 빅게임 헌터? 오, 숨습니다, 테러. 헌터 냄새 잘 맡고 안전하게 하네요. VP는 그냥 CT 푸시 와라. 우리가
This is so wild. You never even see fights on this part of the map. Someone is saving, but
먼저 내미는 바람에 CT들이 저기 왼쪽이 클럽인 거 아시나요? 저 안에 들어가 있으면은 음악 소리가 들려서 저기를 클럽이라고 부르더라고요. 나이트 클럽이래요.
That round is exactly what to expect, right? Very slow, very they just try and squeeze every drop of life they can get out of a round.
몽골즈를 샷아웃하는 G2 스포츠 누구 선수죠? 아 우리의 몽골즈. 아 바닥에 그림으로만 남고 말았습니다.
Yeah, you know, if you want to talk kind of who's
니코였나요?
the hero figure, who's the one that we can really gauge how this G2's going to do today by looking at it is mone시, or at least that's been the
포탈
story
소리가
throughout the
들려요.
tournament. In the games where he's gone quiet, G2 have often copped L's, and in the games that they win, it normally requires mone시 to go huge.
세 번째 라운드의 VP AK 사오고 몬스터 스모크 너머로 연막샷을 갈겨서 헌터 선수의 피를 반 뽑아주고 있는데 이제 폭탄을 버려두고 디폴트였는데 돌립니다. 니코 선수가 토일렛 앞쪽까지 전진해서 MP9을 붙잡고 있고요. 모네시 선수가 방금 전까지 A롱을 체크하고 있었는데 일단 타이밍적으로 발견을 못하긴 했습니다. 니코 선수의 스모크 타이밍 좋고 빠져나가고 다시 앞쪽으로 몇 개 숨습니다. 저기 약간 월뱅 되는 자리라서 조심해야 될 것 같은데. 모네시와 니코 플래시뱅! 와 더블킬 VP 사고. 모네시가 뒤에서 플래시뱅 까주고 눈이 먼 두 명의 테러 니코가 MP9으로 처치. 완벽한 수비 셋업. 그리고 AK를 바꿔둔 니코는 전진합니다. 오, 위치를 잡고요. 하지만 시간이 다 돼서 라운드 거기까지. 모네시가 웃으면서 니코 쪽 눈치를 한번 살짝 보네요. Let's go G2 짝짝짝짝짝. 플레이오프 가면 또 이제 관중들이 들어와서 함성 소리 킬 딸 때마다 진짜 천지가 울리는 함성 소리와 함께 경기를 감상할 수 있어서요. 모네시가 니코한테 뻑큐를 날렸다고요? 그런 니코가 샷건 치고 모네시가 놀라서 보는 것까지는 이제 아는데 반대로 뻑큐를 날렸어요? 모네시는 그냥 머리 그르고 예전처럼 그냥 5대5 가르마 머리 장발 그냥 유지하면 좋을 것 같은데 지금 약간 게이밍 해요. 코펜하겐 이발소에서 머리를 잘랐네. 플래시뱅이 엄청 좋았어요. 역시 또 모네시 선수가 또 게임 시스템에 되게 밝고 버그 같은 것도 좀 이제 버그 스모크 이런 거 좀 적극적으로 진짜 대회에서 이제 사용하는 선수라서 유틸 활용도나 뭐 이렇게 포지션 잡는 거는 진짜 그냥 기가 막힙니다. 근데 추가로 이제 샷이 이제 더블로 플릭샷 그 고속 초고속 진짜 에임도 엄청나고요. 혹시 선수가 점프 피킹으로 워터 쪽 체크를 하고 있는데 VP는 디폴트 두 명의 선수 탔고 아니 3명 사고 굉장히 천천히 라운드 진행하고 있습니다.
They are getting space on top site. Fame is really far forward, all things considered. They're still getting spotted at B as well. This is only helping VP who have
방금
been trying to fake out
서로
low and make a lot of
마주쳤죠?
noise.
예,
Like
플래시뱅
last round,
때문에 이제
they've actually done a good job. They've kept one player here.
지나갔는데
Monesy spots an AK though. Maybe that calls for some support.
오늘은 모네시 선수가 오버패스 시티 A 쪽 수비 담당, 니코와 모네시가 A 담당. 야씨. 와, 모네시. 오, 1킬 더. 4킬. 에이스 가자. 야, 잡으러 가자. 저거 P5 남은 거. 넥사가 처리해 줍니다.
What a brutal way for that one to go. Monesy.
G2 업, 모네시의 4킬, 5킬 0데스. 다시 보실게요. 여기서 헤드샷.
He's been 1v9 in Harry.
와.
At times.
야, 이 플라워 쪽 잡는 에임이 다 헤드로 들어갔어요.
And even if G2 is solo on the site, apparently that doesn't matter. He hasn't even
4대0
the orb
압도적이네요. G2 좋은 출발. CT가 AK 4자루를 들고 시작합니다. 화력이 엄청나게 강하고. 야, 니코와 모네시 이 원투펀치 G2의 이 정상 최정상 HLTV 랭킹 2위와 4위 선수가 A에서 이제는 앞으로 푸시 나와서 예, 플레이그라운드 영역까지. 와, 이거는 너무 강한데요. 오버패스. 버투스프로가 픽을 한 맵인데 박살 내고 있습니다. 아, P게임이 제가 G2라서 혹시 VP 응원하시는 분들 있나요?
Getting ahead of yourself, that's exactly what G2 learned yesterday, right? It felt like they got a bit too cocky, over ecstatic. They were in full control. 8-1, they lose the map. They had to really give it their all on Anubis, which is our third here today as well. So I think G2 have learned
3승
their lesson.
0패.
And even though they win that game, they remind themselves, okay, full focus. Royal Arena is our goal.
VP 패.
Then the tournament starts. Norbert, good luck. He'll find one. Oh, but Norbert.
노브.
Lovely double kill, bomb retrieved.
닉네임 근데 진짜 노버 세븐 뭐 이렇게 지은 건가? 2대 3입니다. VP는 시간을 진짜 다 쓰는 팀으로 유명하죠. 천천히 작전 자체가 와, 이렇게 상대를 말리게 합니다. 그리고 하나씩 따고.
V5 attempt here out of VP and Norbert.
늪 카스.
Kickstarted it all. He spots another. Norbert's having a round and just next.
버투스프로 노버 선수도 4킬 보여주면서 첫 번째로 라운드를 따보네요. 2대 5였어요 방금 라운드.
What a round for Norbert.
이거 해주네요. 노버 선수가 4킬 하면서.
They had the perfect setup in playground. It was not enough.
니코와 모네시가 퍼펙트 셋업 놀이터를 꽉 잡고 있었는데 그거를 단독으로 뚫고 폭탄을 주었고요. B사이트 도착해서 남은 시트들까지 정리해주는 노버 선수.
VP, you can never be caught sleeping against this team. You can never count them out from winning.
와, 근데 진짜 저 꼭꼭 숨어라. 놀이터에서 술래잡기 포지션 진짜 기가 막히게 잡았는데 뚫렸네요. 하지만 혹시가 부스팅으로 오프닝 킬을 따고 시작하고요. 버투스프로 2명의 선수가 0킬 4데스, 0킬 6데스 아직 게임에 접속을 하지 못하고 있습니다. 와, 노보도 또 스팸 킬을 땄어요.
What do you mean suddenly? That's a major winner you're talking to. Have some respect.
해설이 노보가 갑자기 간 모드에 들어가서 하니까 다른 해설이 갑자기라는 게 무슨 소리예요? 메이저 우승자한테 리스펙을 하세요라고 꼽을 먹였습니다.
Oh. Nico, he can't play this. He can't do anything right now. It's up to G2 at the bomb site. As Hunter trapped down in pit, he's in a lot of trouble.
아웃사이더 팀.
Get brushed aside, but that's when James cooks up something.
모네시라면 1대3 클러치 할 수 있지 않을까요? 한 발 쏘고 세이버로 빠집니다. 답은 살려야지. 오늘 모네시 선수는 크림슨 키모노에 M9 루비 칼에 네, 아시모프 딱 스티커 자기 이름 박힌 걸로 골드.
0-4 heading into that previous round. He picks it up with a 4K, goes on to open up this one.
저 시크릿 랩 카스 메이저 의자 흰색 빨강이던데.
Suddenly, G2 money is really called into question. VP streaked together these rounds.
뭐야?
James was just shy of a free AWP. You know that's gonna haunt him.
Yeah.
못 먹었어?
He loves a discount online, looking for coupon codes. But great exit either way, right? Removing that AWP from G2, and you talk about the back-to-back rounds.
아우 제임스 선수 스프레이 뭐야 이거?
The damage to the G2 economy is already beginning in this map. And it didn't really take long for VP to get
메이저
activated, did
우승팀
it?
또 이거 또
뭐래요?
니코한테는 없는 니코한테는 없는 메이저 유관 VP 선수들? 전 아웃사이더? 몰라 이거 유관대 무관 대결이라서 이게 또 메이저에서 업셋이 날 수 있는데 디글 니코의 디글? 모네시의 디글? 훅시의 디글?
Looking very comfortable despite the limiting factors that Overpass provides. We've seen lots of B fakery into top hits this round.
이거 역전당하면 그 트위치 가서 그 G2 e스포츠 그 놀리는 그거 그 중국어로 된 거 그거 좀 복사 붙여넣기 해주세요. 아직 하지 말고 아직 역전 안 되겠으니까. 니까오? 자 이번 라운드는 CT가 이코 딕을 들고 시작하면서 버투스프로가 한 점 더 따라잡을 수 있을 것 같은데 B숏으로 물고 오는데 니코 선수 머리통이 살짝 날아갔고요.
That actually probably sends VP away from this stack down at lower.
Yeah, and G2 know exactly what that means.
상대가 B 쪽 좀 있는 것 같으니까 바로 돌려버리고 있고요.
Oh, but they doubt it. VP are just playing with your ears. You don't know what to believe.
제임스 선수가 한 번 더 체크를 해보는데 안 보였고요. 그냥 A 가기로. 그러면 A 앵커인 모네시 디글 크림슨 웹 오 더블킬은 없었습니다. 숫자는 3대3 동점이긴 해. 예, 총이 없어서 문제지만 유틸이 없어요. 예, 유틸이 없어서 해보나? 되나? 리테이크 되나요? 헌터 선수가 5-7 킬을 따면서 숫자가 자, A롱 한 명 찾아놨는데 제임스 선수가 토일렛에 숨어있는데 CT 어떻게 킷도 없고 스모크도 없고 AK를 먹고 아이고 하하 그래도 피해를 많이 준 G2 e스포츠긴 합니다. 예, 클로즈 라운드 아까운 라운드였네요. 3대4 이제 한 점까지 왔습니다. 플릿 선수 아직도 0킬 7데스로 부진하고 있고요. 예, 4라운드는 아니었으니까 없는 게 당연한 라운드긴 했죠. 예. 훈따 선수 ADR 112 8킬 상대 노버 선수와 비슷하게 노버 선수도 7킬 ADR 116 블릿 선수 0킬 7데스 ADR 29인 선수도 있고
They've got to stem the bleeding now because if VP win this and go on to have this 4-round streak that very quickly becomes 5.
여기 오버패스는 좀 치열하네요. 지금까지 봤던 메이저 오버패스는 다 막 10대1 이런 경기가 지금 한 2개인가 3개 넘게 있었는데 VP가 공격을 잘 성공시키고 있는 것 같다는 생각이 자기들이 pik한 맵인가?
And there are still weaknesses for VP. Flitz 0-7. We saw that ugly spray to Monacy on the A side as well.
그리고 G2가 원래 오버패스를 그동안 계속 안 하지 않았나요?
What if it starts to? What if Flit wakes up and delivers one of these incredible rifle
네,
rounds that he is capable
이번에는
of. He has
밴을
so
안
much
하고 플레이를 하고
individual
있습니다.
skill on VP. All stuck behind the cohesive brain of James, who will
스모크
wear his teammates and opponents thin.
CT 두 명이
impatience rather.
B숏으로 나가서 워터를 클리어하는데 이런 인포를 따고 오, 니코 선수의 뚝배기가 페임의 AK 원탭으로 이러면 A사이트에 혼자 남은 모네시 놓쳤어요. 스모크 치고 빠지는데 아 유틸 데미지가 뱅크에서 도망치는 모네시 5대4 리테이크를 해야 될 게 됐습니다. 세이브 야, VP 갑자기 공격을 성공시킵니다. 0승 아니죠. 그러니까 0대4에서 4연패에서 다시 4연승 하고 있는 VP. A 롱에서 페임 선수가 니코를 보내고 혼자 오퍼로 보고 있는 모네시를 유틸로 뒤쪽으로 밀어내고 설치하고 그대로 CT가 세이브 선택하면서 4대4 동점이 됩니다.
With the AWP, and that now might force a reaction for G2 where they feel like they need to fight for middle, fight for toilets. They've not been in connector in this game. Because if you give VP that much room and let them get close A, and they're going to be running those executes on you, you will have no chance. You've got to win retakes, and that can be so uncomfortable.
약간 VP가 이제
VP go back to heavy B.
그런 팀이죠.
Honestly, will take a mid angle.
누잼.
So they could be walking in on his left side. So timings being considered. Out he goes. Nico down in connector for now.
근데 되게 단단해요. 잘해요. 파워 랭킹도 높고.
Even if it feels like the answer is to try to take more room, they're a team that hinge so much on the opening fight, on that opening engagement. And so by trying to take space, you are giving them those chances to get the openers they're so desperately looking for.
Yeah, I think the first gun round for G2 was the best look, where they were actually still on bonus and they stalled VP out so well. They held their smokes really well. They're still doing so now. They've got 2 left, but there's a minute on the clock. And VP are actually being a lot more.
자, 모네시가 모네시래. G2가 연패를 끊고 라운드를 가져가 볼 수 있을지.
Looking like they want to go back down lower, and G2 just pull a player back in time.
훅시가 스모크를 쳐주고 몬스터에 딱 깔립니다. 35초까지 시간을 태우고 있는 PP. CT는 셋업 똑같습니다. 모네시와 니코가 A 홀딩, 나머지 B 3명. 테러 숏과 몬스터로 스플릿해서 B사이트 들어오네요.
Hooksy trying to hold the line, but he's going to need to support him in next. Both playing this down in the pit. 10 seconds is down to the wire from Virtus.pro. 1 kill in the right place could do it, but the bomb comes in.
폭탄 설치.
will put a stop to it. It's
훅시의 USP 킬.
swinging it wide. And
마무리되는 리테이크에 성공합니다.
G2 from Virtus.pro.
Yeah, Hooksy definitely does, because he almost threw the entire round away. At 15 seconds, he throws his molly monster. It bounces on the back wall. It explodes in the air.
G2가 4연패를 끊고 5대4를 만듭니다.
VP even got close to the plant.
뭐해?
Instead, VP get all the space they need to get the plant, they get the money, but G2 get the round.
니코 선수가
Finally putting a stop to this streak.
모네시의 손을 치우고 헤드셋 마이크를 입에다 더 가까이 붙이라고 한 건가? 뭐 이것이.
And some nice rotates out of G2. They had a very clear picture of what was happening in that round, right? Monesty, the moment VP hit that orb fire off, they know they've kind of been out positioned there. They've been out red. The stack was in, down towards lower.
오, 프리스 선수의 부스팅을 뚫는 연막 헤드샷이었나요? 니코가 커넥터에서 그래도 상대 오퍼를 제거하고 4대4까지. 오오오, 앞뒤로 연막샷. 니코 싸우고 싶어서 미쳤어요 지금. 근데 갇힌 것 같아요. 지금 3명이 이쪽 보고 있는데. 네, 공짜 킬을 당합니다. 플릿 선수의 더블킬. 나오는데 노버 선수 기다리고 있었어요. 모네시가 미스샷을 내고 이거는 상대가 너무 느리게 오니까 G2가 그냥 앞으로 나가다가 늪에 걸려들었어요. 버투스프로의 이 늪카스에 걸려들고 있어요. 침대에 카스 테러가 들어누워가지고 20초 될 때까지 안 들어오니까 CT가 에이씨 나가봐 이러면서 머리 내미는데 다 기다리고 있는 곳에서 잡혀버립니다. 니가와 카스, 철권도 니가와가 한때 이제 철권 7 시절에 니가와 철권 이런 걸로 이제 많이 말이 많았었는데 니가와 카스를 하고 있는 VP. 그러니까 계속 유틸 쓰게 만들고 막 이러니까 뭐 그렇게 된 것 같아요. 근데 사실 오버패스 시티는 안 나가도 되지 않나? 그 사이트 간의 로테이션이 워낙 빨라서 잘 모르겠네요 사실. 걸려들고 있고 지금 5대5 동점이 돼 있습니다. 근데 그렇게 상대의 유틸을 쓰게 만들고 자기들은 딱 사이트 안에 크리티컬하게 집어넣을 유틸만 딱 남겨두고 이제 들어온다. 자, 절대 러시 없습니다. 이 팀은 상대를 보지 않고 잡아야 돼요. 마음의 눈으로 월뱅을 쏘고 유틸을 던져서 막아야 됩니다. 자, 이번에는 4명의 선수들이 몬스터 바깥에 있고요. 숏파이프로 2명 들어가고 제임 선수의 플래시뱅과 함께 워터를 클리어하는 2명의 VP. 그래서 페임 선수를 커넥터 앞쪽까지 진출시키는데 성공하고요. 들어온다. 오, 이번에는 G2가 플래시 타이밍을 정말 기가 막히게 넣네요. 와, 50초대에 적절하게 플래시뱅 터뜨리면서 몬스터로 나갔는데 2명의 테러 눈먼 거 발견하고 더블킬을 냈습니다. G2는 심리전을 통해서 유틸을 읽어서 던져야 돼. 상대가 이쯤이면은 와 있으려나 하면서. 이러면 20초 깨지는데 3명의 선수 세이브. 진짜 제임 타임이다 이거는. 제임 선수가 실제로 뛰고 있는 세이브 시간 제임 타임입니다. 더블 세이브 하고요.
And it's actually a perfect storm for VP to save in this round. They can drop 2 guns over for the 2 players who fell. And they can get right back on the horse for round 12.
트레이드 없이 2명 죽으면 세이브하는 팀.
Overall, VP can be satisfied, but they want more. They always want more.
이번에는 G2 e스포츠가 50초대에 정확하게 플래시뱅을 던져주면서 라운드를 따고 전반전의 마지막 라운드가 시작됩니다. 모네시는 풀바이 할 때 제우스까지 사네요.
damage has been considerable. Hooksy got picked here once, but it's been getting a lot of wallbangs, a lot of nade and molly damage as well on water. VP, this is lightning
자,
fast in comparison to what we've seen.
CT도 똑같습니다. 예, 니코 모네시 A 보고 나머지 3명 B 보고 이런 커넥터 보고 오 노버 선수가 있는 타임에 전진 빨리 오는데? 이번에 빨리 오는데? 아 이번엔 빨리 왔어요. 예상하지 못했어요. 아니 1분이나 남았는데 벌써 들어오다니. 아 CT 타이밍 못 읽었어요. 걸어 들어왔습니다. 세상에.
VP are just baiting for it. They're shooting at barrels like they don't
넥사
have
선수만
a
사이트
player
안에
there.
남는데.
Nexa, this might be a jump scare as the mist fades and finds the face. 3-on-3. VP may be out the
이러면
B side,
들어오던
but also out,
폭탄
going back to top.
나가요.
Only Nico in toilets.
그리고 버투스프로는 이미 A 사이트 쪽으로 로테이션을 돌고 있었고 CT도 이미 자리 잡혀있거든요. 니코나 모네시 위치 보면 A 수비 위치가 다 단단하게 잡혀있어요. 니코한테 니코가 당하면 트럭 뒤에 모네시 플래시뱅과 몰리에 버투스프로 공격 진짜 재밌게 잘하네요.
VP are not the type of team to give these ones away for free. Jame posted back at toilets. Contact made from the site player, and they're even wrapping next to
지었습니다. 오버패스에서 T사이드에서 6점을 따내는 버투스프로 이게 6대6 동점이 되네요.
So little do this team, and I love the game plan on the half for VP because when you think, all right, who's playing that top side on the CT overpass? It's actually Monacy and Nico. So of course VP are running all these early BXX and trying to completely avoid running into that AWP. The two full commits on A in that half. Monacy gets full mollied, once behind Dice, once behind Truck. He never really gets a chance to do anything in this CT side once we hit gun rounds for VP.
그러니까 버투스프로가 상대 이제 모네시 선수 오퍼가 항상 A 사이트에 있다는 거를 이제 눈치를 채니까 물론 이제 B부터 두들기긴 해요. 상대 오퍼가 없으니까 B부터 두들기는데 A로 갈 때는 항상 적절한 곳에 몰리와 플래시를 이용해서 모네시 선수를 무력화시키는 거를 작전을 진짜 잘 써서 이렇게 공격 6점을 딸 수가 있었습니다. 그러니까 방금도 트럭 뒤에 있었는데 몰리랑 플래시뱅 때문에 거의 뭐 쏴보지도 못하고 갔죠 모네시가. 이제 피스톨 라운드 진영을 바꾸는데 자, G2가 공격에서 점수를 딸 수 있을런지.
Nico still floating around there, I guess, but the bulk of G2 group for the B play.
This is crazy. 4 upper and Norbert at monster with Julies. Like, the only way VP win this round is if Norbert just shreds them, gets 3 kills. And all in the while, VP are being sold this lie. Nico spotting top site.
니코가 앞장섭니다. 혼자? 본대! 잘 뚫었네요. 이러면 상대가 A 사이트에 4명을 스택시켜 놨기 때문에 지금 사이트 열리게 되고요. 자, CT 수비가 적은 반대편 사이트를 잘 찔러주고 있는 테러. 폭탄까지 설치가 되고 4대4.
Nico is completely up and left. So Jame gets here a little later. VP very comfortable playing down to the wire.
들어옵니다. 오, USP가 헤드샷. 야, 버투스프로의 피스톨 에임이.
And he delivers around 2 VP late on the rotate, last man in. But what an impression he's made.
Yeah, in the sky, coming from the heavens. And he still hits that shot mid-air.
오늘 G2 어려운 싸움이 될 것 같네요.
Crazy solo B setup that only goes 1-for-1. You feel like G2 that round was
제임 선수의 플라잉 USP.
over the line, not in the post plant. Taking open fights from back monster to set up those aggressive players, but VP knew exactly where they were. Their first timeout. Well, the game plan's gone swimmingly, and VP with the
피스톨
pistol round now
라운드를
wants to
따고 첫
try
번째
and work out
타임아웃이네요.
how G2 will be using these Galils, these inevitable guns in the second round. You don't see T sides plant the bomb and the pistol and then eco. It simply does not happen. The opportunity to break the CT's money in round 2 is so tantalizing. And on a map like Overpass, you take everything you can get.
HooXi, someone who's drawn his fair share of criticism in the G2 jersey. This is going to be like
자,
the kind of ultimate
버투스프로가
test for him if he's
6대6
able
상황에서 첫 번째
pull out
피스톨
a winning
라운드를
T side on
따고
VP's
총을
map
사서
pick whilst
시작을 합니다.
they're on
물론
the favored side of the
G2도
two with a secured lead now, so
포스바이를
you'd
할 수
like to
있었죠.
think
폭탄이 설치했기
this
때문에
is a real
갈릴
test
세자루.
of the brain power that HooXi possesses. And he does have pieces to play with today, right? We're getting a nice game out of Hunter. Good stuff from Nexa as well.
기차
Nico,
지나고
honestly, a little
던집니다.
quiet. The latter is somewhat awkward because we've said oftentimes in games where Monacy isn't,
슛 파이프 너머로 살짝
like 20,
갔다가
25 kills. It's often a bit of a struggle for
뒤로
G2.
빠지는.
I mean, Monacy needs to be a piranha in a pool on this T side. He needs to be everywhere,
무기를 바꿔먹고.
running around the
자,
map,
헌터
finding these
선수가 체력이
entries,
달아서. 예.
finding these gaps.
The thing that's so beautiful about it is that VP make every team play their game.
전진하고
Like, the way the
있었던
G2's T side
니코와
has
뒤에서
begun here,
합류하고
they've
5명의
done
테러
kind of
모두
ballsy grouped up
토일렛
fast
앞에.
play that you're used to seeing out of the squad. Instead, they've started off slow. They went down towards B. Now
버투스프로는
they're grouped over
일찌감치
here in
사이트 안에
middle,
들어가
looking
있는
for the A
셋업. A 사이트에 3명 있습니다.
But VP are
다
more
유틸
than
던질
ready to
준비를
receive
하고
three
있어요.
players in the top site. Util in
다
hand
스모크
for
던질 준비만
everyone
하고 있어요.
on this CT side.
이거 보고 던져줍니다.
They start to drop
근데
back in there with the
잘못
first
던진
sign
것
of
같고.
Util from G2.
뭐 상관없죠. 스모크만 잘 깔리면.
Smokes everywhere. That smoke's awkward.
혹시 돌진?
To have to try and play around it.
오, 팀킬 할 뻔했는데?
Nexa whittled down by his captain, but they will overrun the
테러가
entire
뚫어요.
site. Flit, miss spray, and now it's just normal.
오, 근데 아직
He's the
모른다.
back of Nexa.
오.
He does more damage.
훅시,
Can't follow up on a HooXi,
트리플
who
킬.
will safeguard that round with a 3K. Makes up
방금
for the
마지막
damage done to
순간에
Nexa.
테러 2명
What an
딸피어서
unbelievable
이거
round from
파마스로
HooXi there.
충분히
Three kills,
크러치 할 수 있었는데
훅시가
훅시가 갈릴로 뚝배기 까버리면서 라운드를 살립니다. 여기 엔트리부터 진짜 장난 없게 했고요. 물론 이제 플래시뱅의 눈에 멀어서 앞에 있던 팀원 뚝배기를 까긴 했는데 헌터가 뭐라 한 건가? 뭐 아무튼 라운드를
VP don't like that answer back.
이겼습니다.
They are the ones broke now. 14 to 1800 a player. Ugly on CT side overpass. G2 have manifested a
VP
perfect opportunity.
두 번째 타임아웃을
No one heard from
방금
VP. They knew
지자마자
the
바로
force buy
또
was
꺼내요.
coming. They knew that they had to buckle down, play that like it's a full-on rifle round, give the respect to G2, and they weren't able to resist in spite of having a well-founded stack. Everyone on the right side of the map, fast rotates down from that B site. Felt like they were there instantly.
Yeah, I wonder about a close smoke. I feel like when VP have 3 guns already in the site before rotates come in, they drop that stairs smoke in front of A, but I think VP want those fights. That's, they have such a crossfire established, but I think they're overcooking it with Util.
자, D2 스포츠가 피스톨 라운드 때 폭탄을 설치했었거든요. 그래서 두 번째 라운드 때 포스바이를 할 수 있었고 그거를 통해서 다시 7대7 동점을 맞춰줄 수가 있었습니다. 그럼 반대로 CT가 돈이 없고 USP 가볍게 들어가는 훅시 상남자 기가체드 훅시 여기서 노바 선수가 뒤통수를 죽이지 못하고 딸피 처리하고 싶어서 막 쏘는데
I'm really curious what this next round's going to look like for VP.
Yeah,
because
덴마크 홈 관중들이 훅시 선수도 올라오기만을 기다리고
it's pretty
있습니다.
standard to buy in this situation. So VP going for an eco is against the grain, but I'm not one to question it. I want to see how VP utilize this.
VP
part of the idea is
보통
like, you should force here
이런
because then you're going to
피스톨 풀
reset
리코
G2.
라운드
They've got
되면
loads of money. They want the
5명
eco,
몰려서
they want the force rather,
푸시하는
they can guns
그림도
up.
은근히 많이 나오는데
So,
VP는
VP could invest
그냥
more next
사이트
round than
안에
they are in
4명을
this.
스택
Try and catch
시켜놓고
G2 off guard. With double
저기
eco.
들어오기를 기다립니다.
We'll see. Smoke time is good. 30 seconds. G2 might have to go through with a bomb. It's going to reset.
G2가 상대 4명 있는 A 사이트를 택했어요. 변수가 될 수 있을지. 연막샷. 야! 뭐해 G2야!
They need this kill. They got to deal with Mia right now. No! And they will lock it in. Hunter looks like he had no idea that he was in at the
헌터 선수가 트리플 킬로 잘 했는데 방금은 G2 선수끼리 약간 좀 피드백을 해야죠. 선수들끼리 겹치면서 등을 지들끼리 AK로 쐈어요. 그래서 USP에 일렬로 그냥 가버렸는데 이거 헌터가 마무리 못했으면 조질 뻔한 라운드였습니다. 팀원들한테 등을 그냥 AK로 긁어달라고 내미는데 코치가 타임아웃 걸죠. 얘들아 컴다운. 헌터가 잘해주고 있어요. 15킬 8데스.
G2 poised for a 2-round gap. Unless Flit can stop it. I like that they put
양팀 7대8 팽팽한
pretty
경기.
quiet. He was 0-6 to start the game.
VP는 플릿 선수의 히어로 M4 그리고 이번에도 피스톨 이코를 해야 됩니다.
So let's see if this boost up
부스팅 해주고요.
Gonna employ some little gimmicks. Anything you can to give Flit an edge.
근데 이번에 테러는 B 쪽 앞으로도 아무도 안 가 있고 전부 군수대 미드 쪽으로 플래시뱅과 함께 A롱으로 진출. 사이트에 A 사이트에 제임 선수 혼자 스모크를 들고 있어서
But they've done this so early in the round that they can afford to wait it out.
좋은 방향으로 가고 있는 건 맞습니다.
G2 will always be walking into a stack. You'll never get rid of that.
상대 스모크를 보고
But even so,
팀원들 아직 안 움직이고요.
They can save the M4 if this is an A hit. Right now it feels inevitable.
자, 어떻게 하나요?
들어갈 준비합니다.
던지고 스모크 깔리고 제임 선수는 연막 뒤로 숨고 자 거의 빈집으로 잘 들어왔습니다. G2 세이브 올 세이브
So this is a well put together streak of rounds from G2 where they've dealt with the stresses that VP have left them under.
다음 라운드 풀바이를 위해서
and they find success on the back of it, allowing them
숨는데
this temporary glimpse of that winning feeling on the T side.
G2도 상대 헌팅 하려다가 또 총을 넘겨주거나 하면은 살짝 골치 아파질 수도. 와우. 잘 처리합니다. 예, G2 선수들이 G2 선수들이 잘 처리를 해줬습니다.
And we'll come through with a rebuy now. We've been waiting some time. G2 have laid out a T side ahead of them off the back of winning that force buy round. And now they got to do right by it. Look for double digits. James Orb comes through immediately.
7대9 양 팀의 풀바이 오퍼들도 AWP를 사옵니다. 이번 라운드에는 페임 선수가 굉장히 이런 타이밍에 미드 앞쪽까지 진출을 했다가 이제 돌아가네요. 토일렛 중간 바나나 쪽에 혼자 스모크요. G2는 아까랑 똑같은 것 같은데 5명이 전부 몬스터 쪽은 들여다보지도 않고 전부 A 쪽을 향하고 있습니다.
for G2 in the series, stealing away VP's map pick.
Oh, have we got an old school setup close along with the orb covering?
페임.
Even flash them in, they're gonna go for it.
페임과 제임.
Boost up.
부스팅해서 오 플래시뱅 던지는 걸 잡았어요. 모네시. 모네시 더블킬. 페임과 제임. 모네시에게 당하고 플래시뱅이 근데 오 엄청 크게 먹긴 했는데 니코가 이번엔 니코 모네시 니코 모네시 원투 펀치에 더블킬 각각 A 사이트를 박살내면서 들어옵니다. 노버 선수는 혼자 세이브할 수밖에 없네요.
This was meant to be where they started streaking rounds, putting rounds back on the board. This was kind of the last stand of Virtus.pro here on Overpass. And with that one getting away from them, this save.
방금은 A 롱에서 페임 선수와 제임 선수가 이제 뒤에서 플래시뱅 던져주면 A 롱을 팀원이 체크하는 그 더블 셋업을 했는데 플래시뱅 던지려고 점프하는 순간을 모네시가 더블로 땄어요. 그리고 바로 더블킬로 이어지고.
G2 have never lost this match. There's something to be said for that with how many
AK는
teams struggle
세이브하네요.
against VP, and even when VP aren't in tournament winning form, some of the rosters they're able to remove, group teams, win a couple of matches in playoffs. Like we say,
이번 라운드 이기면 유리해지는
VP can beat
건데
anyone.
What the fuck.
Maybe except G2.
더블킬.
Around for Mone시, catches that
니코도
perfect jump timing, and that gives all the info away. He turns to dodge a flash. He does it on his own. Nico also hits some stunning headshots on the A side, and he's been relatively quiet. So
가투, 황투.
no better time like that for the stars of G2 to shine.
G2의 디폴트. 버투스프로도 네 앞쪽까지 진출했다가 다시 뒤로 사이트로 땡겼고요. 돌아왔습니다.
This buy up for VP has the whole game riding on it.
Yeah.
오히려 CT 와서 못해진 것 같은 느낌이 드는데 VP가 테러는 기가 막혔는데요.
Trying to take advantage of all this conditioning they've done, right?
CT 와서는 뭔가 특출난 뭔가가 약간 안 보이는 느낌이에요.
VP know that they've boosted in most of these CT rounds and they've never seen anyone. So you're trying to play with the paranoia that you've set in. Nico left lurking through the toilets, through the bathrooms. Util throwing out earlier on over towards long. That re-smoking at Monster. Nexa decides to try play ahead of it. Mone시 will reply.
어떻게?
Nails that trade through the smoke.
와 스모크샷.
Set up to move on in.
야 훅시와 헌터가 뚫고 들어와요. G2 계속 A 가다가 이번에는 B였습니다.
Jane wanted to
Trying to do the lineup, yeah, but he can't do it in time. That Molly denies it. So not even that goes their way.
그러니까 원래 이제 오버패스 CT가 약간 진출이 생명이거든요. 저게 이제 막 A롱으로도 나가서 끝까지 가보고 초반에 A 사이트에서 이제 미드 끝까지 쭉 달려서 분수대 쪽 땅까지 먹어보고 뭐 틈만 나면 몬스터랑 B쇼 기어 나가서 커넥터 보고 이런 식으로 약간 해야 되는데 지금까지 버투스프로는 그냥 사이트 안에 틀어박혀 있어요. 그래서 G2가 그냥 디폴트 그냥 들어가 그냥 끝나 있고 약간 이거의 반복이었어요 지금까지는. 막 부스팅도 막 사이트 안에서 해서 안쪽 죽이고 막 나가고 이래야 되는데 다 그냥 다 사이트 스택 3-2로 스택하고 그냥 들어오기만을 있으니까 G2 정도 체급되면은 그냥 이제 사이트 따먹은 거는 이제 말도 이제 거의 뭐 쉬우니까.
So in a must-win matchup at 2-2 for the playoffs of the first CS2 major, G2 have come to the table.
이번에는 제임 선수가 더블 들고 나왔는데 또 들어가죠. 또 뒤로 가요. 네.
But don't be the one to doubt VP from a losing position.
자, 제임 선수가 메인 오퍼 혼자 바나나 쪽에 보고 있는데 이번에도 슬금슬금 사이트 안으로 들어가는데요. 예, 들어가죠. 슬금슬금 사이트 또 이제 이러면은 G2는 이번에 또 똑같이 아까는 B였으니까 이번에 A, A롱 셋, 플레이그라운드 둘. 사이트 안에서 그냥 점프하면서 연막만 들고. 예. 약간 이제 플래시뱅 까고 나가서 잡는 그런 거, 푸시 같은 걸 조금 보여줘야 될 텐데. 여기 테러 그냥 걸어 들어가요. 뭐 어떤 압박을 안 받아요. 중간에 푸시 그냥 걸어가요. 예, 쭉. 아 유틸 집어넣고 어우 편하다. 근데 일단 2대1로 트레이드를 많이 내긴 했습니다. 들어오는데요. 니코 트럭 뒤에 한 명 숨어있고 뱅크에 한 명 숨어있고 지금도 그냥 뒤에 있었네. 연막이 거쳤네요. 예, 연막이 거쳤어. 오 모네시. 아 더블 공중에 버리고 때립니다. 욕하니까 갑자기 수비를 성공하는 버투스프로.
I don't think we would see VP double or, but that's a sick round from VP. G2 slow it down because they lose the trades on shore. So Nico has to wait for that.
이번에는 버투스프로가 트레이드를 좀 더 잘 내줬어요. 예. 플래시뱅과 함께
Nico's trying to clear the truck player, but there's no smoke in bank. That orb just bears down.
이거는 뭐냐 모네시. 대박.
They save James orb every single time, no matter the cost.
대박.
VP, they got the receipts and they've got 8 rounds.
네, 어서 오세요.
Finding something on the CT buy.
플릭샷.
Aggression suddenly
카스2에서는 플릭샷의 정확도가 옛날만 야 욕하니까 페임 선수가 놀이터까지 진격해서 이렇게 더블킬을 합니다. 이걸 원했죠 사실은. CT가 그냥 초반에 쭉 달려와서 따고 들어가 버리는 게 오버패스 CT인데 해냈습니다. G2 갑자기 일격 상대가 이제 약간 변화한 걸 느꼈죠. 이거.
I mean, part of those plays is kind of what you expect when you see the names on VP, right? You have such aggressive riflers, especially in their previous teams.
물론 헌터와 넥사 선수가 2대5를 할 수도 있습니다만
That feels like the evolution of VP when they started playing, speedy T-side rounds or a couple times a half. Send those those pack rifles to just chase. And VP run amok in this round. They go back for more.
게임 선수 정말 좋은 위치. 인포를 따고요.
There's still a second player that G2 shouldn't be ready for.
한 명 더 왔어요.
Missed opportunity.
Uh-oh. Should still be a save.
Yeah, they are just saving, and that's the thing. VP are trying to do as much damage as they can. They want to break G2.
두 명 세이브 중인데.
This hunt might have to be called off. It's not worth sacrificing everything if you're VP. James is very careful
CT도
with his
적을
checks
찾으러
and
가다가
balances.
두 명 당하긴 했습니다.
So they decide they put enough resources into trying to remove these guns. The scoreline's still closing up, and that's exactly what James wants.
9대 11.
Game. VP nipping at the heels of G2.
초크2는 인정.
They have enough money here to get 4 rifles, but they're going to have next to no util outside of what was saved.
11점의 G2? 이거 위험합니다. 예.
Honestly gets his orb back. But this is not a winning recipe for G2, and I like the timeout, honestly. It feels like they need some time, both to talk over the buy and how they're going to play from the back foot in this round. They are very limited in terms of the
타임아웃을 G2가 사용하고요.
I mean, this would be, right as we were singing G2's praises, they, pull it together, they start strong. They have a great 5-round streak on the T side. It feels like it's all happening for G2. What a devastating way it would be to lose the map after that. VP just wake up at the final hurdle,
이 선수 왜 이렇게 이쁘게 생겼냐? 잘 생겼는데요.
And deliver G2 a knockout blow to go into map 2. Losing hurts, but losing against VP really hurts.
무대 11. 자, G2 볼까요? 태꾸 갈릴 2개, AK 딱 괜찮은 느낌인데요. 뭐 이제는 어떻게 할지. 와우, 모네시 상대 B숏 전진을 완벽히 틀어박았습니다. 따이자마자 바로 사이트 안으로 쏙 들어가고 있는 나머지 CT 선수들. 스모크가 다 쳐지고 돌립니다. 태꾸를 든 헌터 선수만 남겨두고, 자, 이 선수는 커넥터 체크하면서 올라오고 본대랑 합류하겠네요. 이러면 숏이랑 커넥터가 클리어 됐다는 인포를 따고 A 사이트로 좀 돌려보냅니다. 그 사이에 테러는 A 롱에 4명 와 있고. VP가 4명 전부 B 사이트에 도박 했어요. 아, 이러면 G2 개꿀. 사이트에 아무도 없네. 노보 선수가 일단 저기 커넥터로 올라오고 있는데 헌터 선수가 인포를 따주고 나머지 다 세이브하러 헤쳐모여.
One more step.
더.
Don't want to lose anyone here when you've committed the save, but Norbert didn't get the memo. Mone시 will knock him out on the AWP. That entire round is won by Monesi's off.
12점에 도착합니다. G2.
James is very particular about how rounds go down and how VP should
모네시의
play
더블킬.
once they've lost that opening gunfight.
편하게 했네요.
And so
모네시 더블킬
sometimes one kill is all it
16킬
takes to
도착.
beat this team. And in a round
마지막
where
타이머
G2 were
써봅니다.
very much on the back foot, they had limited resources coming into it. They scavenged a buy together after saving that AWP in the round prior. It proves to be the undoing of Virtus Pro there, and a timeout now called through, the last one for Virtus Pro as they try to embark on this streak of rounds right down the stretch to bring us into overtime.
눈동자가
Anyone in regulation
아주
as well. I agree with what you said earlier about how you've enjoyed Hooksie's calling in this game. I think
파랗고 투명한
compare these
눈이었어요.
two in-game leaders. It's like the old
아무튼
fable of the tortoise and the hare, right?
여기
Jay being
VP가
the
픽을 한
slow and
맵이라서
steady and calculated tortoise,
G2가
and
스틸
Hooksy being
하면
the hungry hare.
다음 맵
And,
인페르노에서
well, Hooksie's done a great job at
2대0으로
tempering the
스틸 할
pace
수
in
있을
some of these
겁니다.
T-side
2대0으로
rounds.
할 수
And you know,
있습니다.
after Monaci is finding picks, the groups have been really tight, and G2
모네시는 18살
end up like that old fable.
잼민이입니다. 잼민이? 급식?
That's the thing, there hasn't really been a lot of
Yeah,
pace
good
in these T-side rounds for G2. It's been nice. They've played VP's own game and beat them at it for the most part. It's actually just a battle of two tortoises. And Hooksy is the slightly better tortoise right now.
Well, at least the tortoise wins. Someone's got to. Will it be here and now for G2?
자, 버투스프로도 일단은 풀바이 양팀의 오퍼 딱까지 진검승부. 버투스프로는 한 번의 실수 없이
Spam lineup for Mir.
3번을 연속 이겨서 OT까지 끌고 가봐야
Still standing
되는데
there, dangerous. So close to the mark, but
월뱅
not a point.
이번에는 토일렛 더블 셋업.
Playing a little bit more aggressive. And G2 finally looking like they do want to go for this.
오, 약간 A 사이트로 돌려놔서 지금 B에 2명. 근데 G2가 B 볼 생각이에요.
VP have a lot of util left, but that might not matter.
니코만 혼자 플랭킹 감시하고
and Norbert, 2 Molotovs, 1 is pinned, ready to go.
일단 몬스터의 스모크 깔린 타이밍은 좋았습니다. 30초.
If anyone could withstand the B-pop, you'd like to think it's going to be him.
Nico kind of has to play here because they've got 20 seconds. He's lurking
They've
so
just missed
late.
this timing, right? They just peeked out, and right as Nico
Timing.
crosses down in the connector,
20초.
did he see that?
Disaster. Doesn't matter. They're stacking B anyway. They know.
니코가 뒤를 볼까요?
Close on the backstab.
안 봤네요.
That kill is free.
본대
Nico
들어옵니다.
just down
몬스터로
the middle, and
들어오는
Norbert
족족
close on the line.
플래시뱅 맞고.
Sends G2 packing. Fantastic spray from Norbert, well controlled, full blind the whole time.
플래시뱅 맞고 몬스터 들어오는 족족 스프레이로
Just dodging Nico as he moves and
잡혀버립니다.
flicks his way down through the connector.
And that play is perfect because even whether or not he kills him, whether or not he spots him, what it does tell you is, guys, we have front toilets at 20 seconds. There is no way this is an A hit. G2 must be outside monster. So VP, they ready the forces. Not only do they have
20초가 되도록 토일렛에 이제 CT 더블 셋업 하고 있는데 거기로 안 오니까 야 이거 무조건 몬스터 오겠지 B. 그래서 플래시뱅을 까? 그럼 바로 눈 멀고 다 죽었습니다. 예.
Closer and closer to that finish line.
I like this though, right? Like you know, you don't have any pauses left, but if one thing can be said about this game, it's that
니코
the
뭐해?
rounds
뭐했어요?
have been long.
니코 뭐해?
They only end when you actually look to get into a site, so you can take
이제
all this
움직이네요.
time before that to talk about how you want to play this next gun round. Because for G2, it's do or die in
키보드로
this
욕한
next
거
gun
아니에요?
round.
Yeah, sure, they have the
채팅 친 거
feeling
아닌가?
that, okay, we got overtime in our back pocket, but right now James has you right where he wants you. You know?
AFK 하고
Like
마이크
that
키고
save in the 4v5
톡식 한번
all led to
갈기고.
this. They gave up map point, knowing they could play the long game, knowing they could win
야
those last
이거
couple of gun
이거
rounds to get us into bonus play.
저는 근데 오버패스 B사이트 공격할 때
James does not.
몬스터 몰빵은 진짜 개 위험하다고 생각하거든요. 그러니까 누군가는 진짜 최소 한 명은 B숏 가서 같이 들어와야 되는 거 아닌가? 그 저거 방금은 그냥
Careless.
4명을 그냥 싹 그냥
James on for the ace right now, and it's only up against these pistols, but what an impression made.
네,
Fane
이번
comes
라운드
in and
이제
finishes off the job.
내주고.
Okay, G2, this is the moment. This is the time. If VP bring this one into overtime,
여기가 이제
you're in their domain all
분수령입니다.
of a sudden.
여기
And so G2, they just
테러가
took a whole
근데
minute at the start of that round to talk about the moves
모네시
they want to make
선수
here, how they want to
딕을
play this round.
니코
Let's
갈릴
hope it was worth it.
해야 돼요.
Already showed us
이걸로
5 rounds in a row on this T side. G2 have done more than
OT를
expected,
가느냐
but
G2의 첫 번째 맵 스틸이냐.
Even this is brutal, right? Like,
정규
think about
라운드
how essential that
24번째
Monastery
마지막
has been. That
라운드는
will not be making
몬스터
appearance
스모크와 함께
in the final round
출발합니다.
of
맵에 몰리
regulation.
4개
Monastery's down to
깔리고
a deagle. As he
아주
brings
빠른
out the
테러의
intel for
커넥터
G2
전진.
faster in towards the connector. G2 want a bit more pace on this round.
Yeah, Hunter trading
살짝
out
페이스를 올렸는데.
nice 1-2 punch here. Hunter has been
자,
reliable.
버투스프로는 아까 이겼던 그 라운드의 셋업, 네, 페임과 제임 선수가 토일렛 진출해서 더블 셋업, A 사이트는 비워놓고 B에 3명 가 있고. 자, G2는 이번에 A 쪽으로 가는 것 같은데요. 옵니다. 이 2명의 선수 한테로 연막 안으로 걸어 들어오는데 제임과 페임의 토일렛 더블 셋업, 테러 3명을 잡으면서 라운드는 OT로 가나요? 니코와 모네시 2명 살았습니다. 디글과 갈릴이에요. 화장실의 지배자 페인. 니코 선수 화장실. 미르 선수를 잡는데 뒤에서 앞에서 초크 당합니다. G2 9대 12에서 게임을 끝내지 못하고 동점 허용하는 G2 OT에 갑니다. 아 이거 유튜브가 좀 느려서 HLTV 보고 계시면 스포일러 당할걸요? 네, 딴 거 보지 마시고 제 방만 봐야 돼요. 아 니코 톡식 멘탈 나갔나요?
worth it. Now Mone시's all returns. And boy, it has
하지만
to be
풀바이를 할 수 있는
on the
OT라면
jump
어떨까?
shot.
모네시의 땀만 믿고
Face
가자.
removed.
어?
Mone시,
OT라면
a monstrous opening
매
kill.
라운드
VP
더블
here
사올
to
수 있는데
respond.
모네시가 해줄 거야.
Look out through Monster,
오,
immediately
노버 선수
punished
바깥이
Nexus.
궁금했나요? 잡혀버리고
Awarded for waiting and even given another chance there as Flit
넥사
just skirts
선수가
on
몬스터
by.
컨트롤 잘
Flint's holding deep.
해주고
That's why he's not trading his teammate immediately. But I can't believe he lets Nexa go all the way back. The fear.
A롱 4명 뛰어가는 G2.
But VP, they're not exactly in any kind of position to turn down a kill at this point in the round. 12-12.
이번에 버투스프로
The gamble back up top at the right time.
B를 체크하고 한 명을 A로 돌립니다. 우리 제임 선수는 계속 토일렛 저기 이제 자리 맡기로 했나 보네요. 사이트로 들어가기보다 전진. A롱 미르 니코의 헤드샷. 제임 모네시가 처치해줍니다. 플릿 선수 등 뒤 잡히면서 첫 번째 OT는 모네시의 활력으로 라운드를 가져갑니다. 이거 보세요. 빠 세상에 점프 피킹도 못해. 네, 모네시 상대로는 머리 내리면 갑니다.
Perfect trade kill onto James, who once again is positioned in a round
18살.
winning spot.
이 선수 보스예요, 보스.
But too many targets and not enough time. It's VP using their one grace pause given to them in overtime.
스틸 시리즈 로고를 갈아놨어요. 아마 스폰서의 로지텍이 있어서 테이프로 가린 것 같아.
At least got that buffer on the more difficult half.
최근에 이제 모네시보다 한 살 어린 동크한테 이제 자기가 원래 봤던 그 스포트라이트를 뺏기긴 했는데 살아있죠. 예, 아직. 예, 이 선수가 작년 랭킹 탑 4위입니다. 들어오는데 스프레이 전혀 놓쳐버리고 니코가 엔트리킬 하면서 들어옵니다. 미르 선수가 더블킬. 자, G2의 진격이 저지됐는데 미스샷 넥사가 처리해주고 트레이드 되고 3대2 훅시와 모네시. 제이미 뒤에서 와줬어요. 다시 동점됩니다. G2의 빠른 B 러쉬 속공을 막아내는 VP.
Yeah, clear bottom performer in the entire server for both teams. He completely whiffs the previous round on that long hit as well. So that's got to be very reassuring for VP that he can stand tall with a fantastic
여기
defense.
미르
I love the
선수가
double
홀딩한
barrels move
위치.
as well. Even though G2 consider it, that smoke is such a problem, and somehow James, of course, shooting Mone시 in the back.
제임 선수 뒤에서 쏘는데
James.
진짜 확실하게 쏠라고 2단 줌까지 눌러서 등을 쐈습니다. 부스팅 커넥터 체크.
A return to pace for G2 and is punished with ease.
넥사와 JKS.
It's always one of the things that I think is so impressive about VP as well. Like, there's not been a pacey round like that at OT yet. That's the first time you see it now that we hit OT. Do VP stumble? Are they surprised by it? Does the complete and utter change of pace, the fact that suddenly they're getting dealt a B rush, does that destroy this comeback from VP? No, it doesn't. And this is a team that's always playing with pressure. You feel like pressure can't really affect this squad with the way that they play, with how often these games
몬스터 스모크가 쳐지면서 G2가 갈 길이 잠깐 막힙니다. 그래도 아직 B숏 워터 많이 들어오네요. 쪽 땅은 테러가 먹어두고 있어요. VP는 특별한 푸시 없이 사이트에 둘 셋 지키고 있는데 좋아요. 아, 불. 니코가 막힙니다. 30초. 어우. 죽어버리면 그러면 니코를 버리고 워터에 있던 테러들이 커넥터 통해서 토일렛으로 오 숨어있던 페임 선수를 제거한 거는 굉장히 좋습니다. 사이트 안에 둘 제임 두 번째 빗나가고 폭탄은 드랍 7 6 5 다 정리. 오 VP 수비 집중력. VP 수비 집중력.
A heart-stopping feeling, a gut-wrenching feeling right now. As they've given up this lead, they're not winning rounds on the T side anymore. VP are the ones in pole position.
Yeah, full control.
니코가 먼저 죽고요. 노보 선수가 뒤에서 와서 죽인 거군요.
Norbert has played out of his mind.
VP가 하나 따고 진영 바꾸는데 이제 G2가 CT, VP가 테러를 해야하게 됐습니다.
After his time in Spirit, we would never see him return to the top of Tier 1 again. Questions of his attitude, joining a team that demands good attitude.
모네시 답해줘.
A player in an RMR mid-tournament. Jane requires a lot.
디폴트입니다.
And belief in Mia for good reason right now. Massive
헌터가
recovery in overtime.
워터 체크.
Right when VP needs someone to help. A round up now and slow down as ever.
VP 느려요. 오, 쏴. 월뱅해. 부스팅해.
It's going to move out wide. Ooh. It's a delayed boost. They don't want to show it. So
워터의 미르 선수 이러면 더 가요? 올라가요?
Surrounding B, but that bomb is still in connector.
일단 B숏 코앞까지 먹어두고 커넥터로 팀원들 워터로 불러들이고 물론 스모크는 좋습니다. 근데 B사이트에 둘 헌터와 넥사 둘 플래시 오, 다 눈 멀었어. 훅시도 있습니다. B사이트 셋. B 수비 셋. 천천히 들어오네요. 연막 사이로. 서로 어딘지 모르고. 난장판이야 세상에. 10초 남았어요. 아, 세이브.
Absolutely ends VP's day. There's 20 seconds on the clock and they're
기둥
fighting
옆에
the site and no one's even got a kill yet.
그게 모두의 시야를 가려가지고 VP가 안 올라오고 빠르게 사이트를 막 푸시해서 달려서 수비를 제거하는 게 아니라 사이트 땅 반만 먹고 연막사 걸고
Well, you need to be taking heads-up fights coming up on CT side, getting behind that dumpster in time. Husi's delivering on his job.
노보 선수 23킬, 제임 24킬.
14 apiece. It's first to 16.
이번에도 디폴트. 오, 근데 몬스터 앞쪽으로 CT 둘. 오, 플래시백 맞고 2명 죽을 뻔했는데 타이밍 좋게 빠져나가고. 수류탄이 카스2 와서 좀 뚱뚱해지긴 했지. 모네시의 플릭샷 오프닝 킬을 따고.
Wavering game has Nico now. But much as how Mir stepped up right at the end, Nico can deliver something here in these final couple of rounds.
아, 젠지죠?
Could come to a close in G2's favor.
아시아인은 FPS를 못한다라는 그런 것들이 이제 길게 있었는데 또 국제전에서 젠지 한국팀이 한번 우승 한번 부스팅 실패 한번 좀 보여줬으면 좋겠네요. 근데 보러 가더라도 내 방송 켜놓고 가. 노보 선수의 더블킬.
Oh, that's a
G2
disaster
멸망.
for G2. And what a round you're getting at an orbit here. It's another big multi-kill, one where he runs solo
니코
and gets it
선수만
done for
남습니다.
VP.
1대4.
Crazy to think that, you know, you talked about it earlier on how at the RMR that they subbed Chiron out, right? They took him out of the squad.
시원한
It was
공격이었네요.
because he was
버투스프로.
brought in to replace Norpa after VP had won the major.
클러치
They moved
가능성
Norpa onto the sub bench. And since he's come back, especially on overpass, dude, this guy
0.0000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000
getting a second opportunity with the team to win a major with, but it's also just the individual form in CS2. His stats have shot up, his impact.
자, 더블
Clearly
OT를
his
가느냐.
comfortability
VP한테
inside of VP, 26
오버패스
and 17 on Norbert right now. And he
맵을
was
내주느냐.
lights out from the get-go, from the very dawn of this game.
Yeah, it was him who opened up that 2v5 that even began the streak of rounds for VP.
That's a good point.
Nailed that double kill over towards party.
니코 선수 바텀 프레거
If that
12킬.
doesn't come through, if they didn't win that 2v5 all those rounds
아,
ago, this
스탯이
game would be over right now. G2 would have already won it. Now they banked up their one extra attack pause in OT for this exact moment. In
플릿
case they were in
선수와
this position.
엄대엄.
G2 are now clutching at straws that they can pull this one into double overtime.
Slipping through their fingers right now. Remember, it was 11-7 for G2, and we said everything was
오,
going
CT
perfectly. It was a 5-round
더블로
streak. The cooling was
바닥에
a
떨궈 놓은 건가?
masterclass. Monacy
나중에
was
바꿔서 쓰려고?
entering. He's cooled off as well. A couple of kills here and there, but no one has stepped up
CT
to fill the
push,
void.
CT
And
push.
G2 now from that 11-7
모네시가
lead
분수대
are 5 deaths
째고
away
있습니다.
from
헌터도
defeat in this opening map.
워터까지 빠르게 푸시. 땅을 많이 먹었어요.
아,
트레이드 제발. 오케이.
G2 keep it even for now.
4대4.
Nika might be getting tested over
자,
here in mid. Him and Monacy
CT들이
have to
빠르게
fall back.
나와서 하나씩
The connector control's
트레이드
been taken
당하고.
by VP.
이제는
Monacy
조금
actually
뒤로
hangs around in
빠집니다.
the toilets. Not for long, he'll up and leave. The VP are grouping, they're amassing over here outside of the B site. Fen going back to spawn, grabbing some extra util.
모네시.
VP just act like they have hours in these rounds. They have hours to play with.
오.
What a shot out of Monacy.
너밖에 없다 모네시. 20킬에 도착합니다.
And here's the thing, even though Monacy wins that fight, he's not going to be in the right spot when
남은 3명의 테러 몬스터로 그냥 들어와요. 그냥 들어와요. 넥사 기둥 안티 플래시뱅을 너무했네.
Got to stand tall here. And with Nexa dead early on, Nico moves down.
3대3.
Call this guy the king without a crown.
니코.
Never was able to lift that major trophy and go.
해설. 메이저 트로피를 들어온 적이 없는 니코. 갑자기 무관을. 폭탄 설치되고 3대3 리테이크입니다. 시간이 가고 있어요. 꼭꼭 숨어있는 테러. 훅시가 노바가 뒤에 있어요. 16대 14 노바 선수. 버투스프로가 자신들이 픽한 오버패스 첫 번째 맵을 가져갑니다.
G2 worn it down to their bones in a classic VP way, and the vultures of Virtus Pro just.
아 마지막 훅시 아쉽겠네. 자, 두 번째 맵은 인페르노. G2가 픽한 인페르노입니다.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that, guys. Well, lots to talk about.
아우 첫 번째 맵 오버패스 진짜. 아니 근데 재밌었는데. 예. 처음에는 좀 지루할 뻔했는데 갈수록 예, 재밌네요. 역시 G2 경기는 꿀잼이야. 예, 저도 꿀잼이고 이겨도 꿀잼이고.
I want to start with Norbert. I think Norbert
노벌 선수가 이번에 스탯이 엄청 높았을 텐데.
Great start to the game. Mone시 was looking really solid, feeling warmed up.
즐거웠은 된 거 아닌가?
I believe it's a 2v5. Yeah, it was a 2v5 where Norbert just steals it away, and from then on we can see James trying to put together a classic VP.
야, 노버 선수가 레이팅 1.5 도착.
Bleeding your opposition dry, and even when you make someone like Mone시 the best offer we have right now in Counter Strike.
28킬 ADR 103 레이팅 1.55 지렸네요. 근데 모네시도 진짜 할 일 다 했죠. 예, 여기도 이렇게 해줘도 지는 노버 이거 더블킬 너무 컸고 헤븐 잡고 마지막에 1대1 클러치까지 완벽했습니다. 해설이 니코 욕을 하네요. 12킬 18데스. 자, VP가 1000렙 500패스를 가져간 가운데 G2가 픽한 인페르노에서 G2가 동점을 만들고 세 번째 맵으로 갈 수 있을지 아니면 역대급은 아니고 버투스프로의 업셋 한번 2대0으로 G2를 셧아웃 시키고 본선의 플레이오프에 진출할지. 피스톨 라운드 시작됩니다. 버투스프로가 시티, G2가 테러. 자, 들어가자. 아파트, 헌터 보일러에서 킬을 냅니다. 그리고 미드와 합류 4명 테러. 플릿 선수 혼자 보고 있는데 연막 속에 숨고요. 연막 앞에서 앉아서 기다리는 헌터. 와우. G2 헌터 선수의 깔끔한 더블킬로 플랜트를 하고 VP 3명의 선수는 반대편 사이트에서 세이브 하는 거 같네요.
James is, you know, we kind of know what to expect from VP. That's always the weird thing about them is like teams know exactly what to expect from Virtus.pro, but it's so hard to counter. Their Inferno, however, across the majors so far, some of these usual gambles, some of these usual stacks that are the bread and butter of this Virtus.pro squad haven't been coming through successfully. There's been some misreads, there's been some
니코가 옵니다. 아하, 부스팅 자리를 체크 못했네요. 오, 전혀 피해를 주고 있지 못하는데? 오. 야, 돈을 퍼줬어요. 갑바도 세이브하고 킬 보상도 먹고. 뭐 어쨌든 테러가 폭탄 터뜨렸습니다. 야, 파마스. 파마스 2개. 개꿀. 움프까지. 시티가 사서 와요. G2는 갈릴 세계 백텐 AK까지. 옛날에 이제 움프 강점기였던 시절이 있었고 뭐 너프 먹은 이후로 좀 줄어들었는데 최근에 이제 SMG 중거리 전투 하려고 선수들이 자유롭게 무기를 뽑아오네요. 움프도 쓰고 MP7도 쓰고 저번에 보니까 MP5도 쓰고 그냥 다들 돈 되는 때 굳이 MP9이나 맥10만 이제 쓰지 않고 중거리 헤드 때려야 될 때는 또 저런 총을 삽니다. 자, 테러가 A사이트 빠르게 훅시에 맥10 트레이드 니코의 킬 아파트 드랍 깔끔하게 G2 오 사방에서 수비하고 있던 시티 덮치면서 3명 제거하고 폭탄 설치
of rounds like this, where a couple of kills in the right place just decide the outcome, and even more.
이번 대회 저번 바로 어제 엄청 나왔는데 제가 어디 나비 경기에서 봤던 것 같은데 빛 선수가 샀던 것 같은데 예, 미라지에서 들고 나오더라고.
Well, actually, it's not just the opening moves either. It's the closing of the game. And
물론 이제 그걸로 1킬도 못했던
like we just learned last map,
것
I can
같기도
just
하고.
never count VP out. You should never either. G2 were 11-7 up. They still lost in overtime.
2대0.
VP conceded 12 rounds
일단
to save
순조로운 출발.
4 guns and an AWP. And G2, they learned it against Ecstatic
백시
yesterday.
핑크색 마우스인가?
That first map of Overpass.
니코가 쓰고 있는
They've just
마우스.
got to keep them coming. They've got to lock in. They've got to be unwavering in their focus.
And I think, you know, during our kind of setup for this one, it's easy to home in on Nico because he is someone who's been middle of the pack, not where you associate him with. He's the guy with this like kind of tainted legacy of majors who's trying to recover.
어디가?
Even as you look
가지마.
down the line, when you look at Mone시, who
님.
has been in this team for a good while now.
갈 거면 조용히 가던가. 그 왜 채팅이 치고 가 노잼이라고. 당신 안 돼. 전반까지 보고 하십시오.
There has to be one around Mone시 as well. He's given some of his best years to the G2 squad.
For sure.
And you don't want to feel like they're being squandered.
눈이
in a
무슨
team
서클레즈 낀 것 같아. 눈동자가 이게 참
That was the goal. You know, they weren't meant to be one of these teams that just tried
모델이야,
to
모델.
break into the top 5 and stay there. This was meant to be a team.
켜놓고 가시나요? 그러면 가셔도 됩니다. 예, 켜놓고 가세요.
That's why they spent
뭐
such a
발로란트
pretty
보러
penny
가실
on
분들도
Mone시.
켜놓고
He went
가세요.
from the Na'Vi Junior Academy squad straight
내가 뭐
into a world-beating team.
가지
straight
말라고는
into
안
a
할게.
grand final in Katowice.
켜놓고 가.
With mind-bending numbers as well. So, out of the gate,
오!
high heights.
니코의 엔트리. 이번에 VP는 피스톨 니코이기 때문에 쉽게 라운드를 마무리할 수 있을 것 같은데 사이트 남은 둘 혹시의 백텐 많이 죽네? 자, 뚫고 들어오는데 성공합니다. 노버 선수만 나왔고요.
And contrary to popular belief, it's not Norbin time in this round. The 1v3
걔네는
will
그거
not be happening.
신청제야. 예, 신청하고 들어야 돼.
G2 are able to break through
이제
the ranks
나
of
같은
Virtus.pro,
애들한테는
even with those saved weapons,
아마
even with the
거절할
pistols
걸.
finding some success. Or Jame rather with that double.
자, USB를 들고 숨어 있습니다.
But the real test, the first proper test is in this follow-up.
The longer he leaves this, if he can get a dink at the end, he
자,
could
대충
kill a
숨어
fight
있을
for the bomb,
위치
but
알고
They're
있지
always
않나?
playing the money game.
Yeah.
RVP.
You know,
오!
he gets a kill cleanly.
테러가 3명 당하고 총을 떨궜습니다.
Under control for G2.
상대
Fine, that's how
피스톨이었는데
it's supposed to start.
다 따고 가네 이걸.
That's what it says in the script, but VP just need time.
진짜 오버패스 딸 수 있었는데.
A Time Lord at the helm, cooking up around on the CT side with the AWP. No kits here for VP. Not much of a
CT
retake
킷은
map anyway.
안 사고 예, 전부
Prioritization of Molotovs.
유틸과 양 팀의 풀바이 라운드가 됐습니다. 네 번째 라운드.
Fire traded a banana.
바나나 트레이드 아니
See how G2
유틸 이제 서로
to fight in this position.
교환.
They're putting a lot into it right now. Mollying the top, going through the smoke.
혹시 되게
Both
시원시원하게
teams
들어가요.
throw a banana smoke in this round.
일단 하프월까지 혼자 들어가 봤습니다.
Give them the air of control.
헌터의 라인업.
Got the half wall now, but there's 3 at B. There's a flash setup as well. James is here with the orb.
자, 플래시뱅 던지고
Oh, good molly.
몰리 CT를 더 뒤로
You're about to explode back in.
빼게
They still may,
만드는데
but they'll let James take that first contact. Oh, here comes Flares.
Like this,
오,
they're just leaving Nico
와요.
to hang
플래시뱅과
around at the
함께
top of
플리스
banana.
선수 제임
Rewarded
더블
for
스윙
seconds, but the flash destroys
니코
him.
눈먼 채 서서 사망.
Now out of the round as well.
모네시도
This re-aggro
어떻게
into
죽었나요?
the top of B for Virtus.pro. Perfectly timed.
버투스프로의 완벽한 바나나 푸시 플래시뱅 타이밍 완벽했고요.
He did just kind of accept his fate, didn't he?
I'm feeling like maybe he was stuck. He couldn't, you know, just like slowly sneaking. I'm not sure. That just felt out of place. G2 now lost in the source.
버티기
lost in
프로.
the open. 20 seconds as they burst into the crossfire.
버투스프로가 아니라
There's no hope.
버티기 프로 이지라.
Out G2
잘 버티네.
with seconds to spare and with ease.
G2가 3연승 달리고 있었는데 이번에 완벽하게 한번 막아봤습니다. 버투스프로 1대3 제임. 모네시가 트레이드 나오는 거를 그대로 따버렸고요. 나머지 사이트 홀딩하고 있다가 끝. AK 세 자루를 빨아먹은 VP. 테러 2명의 선수가 디글과 음프.
It's a nice setup. We're not seeing a lot of teams actually retaking banana control, retaking top B. VP just use it for kills. And then they get back into their bomb site. They force G2 round the map.
And so now this is VP trying to flex that a little bit, right? Not only did we retake banana last round, this time we've full taken banana.
Oh, it's so risky.
G2 call their bluff. They play through the smoke.
Even just showing there at car might force more util than G2 wanted to use at this position, but they see him jump back. They'll take this control. That deep molly is annoying as G2 line up their own util.
자, 헌터가 뚫고 들어와요. 페인.
오,
트리플 킬.
페인.
아직도 살아 있어요.
And even more to do. It's not over yet, but
몰리 나갔는데 넥사가 끊어주고 3대2까지.
And then some in the round. Mone시 with a bomb plant as G2 try to claw back at 2v4. It's Mone시 or nothing for G2.
탄도 설치 못했고요. 1대3을 해야 됩니다. 봤어. 아직 시간은 35초 충분합니다. 다시 설치. 페이크. 한 명 찾았어요. 남은 한 명 어디? 뒤에 오른쪽 바나나에 전혀 안 내미는데 미르 선수? 우와! 10초! 이제 미르 선수가 와요. 아니 모네시 선수도 진짜 미쳤는데 아니 이 선수 지금 미르 선수가 진짜 끝까지 안 팀원 다 뒤질 때까지 절대 안 나가고 와 페이크를 몇 번이나 줬는데 안 나갔어요. 페이크를 진짜 몇 번이나 줬는데 나는 무조건 설치 완료되면 나간다. 그 각오를 하고 있었나 봐요.
That is not how any other team in the world would have played that 3v1. Once it starts to spiral out of control, you would have been double swinging him. You would have heard the footsteps pushing the kill into CT. Mir would have reacted if he was on any other roster, but that's not how James envisions the game.
모네시.
It works. You can't argue with the results. What an unbelievable 3K for Fame. Like, he should be dead there. He should be gone after one. That's a thin fountain.
모네시 스타 기질 확실하죠. 클러치 장면들 보면 에임이 휙휙 돌아갑니다.
Already I'm liking what I see out of VP towards B side because in that Imperial game there were so many rounds where VP would play 4A, they would leave Fame in CT spawn, he would play his nade protocols, he wouldn't even fight for the site. This guy's a rock-solid anchor. He is a young talent. I want to see him giving it his all in these positions and going down with a bang, taking G2 with him, and that is more like it from Fame. 3 kills to set VP up for a close, anti-clutch. Nice try for Moneshi. He's at least hitting. But VP stick another landing.
2대3이고요. 6번째 라운드. 테러 2명의 선수가 테크와 디글. 아파트로 들어가는 2명. 미드에 셋. A에는 3명의 CT. B에는 2명. 넥사 선수가 플래시뱅 맞고 나를 죽이러 올까봐 허공에 스프레이를 갈깁니다.
it's actually their inaction that causes that paranoia in their opponents.
자, A의 유틸 들어가는데요.
You're kind of jittery, especially after how that last round went. G2 desperately looking to pick me up here, and a missed molly from Norbert could give them a way in.
근데 수비.
James lends a helping hand.
A 사이트. 테러 전혀 아무것도 못하고. 우와, 3명한테 막혔어요. 3대5. 무결점 플로리스. 2킬, 1킬.
Slaughter them with 3 players, and that's after Norbert gets mollied, mollies himself, Smokes just hides. Mir has the cross, and I love James' little moto smoke as G2 throw one to cut off the arch position. James throws one next to it, which lets him climb up on that bike and look over the top of Graveyard.
리플레이 안 보여주네. 네. 완전 짤막이었는데 각자 포지션 잡은 위치에서 이제 잘 수비를 한 것 같네요. 이러면 G2가 5명 전원 처치되면서 또 돈이 없어지고 디글에게 P250 하나 가나요? 여기서 G2? 못 올라가고? 일단은 동점입니다. 물론 이번 라운드 이코 해야 돼서 4대3까지는 갈 것 같은데. 오, 니코 뭐야 이거. 딕을 들고 쭉 밀고 올라왔습니다. 연막에 박히고. 우와, 바닐라 엠포.
When every game is down to the wire, you're always on the edge of your seat, and so they've learned
제임스
to be
선수가
cool
미드
and
컨트롤
calm, collected.
들어오는데
Holding on in middle,
잡히고
nails that opener. Hooksy 0-7 start here.
넥
to the
사
T side of G2.
지나갑니다.
James loves his angle. Oh, it's a miss shot. He
미샷?
sees the fingers round the corner.
미스샷?
Can't connect. He can just block it and go and
불러
help his
맞고
team. There's
됐고.
only 15 seconds. This bomb's coming up short side. Not for
모네시
long.
죽고요.
Gunned down by Mir, who's made a miraculous
들어오면서
recovery
하나씩
in this
정리.
matchup. Deagle dry and VP fight their way to another 5 alive round. They
역전하는
are
버투스프로.
stacking right now. Amassing cash.
3연승 이후에
Stepping
4연패
themselves
맞죠?
closer and closer to that finish line.
0킬 7데스 중인 IGL 혹시 선수.
I mean, dude, even the body language is concerning. I don't want to be some armchair psychologist, but they just look a little timid, like they're just going through the motions, like it's an autopilot game right now. And VP are the ones with the remote.
It didn't even feel like G2 got ahead of themselves. Like they
자,
weren't
이번에 8번째 라운드에 오 빠르게 올라오는데 반대쪽으로 가다가 제임스 선수한테 헌터가 죽고 시작하는데 이번에 AK 바이 라운드거든요. G2 입장에서는 이거 무조건 따야 되는 라운드인데
VP are always ready. You can change the pace, you can't change the results. Nico might need help, he's getting mollied out of B. Smoke forced.
He's rolling his sleeves up, he's doing everything he can to like try and bring himself back into the game externally, but he needs that round internally. He needs that round where you look at it and you go, that was all Nico. And if one of those doesn't come through, if he's never brought back into the game, G2 won't have the manpower, the resources to win this.
2명 수비 있는데
For BXAC, we've seen Fame do some
와,
incredible
플릿
work.
선수와 페임 선수가 각각 사이트 한쪽과 시티 쪽에서 보고 있습니다. 스모크고 미르 선수 뛰어서 오고 있어요. B사이트 3명 수비 준비 완료. 4명 들어오고. 오. 테러 다 죽어요. 버투스프로 B사이트에서 또 막았습니다.
And G2 are playing right into their hands. And that's
5대3.
that's the
두
absurdity of
번째
Virtus.pro. It feels like
퍼즐.
every team that plays against them becomes some funhouse mirrored image of the VP style. You're throwing in these execs with 19 seconds left. There's still mollies on that B site to take the pace out, to slow it down. The rotates are moving in. G2 can feel that they're already losing control of this game on their map pick, and for Hooksy down 0-8, he's having to worry about his individual form while trying to outcool Jame, who's been a class act throughout the series. This is textbook Virtus.pro.
버투스프로의
When they are playing like this,
독과서적인
there are
수비.
very few teams that can beat them. There are very few teams that are in that conversation. Across this series, historically, it's always been G2 winning it. When it really matters, VP might take their first win over the squad.
It's always group games, right? It's Pro League matches, it's opening rounds, it's G2, 4 BO3s in a row. Every time they've beat VP.
G2가 버투스프로를
With the most on the line,
BO3 4번을 계속 쭉 이겨왔대요. 근데 오늘 갑자기 여기서 자, 버투스프로 오늘 처음으로 G2 상대로 BO3를 이기는 날인가요? 그것도 2대0으로? 근데 디글킬이 2개 나면서 모네시 모네시 또 합니다. 또 클러치. G2야 모네시 좀 그만 괴롭혀라. 또 너가 해줘야 돼. 1v2. 이번에는 설치는 성공. 오, 피했어요. 연막 뒤에, 연막 뒤에. 미르. 노버가 정리해줍니다. 클러치는 없었습니다. 계속 치고 나가는 버투스프로. 6대3.
Again, who would think that it's just Norbert putting on an unbelievable performance back-to-back maps. Incredible impact. Fame rock solid at this B site yet again. Another 3 kills.
훅시야.
He is left
0킬
completely
9데스
alone there.
뭐야.
Still manages to drag one more with
그냥
him.
넌 맥텐 들고 뛰어
And when
그냥.
Monacy can't even pick up these incredulous
AK 사지
clutches
마,
we know
그냥.
him for. It feels like it's not meant to be for G2.
I mean, that's been like one of the
두 번째 타임아웃. 이기고 있는 상황에서 버투스프로가 타임아웃을 겁니다.
A couple of times a game, really, for G2 across their major run, will put up clutches to give you those must-win rounds, to give you the rounds that make all the difference when it comes down to the wire, and they're not landing right now. I don't think you can fault him for not being able to win these 1v3s. No. You shouldn't be in that position anyway, but even then, he's able to get away with it more often than not, and he's being entirely silenced here. A timeout called for VP, rather. They're not happy with how that last round went down. That's how clinical they're trying to keep this. And here's the thing, when VP are at their best, they don't just win games. They don't just beat a team. They destroy a team. They pick it apart. It's a harrowing time when you're playing versus this VP squad.
VP 3연패하고 6연승 스트레이트.
G2 have tried all manner of things.
자, G2는 이거 끊으려면 자, 모네시까지 더블 사온 이 풀바이 라운드에서 추격을 해야 됩니다. 바나나 연막에 막혀 있고. 니코 스모크 스팸 플래시뱅 맞고 스모크 스팸 갈겼는데 니코 선수의 머리통이 날아갔습니다. 그리고 플리스 선수 전진.
James AWP beckons them in. The gap is pit. It's only Norbert on short side. VP
니코 바나나 바닥에 누웠어요. 팀원 4명이 해줘야 돼요. 혹시 딱 머리로 지나가고 스모크를 다시 지어줍니다. 넥사 선수가 일단 아파트 끝까지 도착을 했는데 오 잠깐만 2번 저거 누구죠? 미러 선수 아치에 숨어있어요. 오 플립 바나나 밖으로 연막 뚫고 폭탄 아직 T램프에 있어요.
in the round.
How can you call against that?
30초 남았는데.
They're all here. They're flashing through. They're trying to recover it.
이제
They're doing all
죽었다.
they can, but they're just
야, 이제
simply
어떻게?
isn't time.
20초 남았는데
20
어디로 가?
seconds as they rejoin Monaci and top mid.
아, B로 갔으면 한 명 보는 건데 A로 가면 3명 있거든요.
You cannot get slowed here if you're G2.
오, 좋아요.
Monaci is doing
아,
all
죽어요.
he can, but it
죽어요.
might not be enough as Norbert down in the pit delivers that
버투스프로.
swiftly to G2.
7연승.
In a soul-crushing round.
G2
Soul-crushing
개박살.
defeat. There should be no way in hell that G2 are able to build back into this game when you're losing rounds like that.
Despicable play from Versus.Pro, pushing the banana smoke. He heard Hooksy running out from spawn. He made that perfect read, and he catches him with nades out with the bomb. Whatever G2 were planning, it doesn't matter. They don't get to make the decision.
이 장면부터 시작합니다. 니코가 죽고 플릿 선수가 바나나 연막 뚫고 그대로 전진해서 폭탄 들고 있는 훅시를 자르면서 다급해진 G2 A 사이트로 가보지만 3명 수비 대기하고 있었고 그대로 막힙니다.
Every player able to put on a strong defense, a big 3K when it's needed. Fame's had him, Norbert's had him, and now Flit's done him.
코치
We've had a game crash, and in this moment, G2 must sit in silence.
매치가 퍼져야 되는데요. 뭐 기술적인 이슈로 멈춰 있습니다.
And that's the thing, you know, like nothing is showing how out
다들
of the
침묵
game they are
속에서
right now than when you're in-game leader, the guy who's meant to be
무슨 생각을
managing
할지.
the big strategy, making the calls to bring you back into the game. 0 and 10 pushed at ramp with the bomb, completely sidelining whatever was planned in the round for G2. And that's almost the lie that VP get you to believe, is that they don't make those plays. They don't go for that aggression.
Oh, they do.
So in your mind, you're thinking you're more than safe to be hanging around the ramp there, to be further away. There's no way he walks the smoke. It's smoked on Banana. That's what Hooksy's believing in his head. But Flick calls his bluff, and it's just the most brutal way you could envision losing a round, and such a pivotal moment, man. Like that was a buy for G2, one where they're trying to come in with a bit of a fresh
바나나
face.
거기서
They
이제
just had a
연막
pause come out.
상대 오퍼 너머로 이제 점프 뛰어서
around.
램프 쪽으로
And it's just not meant to
넘어갔는데
be.
스모크가 쳐지고
with
설마 시티가
utterly
나와서 날 잡겠어라는
mind-blowing game
생각.
right now.
They are just never where you think. Look at that Monaci round, right, where he
그대로
gets the
폭탄을
2K and the
떨궈버렸고.
1v3, and he's checking everywhere but Mir's position. They are never where you think. And also, G2 have burned 2 tactical timeouts, fair enough, but now we go through this extended pause after losing that horrendous round the way they did, and now, what are they supposed to do? The options are go straight back into the game and go, all right, guys, let's go, or use their 3rd and final tactical timeout in the first half of this map.
And you know, with the style that VP play with the brands of these games, with how they're often a long drawn-out affair, if you end up burning all your pauses in the first half, that will come back to haunt you down the line. You're dead on. It leaves them in a very rough spot here.
Neither option is good, because I think, honestly, at this point, like it's feeling like this game is completely away from G2. They probably have to call their pause just to be able to chat it through. You don't want to be going in off of this silence.
G2 쪽에서 뭐 샷건 쳐서 키보드 박살냈나요? 예, 경기가 왜 중정된지 모르겠는데 일단 PGL 쪽에서 체크를 하고 있습니다.
Loving this right now. Taste of blood on their tongue. Focused faces. And mere rounds from the top 8 of the Copenhagen Major. They didn't even make it
들어온
to
것
Paris.
같은데, 예, 돌아온 것 같아요. 다들 이제
They couldn't even decide their roster. They
헤드셋
brought Norbert
쓰고
back.
자세
And my God, he has
굳혀앉고
delivered in
타임아웃.
spades. And there it is,
한 번 더
folks. The
이제
3rd and
이제는
final
타임아웃.
timeout for G2 in this regulation game.
전술 체크.
They had to do it. They now have nothing left. VP not only in control,
뭔
they're
근도스요.
squeezing the resources out of G2.
Yeah, James is a very smart guy. He knows the advantage he has. He knows that he has
서로
reduced this G2 squad to
경기
nothing.
나가리 되기 전에 마지막 타임아웃 쓰면서 대화를 나누고 있습니다.
Everyone's kind of in their own head. That's what playing 버투스프로 does to you.
7대 3.
City of Samurais is surrounded. All you have is what's inside of the
AK
walls
주자로
right
갈릴
now.
하나
No support, no
다 살 수 있을 것
reinforcement.
같은데.
Nothing but these 5
예,
players.
풀바이 했고요.
And Taz behind them, gone, silenced for now.
G2가 만약에 2점 따서 7대 5로 끝낼 수도 있는 거죠. 그러면은 해볼만 해지는데
Closer and closer, step by step.
천천히 갑니다. 바나나 몰리 엄청나게 서로 교환하고 수류탄 터지고요. B사이트에 셋. 자, 시티는 아직 그렇게 푸시를 하지는 않습니다.
They were having a good conversation. It looked like getting people talking. That's the goal. Getting people feeling normal for G2.
점프
That's the
피킹
goal.
한번.
It's all well and good in practice.
니코 선수가 뛰면서 와요.
In theory, can they put it to work now practically in this round? Because if you just think, if you think to yourself that you've
플래시뱅을
cooked up
던져
some solutions
넣어서
there, and then VP come out with another
오퍼
stunner,
반응시킨 거죠. 그래서 오케이 B사이트에 오퍼 있구나.
It's looking good right now. They heard James up. He hasn't rotated.
본대는 이미 아파트 아니랑 A 쪽으로 가 있었어요.
But the sooner G2 go, the better.
빠르게 A 속공 들어가나요? 사이트 안에 2명 수비 있는데 아, 몰리와 연막으로 살짝 테러의 공격이 지연되면서 시티 커버가 이미 라이브러리까지 4명 트레이드 3대 3까지 25초 폭탄 설치 오케이 그 다음은 리테이크 대결입니다. 어떻게 하나요? VP 이거 해볼 만한가요? 세이브인가요? 아니면 들어가나요? 들어갑니다. 넥사 트레이드 2대2 헌터와 모네시가 사이트 안에 있습니다. 모네시가 다오고 라스트 제임 안에 안써 예, 땀 먹고 빠질게 수고 살아 폭탄 터지면서 제임스 선수 갑니다. 간신히 한 점 따라붙네요. G2 7대 4
And listen to that in the background. You hear a little bit of hype getting generated. You hear that maybe G2 can mentally recover from this.
어허.
They still have a very long way to go.
I'm not buying what you're saying, Harry, not yet. Just the fact that VP are even going for those rounds shows that they know just how close they are. They know where they have G2 on the rock.
자, G2 한 점도 딸 수 있나요? 전반 7대 5면 그래도 괜찮습니다.
Let's see if G2 can manage it.
Gunning for 5 on their T side.
Fast up banana. Very different look in this round.
모네시 니코 빠르게 바나나 컨트롤 와 있고요.
First rifle round where VP retook top banana and he hasn't looked the same since.
There's a gap. Hooksy 0 and 11.
훅시의 모험.
He's found the headshot.
He's on the board.
And he's wrapping up
우와
his sight.
깊게 침투해서
A lot of pressure put on VP right now. Knife out. This is a very gung ho for Hooksy. Very loud.
상남자 훅시 어디까지 뛰어들어가?
Right by Flit.
칼 들고 씨막. 자 그렇게 CT를 휘저어주고 니코가 들어옵니다. 와 니코의 더블킬.
First multi-kill round you've seen from him, and now he's
미르.
making a play. Making a play, and Nico misses the timing. No trade. No.
2대2요.
Nexter with a big backstab. At least G2.
어떻게 되나요 이 게임? 전반전의 마지막 라운드. 노버가
And so now it's me.
총 수압하는 적을 못 죽이고 넥사한테 당하고요. 40초 시간 많은데.
He denied that plant with a double with the smoke push.
자 연막 속으로 숨어 들어와서 더블킬을 낸 미르 이 선수가 만약에 1대2 클러치를 성공할 수 있을지. 니코가 따구로만. 니코 드디어 뭔가 하나 해주네요.
It's not just what he did, it's when he did it. Finding that last round of the half, building off of the previous. A big flank as well, man. I can't believe Norbert even considers that. It doesn't matter.
실제 오면
Kaz is trying to
G2
get them back into this one.
괜찮게
Heads
끝냈네요.
screwed on straight.
조칠
As
뻔했는데
VP
괜찮게
embark on a
끝냈네요.
7-round streak on their CT side are finally made to look mortal again. One of the brightest minds in Counter-Strike on your screens, James, in-game leader,
다시
Orpa,
볼까요? 혹시
and Time Lord,
니코.
accountant. He does it all for VP.
와 넥사 순간적으로 적 보고 왼쪽으로 숨는 속도 좋았습니다. 문제는 피스톨 라운드죠.
Yeah.
잘 따라오긴 했는데 G2가 만약에 피스톨 라운드를 내준다 그러면 9대5까지.
Pro pistol. The pain has just begun.
자 헌터 니코가 B 셋업 바나나 앞으로 오는데 오 타이밍 숄더 봤어요. 머리 위 부스팅. 그래도 트레이드를 내주고 4대4까지. 헌터 선수가 머리 위는 보고 있지 않았어요. 훅시 선수가 CT에 와 있는데 스모크 사이트 안쪽으로 넥사 선수도 달려오면서 사이트에 3명 들어와요. 플래시뱅. 모네시가 바나나에서 뒤로 오고 있거든요. 미르를 처리 못했어요. 오 그래도 넥사 니코 2대3. 오 페임 선수 뒤에서 와요. 디퓨징을 누릅니다. 모네시가 누르고 그 니코가 무조건 이겨야 돼요. 해체됩니다. 4킬. 니코 4킬. 웃어요. 니코 살짝 웃었어요.
Monesie on the full diffuse, and that was
이제야
the
웃네.
big ticket gets ripped at top B. Hunter with a Julie's turn for the flash, and the timing of that boost
USB
up.
shot.
Thank goodness G2 just send their way back into the site while the bomb's getting planted. They keep the pressure on Virtus Pro.
이러면 근데 버투스프로가 폭탄을 설치했기 때문에 갈릴 5자루가 나와서 다시 이번 라운드도 G2가 정신 바짝 차리고 싸워야 되고요. 파티오의 더블 셋업, 트리플 셋업, 미드 3대5. 와, 싹 쓸었나? 쓸어버리나? 교환해 교환. 2대3. 야, 5명의 선수 죽고. 오, 수류탄까지. 라이브러리의 니코. G2 퍼펙트하게 막아냅니다. 7대7 동점.
in Copenhagen, but maybe with just enough time left to bail G2 out of this sinking ship that was Inferno.
What a recovery this would be, especially with that
야, 뭐야. 3연패하고 7연승하고 4연패 당하고 있는 버투스프로. 374.
There is reason to believe there are stars aligning now for G2.
자, 갈릴 5개 샀던 거 다 떨어뜨리고 테러가 약하게. 플릿 선수의 히어로 AK 한 자루는 있습니다. 그래도 AK 들고 와요. 깜짝킬. 깜짝킬. 니코 도망칩니다. 플래시뱅 다시 피킹. 사이트 안에 훅시와 니코 둘반 있는데 5명 전부 바나나로 들어와요.
only guy who's been a threat here is
오,
Nico. Dead
디글
immediately
헤드샷.
to the Deagle of Fame. Hooksy doesn't know it, but he was getting wrapped on through
혹시
trying to make a stand, but he can't find a thing. Hooksy dead.
모네시의 연막샷으로 한 명을 잡긴 했습니다.
Going for this round. A man down, money on the line. You almost don't want to give VP the respect here. You know it's just that one gun ball forward.
이거 왜 이코 당하나요?
These
G2?
profiles are so powerful. No one's at quad, no one's at dark, no one's in a malleable position. It does get naded actually moving back into the site, but he's still going to
시간
survive.
없어요.
This lineup here, this
오,
will get
오 그래도 싹 쓸어버리면 제임 글록밖에 없는데 4, 3, 2, 1 해체돼.
Squeeze around through somehow, some way. Fearless from Monaci.
3 on 5 pulled back in a retake of that B site. What a time for
마지막에
Next to
모네시
find his
선수가
voice.
살짝 앉았다 일어나는 것
Flying under
같았는데
the radar, but he comes up big
머리를
here in this
피했어?
round, and then
앉았다가
Monaci with the balls to
일어났다가
take
앉았어요.
this, to out-jiggle Jane on the clock.
Look at that.
This is a different
모네시 선수
G2. This is a
앉았다가
different
일어났다가
look.
앉았어요. 글록으로 헤드샷을 쏴야 되는데
And it's the Nico
머리를
we've been waiting
움직여서
for all
피했어요.
tournament. 2 kills as he
해체가
headed into
됩니다.
the last round of that first half.
역전 G2 역전.
He's shot up the board. Monaci's winning those clutches now that he was
기세 탔어요,
doing
G2.
earlier.
오프닝 킬
Hunter
시원하게
is
되고.
feeling the freedom to make plays. This could be the start of something truly
와, 두
fantastic.
팀의
for
경기
G2.
너무 재밌네요. 예.
does feel so-
버투스프로도
it does feel
강팀이고
different,
G2도
Think about how down and out they were off that
조금
huge tech
싸는
timeout.
듯했는데 따라잡고.
G2 have found a way.
근데
back
이거
in.
야야야야.
He does deny Hunter and opens up options, opportunities through the opponent's spawn. Doesn't have to commit to a B play. That bomb is
미르
still stuck out of mid.
선수를
He's holding for this rotation. Monaci is running it
모네시가
right now.
디글로 마무리할 수 있나요? 따브로?
Mia knows, Orpal, Scope, and Mia cowers back, avoiding completely as
타이밍?
Monaci wraps the
근데
wrong side.
보일러의
That is the
넥사가
bomb drop by
맘들아.
Nexa. He's coming alive
파마스
right now.
더블
At the
킬?
right time for G2. Those stars continue to align, and no backstab will save them here. It's just Flitz.
플릿 선수만 남습니다. AK를 들고 오는데
Even in how
B가
they're able to piece
48이고요.
together the end goal of this round, the fact that Hooksy's there on the rotate, it finally feels like he's kind of regaining his read of the game again, and he's got these pieces starting to come alive.
훅시
They're
아직도
giving him
2킬
more tools to
14데스
work with.
레전드.
Flick, goodbye, buddy.
넥사가
Nexa waits in the
마무리하면서
boiler, and it's
7대9.
another 3K round out of Nexa. We've given Nico his dues, but Nexa is a big part of why these rounds are coming up on the board. This was a guy who was heavily criticized in the move when he came in to replace JKS. He had to prove that he deserves his spot on this roster because the reasons G2 gave were the intangibles. All you see is the numbers, all you see is the statistics.
훅시
And Nexa's got them in
Nexa.
spades right now.
Impact has certainly been undeniable in this.
버투스프로가 17번째
Almost every player
라운드에서
G2 having their moments.
마지막
So much so that
타임아웃을
VP are
소모.
forced to time out themselves. This is a streak of rounds now amassed by G2, matching that of VP. 7
이런 재밌는 경기를 두고 누가
on the
자러 간다 그랬어.
cards.
누가 팔로란트 보러 간다 그랬어. 누구야? 인생의 절반을 손해 보게 만들었네. G2가 역전 7대9까지 2점차 리드까지 성공했고요.
G2 have already learned that in this matchup.
페임 선수
So it's
태구.
really not over till it's over in this one.
나머지는
There is
전부
no celebrations to be
풀바입니다.
had. So you're comfortably on that third map of Anubis. James scoped up down through mid. Flit trying to fight this banana
바나나
control.
연막 펼쳐지고 몰리도 교환되고
Let's see what James and Co
아직
have envisioned.
버투스프로는 T 램프 쪽에
Hefty
갇혀
investment
있습니다.
having Jame on this AWP and he's holding very passive.
윈도우로
Allowing Norbert to get
침투하는
control of the
노버.
apartments. First step. of many.
G2는 B에 2명, A에
Now he'll
3명.
look for his B
딱히
pick.
전진은 하고 있지
Nico and
않는데
Hooksy.
탑 바나나에 스모크를
Side by
깔았고요.
side inside of the site. Flip moves up as well. BP amassing a horde outside of banana.
니코는 플래시뱅을 준비. 전진했어요. 결례 어떻게? 버투스프로는 이번 공격 진짜 중요하거든요. 그대로 B로 가나? 스모크를 집어넣고 돌아서나? 아니네요. 폭탄을 팀원한테 주고 천천히 옵니다. 천천히 30초 29초 이제 다 왔어요. B 앞에 모네시가 냄새를 맡고 B로 와줘서 사이트에 CT 셋 수비 오! 완전 뚫렸는데? 모네시만 교회 쪽으로 돌았습니다. 아 도망가야 돼요. 세이브 한 명 더. 야 이거 도망가야 돼.
They are coming and they are gunning for these weapons. They know what this AWP means. If it goes down now, nothing in the next for G2.
혹시야 2킬 15덱스 아까 그 자리? 이거 좋네. 세이브 해야 돼요. 예, 무조건 세이브 해야 돼서. 버투스프로가 타임아웃 마지막 거 써서 훅시에 아니 훅시래 한다. G2의 연승을 끊었습니다. 집중력 좋았고요. 안 끝나네 이거. 빗나가고요. 야 그래도 두 자루 세이브한 덕분에 괜찮게 MP9, M4, 하마스.
Mone시 takes that up over towards B. Virtus.pro are trying to exploit the weak performance of Hooksy, feeling like this side of the map is their way in. And even though Nico has been that little glimmer of hope over towards the B site, and he's had a bit of a return to form.
디폴트를 하고 있고요. G2는 순간적으로 지금 A 사이트에 지금 4명.
Mone시, however, might just have to be.
근데 이거 사이트 안에 딱 들고 있는 모네시 선수 혼자만 있는데요.
This could be a highlight reel teed up for Mone시.
만약에 VP가 B 사이트로 가면 그리고 모네시가 만약에 이제 약간 멀티킬을 못 내면은
If VP do decide to wait, G2 is set up in a way where they're going to look for info in mid as the time runs out.
Yeah, they could have a really fast flank. Even if guys getting a kill or two here can make all the difference. That smoke will stop G2
45초.
from a quick flank. And now
훅시가 오고 있긴 합니다. 다 와야 돼요. CT 뛰어야 돼요. 지금 로테이션 와줘야 돼요. 모네시. 아. 아, 킬을 못했어요.
So brutal. Like, look at his POV there. He lets two players in. He knows it. They miss the molly, but they stall that out until they're ready to 3-2-1 him and swing him together.
4명 세이브 준비하고 동점을 내주는 G2.
And there is no stopping for VP. Back-to-back rounds here on this T side. G2 forced to save. They lose their best weapon.
돈이 없는데 AWP 이 모네시의 AWP를 놓치는 거 굉장히 아쉽고요.
And nothing at the back of B.
아 이거 모네시는 총이 딕을 하나 들고 하려나?
They'll get you believing only to strip it all away, only to truly crush what little bit of hope remained. Like a deer in headlights for Hooksy as he is having a very rough game. While everyone else has gone on to redeem themselves somewhat, Hooksy is still very much feeling the burn of Virtus.pro.
Roadkill. Getting trampled, 2-15.
이번에 VP 어떻게 하나요? 오 근데 유틸 데미지 진짜 많이 입었는데 VP? 혹시 쏴! 혹시 쏴! 계속 쏴!
A kill and a half, and then Nico helps out. James is gone.
바나나 안에서 대형 사고.
Sending a message. That's more like it.
초반에 시작하자마자 테러와 시티가 그냥 바나나로 이제 푸시 달렸는데요. 일단 유틸 뭐 수류탄이었는지 불이었는지 잘 깔리면서 예, 딸피들 생산되고 연막샷으로 2명 마무리되고 심지어 노버 선수가 내밀다가 처리되면서 이미 세이브하고 있어요. 버투스프로.
Because also you don't want to give G2 this AWP. They'll know G2 don't have it. For crying out loud, mone시 is full eco here. He is USP armorless in this round. They
모네시는 USP 풀이코 진짜 잘했네요. 운 좋았네.
Playing for later. Maybe when G2 realize this, I mean, you can never get super comfortable. I was going to say, mone시, I'd like to see him rotate, go grab a gun, get an upgrade. He can at least risk being traded on a push down banana here.
근데 훅시는 원래 IGL
so we know this one's over.
약간 이제 SMG 들고 뛰는 역할이라서.
They don't rest for long.
That is a feel-good round for
그래서 기가체드라는 밈이 붙어있죠.
They call their Hail Mary. They throw that in now. You're going to get, you know, one of those sorts of rounds a game. And so G2 redeem it here to keep the lead, to keep VP on the back foot and to force a save.
It's a really nice way to win a round at this point in the game. You know, when their money had been completely broken, they were desperately gunning for these saves, and what those saves allowed was to buy round, you know, the guns when mone시 and Nexus saved. And even when G2 kept 4 after mone시 died at B, it just allows for future buy rounds that would otherwise be ecos. And now G2 come through with everything they need except the AWP. A round in the lead, but they lost from 11-7.
간신히 한 점 차도 벌린 G2 e스포츠.
change of tune and banana. They give it up completely.
그냥 역시 빠르게 또 B 나와서 아까처럼 한번 연막샷을 노려봤는데.
I think throughout this game you saw them kind of lose all their identity across this.
근데 CT가 깊게 바나나 컨트롤 하는 동안 테러가 아파트 안으로 들어오긴 했습니다. 네, A 사이트 CT 수비들은 그렇게 전진을 하지 않고 사이트 안에서 보네요. 훅시와 니코의 B 수비 2명. 자, 테러가 유틸 활용해서 CT 둘 안쪽으로 밀어 넣고 있고요. 올리 타이밍 좋고 전진? 전진? 다시 튀어나가요? 오버 플레이 아닌가? 40초였는데? 모네시가 와주긴 했는데요. 갈릴 데미지는 크게 줬고 들어오는데 니코 헤드샷 트레이드 폭탄 설치됩니다. 오, 공짜킬 총 바꾸고 킷은 있는데 사이트 뒤쪽에 3명.
Want to risk going for the 2v4. Hunter looks very committed, very keen.
플래시뱅 헌터 처리되면서 동점.
Put him in a box to tie this game up. That pressure never goes away when you play VP.
Mia has just played phenomenally well in this series.
훅황,
Really slow start and overpass. He brought it back on that 7-11 comeback into overtime, winning crucial rounds for his team, and he goes and does it again. It's not just clutches here on Inferno. It's that double entry. It's that Nico denial.
게임이 끝날 생각을 안
Nico who has
했네요.
been returning to form. You said he showed up late to Copenhagen.
아 왔다
Maybe
왔다.
it's too late.
G2
10-10.
넥사 훅샤오.
The Royal Arena, and there's only room for one.
자 그래도 모네시의 5옵을 믿어야겠죠. 모네시가 드디어 5옵을 사왔습니다.
Back on a stage
훅시는 파마스가
for the
딱이야.
first time in a while.
This is a nice change.
모네시가 하프월 부스팅.
트레이드를
트레이드를 내는 플릿. 훅시가 빠르게 뛰어와 줍니다. 사이트 채우고.
So what was kind of meant to be the difference maker here, keeping that all posted, denying the take of banana. It's not come through for G2.
엔트리. 3명 왔어요. 고 들어옵니다. 처치로 빠지는 CT로 빠지는. 근데 훅시. 서로 트레이드 되면서 2대2. 오 니코의 미르. 1대1 넥사. 25초.
He's got a gap. He's got a huge gap. He can run for the hills right now. If he does
D
it, he wins
체크하고
the round.
나가려고
From position
A로
alone,
뛰나?
a miraculous
칼
rotation
들고
from
A로
here,
뜁니다.
and Nexa knows not. Conviction in his decision. He needs to stick that bomb. And it is
10초, 9초,
teed
8초
up
설치.
for Virtus.pro.
넥사는 이제
칼
들고 A로. 어디로? 오른쪽으로 왼쪽으로 가나요? 한 바퀴 도는데 넥사 선수 kit이 없어요. 스모크는 있어요. 타이밍이 모든 거에 걸렸습니다. 타이밍이 모든 거. 캡 피킹하나요? 절대 피킹하네요.
The strong performance means nothing when he doesn't get the round, and that breaks G2. That breaks
버투스프로가
everything for G2.
1대1 클러치를 이겨내고 11대10.
Nico and then Nexa. It's unbelievable. VP killing G2 at the final hour.
플리스 트레이드.
Where they do their best work.
훅시가 파마스로 더블킬을 내줌에도 그리고
And it's the new boy on the block for VP who has stepped up monumentally in this matchup. Mia
돈. CT 돈.
didn't feel like we would see his return to tier 1 of CS.
MP9
well, he's
2개.
returning and quite a
디글
statement.
5-7.
Maybe returning to the top 8 of a major. And not just any major.
몰리를 실수하긴 했습니다. 아니군요. 예, 죄송합니다. 제가 잘못 봤네요. 네. 정확히 코너에 튕겨 넣었고요. 네, 잘 튕겨 넣었고요.
It's just a soul-crushing round to lose, man. It's the one that really has decided the
일단
fate of this
훅시
game.
선수가 혼자 B 사이트를 보고 있다는 소식. 그리고 4명이 A 사이트에 스택.
And they've got Mir to thank for it.
네, 샌드백 몰리였죠. VP 어디로 가나요? 이번에는 B에서 빠지고 미드로 가네요. 자, G2한테 좋은 소식. A 홀딩 4명.
All game, all CT side, G2 have been waiting for this A hit. They felt like it's coming. Even in that round where they leave Monacy to solo B, they're quad stacked over on A. They've been waiting for
니코의 디글이 기다리고 있습니다. 모네시.
Monacy set up there, playing Andy over at long.
더블 셋업으로 처리.
Secured. In the meantime, Flip making more noise, keeping options open for Virtus.pro.
It's not going to pull a rotate though. Nico's moving round and it's all a fast.
로테이션을 반대편으로 갔는데 버투스프로 그냥 A 가나요?
This B site has been the bane of G2, and so VP sneak into the gap.
플리스 선수가 혼자 B에서 흔들고 있어서.
20 seconds, only 2 here to stop the inevitable.
오. 15초 A.
His numbers have been spectacular.
싸움.
He's always keen to deliver, but they've often
MP9 넥사?
not in this round.
설치
Nexa from
눌렀는데
the apartments has given G2
뒤에 와 있어요.
a second shot, a second chance. It's just flit
플릿!
in on the backstab.
스모크에 막혀 있어요.
Can't win this
오,
round. G2 with a
G2
bunch of SMGs, a couple of pistols. They keep the
SMG로
dream alive.
막습니다.
And in the same way that VP were counting their blessings, they're thanking Mir for winning what they thought was the game-defining round. G2 have
이코 스틸.
Nexa to thank on the
MP9
other
주자로
side.
딕을
Nexa would be the
5-7.
hero of this team in the
모네시
darkest of hours. When they need him the most, he has absolutely
넥사.
come through for them on this second map.
넥사
Another
MP9
multi-kill.
더블킬.
They give him a chance. He does not waste it.
다시
Nico and
동점.
Moneshi avoided on overpass. Instead, pressured
11 대
more on
11.
Inferno than anyone else.
자, 미드 컨트롤하는 모네시 스모크 쳐져 있습니다.
With almost nothing to play with.
이번에는 바나나가
This is an even
조용하네요.
game yet again, pulling at our heartstrings.
미르 선수 혼자 태꾸를 들고 있어서 살짝 불리한 상황. 올라가 보네요. 몸으로 밀고 가는 테러. 다시 뒤로 빠집니다. 폭탄은 아직도 램프에 놔뒀네요.
So much room for paranoia. There's so much room for indecision.
야, 스모크 가려주고요.
G2 are holding their util well here. Got two mollies and a smoke left on the
플래시뱅과
A
함께
side. And G2 are
나가서
getting aggressive on B. That should
살짝
free up
바나나
our rotation.
체크하고
You'd like to think
대충
someone's
없는
going to
낌새
reinforce.
느껴지니까
And so they
다
shall,
빠져나가요.
leaving just Nico here. Looking for more
자,
util. Can't find it. There's
니코
nothing
선수만
left.
남기고 A
Now they're the
사이트
ones
쪽으로 4명.
Going into the stack. Can Flitz fake do anything? Can it keep
플릿
Moneshi
선수가
questioning?
저번 라운드처럼
I think they're coming back.
혼자 B를
VP
뚫는데
are ending B in this.
Yeah. They've got to lock
A
up long. It's
페이크
all Nico
주고
yet
B.
again.
All this pressure being applied.
여기 칼 들고 뛴 거 잘 잘랐어요. 니코한테 모든 게
This has to be his moment. This has to be his moment. And with no kills found, bomb site given over.
줘버렸어요. 사이트 안을 들어왔어요.
To scramble bodies over everything.
4대4 리테이크. 오, 옵샷이 빗나갔어요. 미스샷.
Their money at the end of the tether, at the end of the rope.
두 팀 다 지면 돈 다 날라가요. 마지막 진짜 이거 이기는 팀이 이기는데 4대4. 오, 뭐지?
At the back of the site in the open. That was the opener post bomb. That's a dream scenario. G2 have been given road to run. Can they close the gap? Mir hits his. It's 1-for-1. It's only Flit and G2 miraculously saving themselves yet again.
Divine intervention.
왜
dear.
멈춰 있었죠? 칼
To
들고?
keep G2 on this road to the comeback.
If only he could hide. He was at quad. He was safe.
뭐
Into the open.
무슨 상황이었죠?
And Tech decides.
일단 퍼즈가 걸렸습니다.
Disastrous way for VP to lose that round.
매치 퍼즈가 걸렸어요.
Undeserving. But G2 take it nonetheless.
잠깐
Nothing VP
채팅
can
한번
do.
볼게요. 뭐였죠?
The man they say looks like Jesus sits in the ranks of VP, but God is a G2 fan apparently. That is going to hurt for Virtus.pro. They had G2 right there. And if you're G2, it's not the way you want to be winning the round. It's not the way you want
사람들이
this
뭐
redemption
렉이냐?
arc to come
게임
through. At
멈췄냐?
this point, you've just got to take
라운드
it. You've
다시
got to take
해야
what you
되는 거
can get.
아니냐?
Everything was right
PGL
on that round.
프로덕션
What a
뭐
horrific
하냐?
time for this to come through.
PGL 뭐 하냐? 예.
And a question we never ask, but
리-
how is James
리매치 해야
mental
되는 거
now?
아니냐?
How do VP fare in this position?
디도스
It's
어택?
usually never a factor.
뭐야, 이거?
They live and die by their own decisions, but that
이거
one's
어떻게
not
되나요?
theirs.
이거? 이거 멈췄는데?
The call made for them. This is not your round. And now Virtus.pro put to the
그냥 가나?
test to once again drag G2 into overtime.
그냥 갑니다.
Their money a
버투스프로
factor.
무슨 일을 당한 건지 모르겠는데
Unincluded.
일단 칼 들고 멈춰 있는 선수가 있었고 사이트 리테이크 당하고
Home run.
태꾸 3개 갈릴 하나.
2 guns, 3 pistols. G2 poised. for a third map.
For any other team, that
넥스가 빠르게 아파트 윈도우 뚫고 나오고요.
But it's VP, man. These guys have got mental resilience in spades. Their whole brand of Counter-Strike relies on that fact.
오,
And so
태코
this
헤드샷 먹을
is the
뻔했어.
ultimate test of
Wow.
VP's mental.
That's
And
greedy.
a rough move from me
미르
to
선수
open. Mone시 posted down
모네시
through banana.
대기
licking
후
his lips to get involved with the AWP.
P16으로
Just the tag down
데미지 크게
range.
줍니다.
Batuspro have been tested in many ways.
아,
but
이거 게임
never
간 것
like
같아요.
this.
아, 버투스프로 G2도 진짜 씨.
$1 million miss with the Deagle. VP might have just had it with a crash.
이거 다 끝나고 한번 이제 그 유튜브 이제 뒤로 돌려서 봐볼게요.
This
뭐였는지.
is it for Batuspro. This is everything. And Nico is collecting the info that Banana is clear. In this moment, G2 know exactly where this round is
갑자기
ending.
여기서
What the goal
뚫려가지고
is
OT 당할
for
수도 있는 게
Batuspro.
사실.
And Nico might
오,
be here to take it all
니코가
away.
그냥 보냈어요.
Clawing his
모네시
way up through
우와,
Mone시.
폴릭샷.
Lightning fast on
라이트닝
the
패스트.
And with divine
게임을 끝냅니다.
intervention comes the redemption.
겁나 힘든 인페르노였네요.
Long this out. Anubis awaits.
아누비스로 갑니다. 세 번째 맵.
G2 will not have a hand of God moment again. They need the
게임 안
individuals
끝나요.
now. And VP have got to come back from a soul-crushing situation.
Unbelievable way for that to
Unbelievable.
close, but G2 absolutely hold their
Unbelievable.
nerve at pivotal points in the game. It's not just that 11-11 round, it's rounds prior. It's the late comeback from VP's 7-round CT streak. Last map VP deserving.
Their money at the end of the tether.
자,
At the end of the
11대
round.
11 여기에서
The
4대4
winner of this
리테이크
is
상황인데
teed up to
제이미
win the map.
이러고
Jay? Has he
The winner of this is teed up to win the map.
Jay?
제임? 해설이
He's
제임?
crashed. Oh no!
He's
To
crashed.
win the map.
Jay? Has he crashed? He's crashed. Oh no! In a
He's crashed. Oh no! 게임이 깨졌어요.
That was the open approach.
그래서 진다고? 이래서 진다고? 와, 개 억울하겠다,
But
씨발.
remember, the rest of his teammates
Wow.
are very low on health, and he was in a new box. He was in a great position. I don't believe there was even a Molotov remaining on the side of G2 to really flush him out. And then
유박스에서
the devil
튕겨가지고
just,
그냥 칼
disconnected.
들고 오른쪽으로
So
이렇게 가버린
unlucky,
거야.
so unfortunate for the side of
So
VP and for
unfortunate, 그냥
G2.
불행했다로
That was-
퉁치는 거야,
They
이걸?
required a miracle like that to win this.
It's such
It
an-
was so close.
Such an
게임이
unfortunate
멈췄어?
ending to a great game of Counter-Strike, a close game of Counter-Strike that constantly was going back and forth. You could never really, I guess, anticipate who were going to
오,
win.
이거
You could never
그건가?
really get a sense for who were in the driving seat.
G2가 탈락할 것 같으니까 PGL이 설마
설마 They were both trying to be aggressive. They were trying to
안
be
돼,
defensive.
플레이오프에
But then
G2를
VP, you know,
염려하면서.
after getting the bomb site, they were fumbling round
디도스
after
그냥
round,
박아버려가지고.
retake after retake, and up until the
뭐,
J crash,
뭐
sure,
이런
there were
일이
some rounds
있습니까?
on their own behalf,
와,
but that crash
대박이네요.
coming in and
흥행
basically
살리려고,
ruining
씨.
the opportunity for Jame and VP to go 2-0.
와,
It is what it
진짜
is. It's
억울할 것
heartbreaking.
같아.
It's unfair. It's not cool, but it's
세 번째
give it
맵으로
up to
가네요.
G2.
이런 일이
I
있습니다.
had my tweet ready, just ready to hit send right there.
Wow.
Save Moneshi, save this kid from this travesty that is his team right now. Like, he's never made it to the major playoffs, right? And I was about to hit that send because just watching the way Hooksy and Nico were just fumbling the B bombs at defense.
댓글
And
난리
first, and VP
났겠는데?
were aware of it. They
지금
knew that this is where we're going to be winning this map.
혹시
They
뭐
keep harassing the bombs at time and time
한번
again. I'm watching
돌아다녀
some of the
보세요.
plays
카스
that are coming up
커뮤니티
with,
한번
some of the
돌아다녀
protocols coming
보세요.
up with,
훅시
and I'm
7킬로
contrasting
이기기?
this to what Manja was
24라운드
doing
했는데
on that B bombs,
7킬로
and I'm
이겼습니다.
watching going,
훅시.
ew, brother.
Yeah, I
힘이
know.
도와줬다.
I know. It's kind of hard for me because it's
저는
like,
일단
I don't wanna sound like
HLTV
I'm overdosing on hate or
댓글
anything.
보는데
Like, you know, you think about the
난리가 났어요,
circumstances within
벌써.
which you've just limped across the line. You've
PGL
needed everything.
뭐하냐.
You've needed like that moment of divine intervention, and you're getting up and you're screaming. I mean, you've been a liability there, Hooksy. Like, there's no getting around that. It was
조작했다 리그드.
unbelievably
댓글에
bad
막
performance on
나오고요.
that bomb site.
It was not a great look at all for G2. Moneshi wasn't
Fucking
able to come
PGL.
over there or establish any sort of dominance with the
Expected.
op either to
Oh,
help
shit.
them out. So I think in terms of raw calling from Hooksy as well, admit that it wasn't going too well.
진짜
Put Moneshi into
사상
that position, maybe
초유의
change the pace
무슨
of the game a little
이런
bit.
일이
He
있나?
didn't do that either. Again, I just
알트 탭을
want
했다고?
to quantify
하다가?
this game for you. G2 they win
형님들
the first
한번
pistol, they
돌아다녀
convert
보세요.
the 3-0 in the
뭐
first half. Second half, they
트위터,
win the pistol, they convert, they go
레딧,
on 4-0. So essentially they're leading
HLTV,
7-0 in the beginning of both halves.
트위치 채팅,
And they need a
유튜브
Jame
채팅 한번
goddamn
돌아다녀
crash in a
보세요.
4v4
약간
retake on the B bomb side in order to win
개
their
난리
own
났을
map
거
pick.
아니에요?
This was the I wouldn't say an unfair win, you know, but it's like we're talking all the win conditions in the world going your way. You're winning pistols, you're converting, you have an opponent crashing at the worst possible time. You have Nexa actually having a good game to a point
이 경기 아직 끝나지 않았습니다.
G2가
행운을 신의 보살피?
No, definitely
아무튼
not.
행운이
Some victories
따랐고요.
certainly
자, 양 팀의 경기가 세 번째 맵 아누비스까지 왔습니다. 버투스프로는 바로 직전 인페르노에서 아주 뭔가 석연치 않고 찜찜한 패배를 겪어서 멘탈이 중요할 텐데 제대로 붙잡고 G2를 상대해야 될 거고요. 아누비스에서 그래도 테러로 시작하고 있습니다. G2는 말 그대로 941세. 자, 이 기회를 살려서 플레이오프에 갈 수 있을 것인지. 일단 CT가 전부 4명 A사이트 스택 된 상황에서 5명 들어오는데 수비 네 막아내고 있는 CT, 심지어 훅시의 플랭킹까지 인포를 따고 도망갑니다. 살아나가요. 헌터가 쫓아가고 미르 선수가 설치만 하고 죽자. 설치에 성공합니다. 피스톨 라운드를 가져가는 G2.
On the CT side as well, right? We see a lot of teams struggle to get comfortable in this half of the map. VP making all the decisions, and one of them will include buying up in the second round. That bomb plant makes it so.
와, 방금 전 맵이 너무 진짜
Breath of fresh air.
엄청나서
Release on life.
기운이 쪽팔리네 그냥.
After an inferno closes at the final moment, and they're going to pick it up and run with it.
자, A사이트에 4명이 스택했던 CT 그쪽으로 테러가 들어가면서 피스톨 라운드를 가져갔습니다. G2. 그래도 폭탄 설치라서 갈릴 포스바이고 부스팅 미드 이거 오 플래시뱅과 함께 나왔는데 연막샷 와 잡았어요. 포스바이 했던 버투스프로의 미드 부스팅을 성공적으로 막은 G2의 미드 푸시 3대4까지 왔고요.
Into a bomb site. It is undefended, underguarded. Only Monacy at the back.
모네시 선수만 B사이트 뒤쪽에 혼자 보고 있습니다. 그쪽으로 3명 테러 들어오는데 오 타이밍 좋게 뒤로 빠졌어요. 하지만 적을 발견하지는 못했습니다. 이제 알 거예요. 이러면 A사이트에서 오고 있는 2명이랑 사이트 안에 둘 다크 쪽으로 앉아서 전진, 포복 전진. 불 뚫고 들어오는데 택구 마무리가 안 돼요. 노바 만났고 해체됩니다. 자, 두 번째 라운드 적의 포스바이조차 이겨내는 G2.
Especially as VP find their way to a bomb plant. You say that Norbert's been a monster across the series. He really has, and VP will need him more now than ever. He nearly gets the ball rolling on that clutch, so at least some good early signs from Norbert. On this map yesterday, when we saw Monacy get his first AWP out, he hit the ground running immediately for G2.
스카웃과 택구 P250이 보입니다. 와, 수리탄 너무 좋네요. 머리에서 폭발했습니다. 생각해보니까 수류탄을 저렇게 정통으로 맞았는데 살아있네요, 사람이. 뭔데? 뭐 사람이 좀 튼튼하네요. 야, 하긴 뭐 저 정도는 돼야지 테러리스트 하지. 오, CT가 B사이트 B메인 컨트롤을 해보고요. 바깥쪽 인포를 따서 A 더블 셋업 준비되고 베이팅 트레이드
He's given support in this important round.
들어옵니다.
VP running on the line.
스모크에 가려지고요.
That smoke will stop them in their tracks. They have to go back to middle.
40초 남았는데
Split to materialize. Mona시
미드에 두 명 있는 거 모네시가 또 봐주고 있고요.
Swiveling between two positions. Nico gets a far better one, but he makes noise. He's got to give it up. And now really buttoned down in this bomb site as this mid split starts to move in. 20 seconds now or never.
모네시가 오 타이밍. 그래도 더블킬. 라스트 제인 니코의 와이드 피킹.
Crushing blow. VP do everything they can to make that unpredictable by leaving it to the last possible second. Letting those mid players play first. Modesty misses the timing, but something says turn back around. Both kills. Clinical.
순항 중입니다. 아누비스 CT에서 3점을 따내고 있는 G2.
Now comes the full, but even then it's missing util. It's missing the orb. Can't afford to miss the opportunity. VP go for a bit more pace. All outside of A. That just screams they're going to be executing early in this round. Next set again.
자, 버투스프로 이제 AK를 사왔고, 오 A 속공인가요? 이른 타이밍에 A 메인 땅을 다 먹어놨습니다. 들어오네요. 플래시뱅과 함께 A 러쉬 니코 트레이드 넥사 더블킬. 모네시도 빠르게 커버와서 라스트 플릿 선수만 남습니다. 뒤로 빠져나가는 걸 폭시 선수가 마무리하면서 세 번째 맵 4대0 G2.
In a lot of these rounds, they've had Hooksy leaning out towards long over at B, locking that side of the map down, getting the info from it.
I mean, just with how this game is starting, it does feel written in the stars for G2 to be winning a race.
첫 번째 맵도 OT 16대 14까지 갔고 두 번째 맵도 13대 11까지 갔고 세 번째 맵은 진짜 이 체력 엄청나게 소모됐을 거거든요. 두 개의 맵을 거의 30라운드 가까이 했고 두 번 다. 마지막 이제 또 VP한테 멘탈 공격이 엄청나게 들어갔을 그 마지막 라운드 때문에 VP 일단 초반 출발이 힘들어 보입니다. 그렇죠. FPS 최고 사양이니까. 예. 2024년에 TN 모니터를 5주일 사율이면 이제 수백만 원 주고 돈 주고 사는 게 이제 또 카스 하는 사람들이 그렇죠. 장비가 생깁니다.
But it is a good sign for G2. They are not floundering on this opportunity.
근데 뭐 4K 모니터 뭐 IPS 모니터 이런 거 가지고 게임할 수는 없잖아. 게이밍 모니터란 게 있는데.
James AK lives to tell the tale. It can come group and dark as they set up B. Third smoke in this position.
자, 이번에 테러가 택구 P250 페임 선수만 AK 헌터 눈앞에 3명 아니 2명. 와우. 와, 술탄 진짜 잘 먹었고요.
Virtus.pro, they get one man in, mid, makes it past the players in main, but not for long.
모네시의 딱 불을 뿜으면서 더블킬, 푹시의 수류탄 킬, 모네시 트리플 킬.
is singing early on. Monesty is shining.
모네시 is shining.
9-2.
그러게요.
It's
두
only a
번째
matter of
맵의
time.
역학.
1v5, trapped down in dark. He's getting pushed through main and mid.
힘이 쭉 빠진 것 같은 바람이 빠진 듯한 고무풍선처럼 버투스프로가 녹아내리고 있습니다. 제임과 페임 선수 0킬 5데스 2명 다. 여기 아누비스 테러 T사이드 맵. 하지만 CT가 5점을 따고 있고
VP no
0대5.
rounds, nothing to show for it. This is their best buy yet, number 6.
Yeah, G2 are bringing a high level, and VP looked deflated.
Without a doubt.
You can't even blame them. That's the worst part.
AK
He always
5자루.
praised this team's resilience, man. That's why I'm
오,
hoping
넥사
that there could be
선수의
something here next to with an
공격적인
aggro play out through main.
I love it.
푸시.
Now they have heard it, of course. VPC double smoke. They know exactly what's going on.
자, 스모크를 저기
But this is still
깔고
going to be a very delayed round where G2 can eventually give this up, and VP have so
뒤로
much stuff to
빠지네요.
clear. They can't execute into another bomb site. They fear a stack with this amount of control taken. So VP have to manually check everything here, and Fame will drop in to do so. Luckily, G2 have abandoned this position. He was full blind on that dropout rugs. 5v5 still at the minute mark. Not for long.
모네시가 미드를 컨트롤 해줍니다. 니코가 A메인 불을 적당한 타이밍에 깔아주고요. 테러 다시 돌립니다. 이번에는 미드랑 B 쪽으로 갈 생각인가요?
Alright, VP up to their usual tricks. They repel that A play. Now they're spreading back out across the map, leaning over
모네시가
here
미드를
towards B, where
포기하고
James
뒤로 가는데 B 사이트 쪽으로 갑니다.
popping in that left
40초.
side sight smoke, just applying a little bit of pressure.
사이트 연막.
Going A.
He will move back over and rejoin his team. They even blow this smoke open. Norbit wasn't there to take contact. On the spam, that keeps G2 paranoid about the B play. They even bring Nexa over.
이커넥터 혼자.
This A hold falls to just one
오,
player in
미스샷이
Nico.
나면서
Now these
모네시를
teams coming out
괴롭혀주고
dark.
있고
You bet your bottom
그
dollar that
사이에
this is the
본대
big play.
A 사이트
The true nature of the round was always
자,
A.
B는
For
페이크였습니다.
Virtus.pro, leaving it down to the wire.
뚫고
The
들어오나요?
bomb dropped and gets away from
Ooh.
VP. They chase the heaven player, and this is a last second plant. This is a very
우와.
VP round. This could be
설치.
them trying to bring
하지만
themselves back into this game.
커버 와준
All eyes on
CT들
Fame in the clutch, up into the heavens.
Fame.
Oh, man. Dropping down.
올라갈 수가 없었어요.
Fame. They're
발소리까지
running at him,
내버리고.
and they're gonna overwhelm him.
페임.
VP cursed.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That is the worst bug in the game right now. That you can't jump around, on ledges sometimes without it, pushing you back. There's no mistake made by Fame. It's the perfect play. It's the only way to win the round, to get behind G2 rather than just being rushed in the site. And the game says no, he can't jump up. VP, it feels not meant to be. And what more can
버투스프로
Fame do?
악재에 악재가 붙이네요.
Double opener.
거의
Nothing
버투스프로 신에게 버림받았나요? 이게 엄청난 불행이 계속 겹칩니다.
Flawless map so far on a very difficult half. But G2 are not making it look difficult. They are making plays. They are making moves. Another
속 많이
aggressive
쓰리겠다,
setup. Mone시
진짜.
goes through the dark smoke.
이건 뭐
G2 feeling invincible
약간
right now. You can just tell.
자기 개인의 퍼포먼스의 범주를 벗어난 이제
Fall short. Honestly, easy
오우
shot.
쉣. G2는 이제 마음 놓고 이제 찍어 누르고 있어요.
And a 5v3 as the dust settles. Low and slow for Virtus.pro. Back into an A walk.
엄청난 억가를 당하고 하지만 그래도 끝까지 해야 되는 버투스프로 선수들.
James here is the next man in. We'll reclaim one
제임스
of these, but
선수가
they're going to
힘내서
keep
킬을
pressuring
따고
him. Tries to get out with
이제
the
드디어
bomb.
첫 번째
James
킬을
actually goes back in,
해보고
and that's his downfall. Nico secures the
노버
kill.
선수만 남는데요.
With just Norbert left.
에이,
Another one
메인에
of these
봄 들어와.
impossible clutches for Virtus.pro.
넥사와 니코 선수가 홀딩 중.
Cleanly done onto the first man.
It's Nico,
뒤로
though.
빠집니다. 니코. 자, 그러면
Volleyed himself as well.
플래시뱅
Nico
터뜨리고
will
한번
happily take
사냥.
this fight heads on.
오!
Alright, another one from Norbert.
오!
Oh, Norbert so close, but
1대4에서
able to stem
트리플
the bleeding,
킬까지
able to
하는
stop
꼭
Norbert
가는
in his tracks.
노버 선수. 아, 마지막에 모네시 선수가 끝에 가서 트레이드를 내주면서 클러치를 못했지만 그래도 VP
That's probably been the
끝까지
biggest takeaway from
최선을
VP.
다해서
It's just
멋진
how
장면
sick Norbert's been playing.
보여주고 있고요.
He wants that stage. Virtus.pro haven't been on a stage in over a year. In front of a large crowd in an important playoff event. It's just not happened. Not had the opportunity.
반갑습니다.
And it feels like right now it's getting ripped from their fingers.
자, 모네시 선수 13킬 2데스 오프닝 듀얼 3승 0패 ADR 156. 사실 일방적인 두 번째 맵의 여파가 계속 멘탈 VP 7대 0까지.
I want to see some life from Virtus.pro. An aggressive round.
노버 선수만 혼자 힘내서 8킬 하고 있는데
But is that
팀원들
just playing into what
아주
G2 want right
아직
now? They've had perfect
충격에서
control at the start of
헤어나오지
these
못하고
rounds.
있습니다.
Getting early util damage. Some nice A-main nade Molotov combos. That's an aggressive B smoke will land up here where Norbert is. Signals that
택구
G2 are going for a
5자루밖에
play.
없고요. 테러.
Usually it's the CTs who feel constricted on
스모크
Anubis.
쳐지고
G2
헌터 선수가
boxing
다크를
versus pro
컨트롤하고
here.
있는데 일단 코앞까지 플리스 선수가 밀고 나오긴 했습니다. 테러는
What a
이번
change
라운드
of tune.
폭탄 떨어뜨려 놓고 디폴트 운영을 하고 있는데
at the perfect point in the day.
아 트로피 부수던 거. 들어옵니다. 비사이트로. 시티가 먼저 나갔어요. 플래시뱅 셋업으로 먼저 선제 공격. 오, 그냥 보네요? 대신에 난 엠퍼 안 먹어. 난 오퍼니까 더블 먹어.
And they know about this second player. He's playing the long con, playing the long game, going to try and join up with his teammate in through middle. Mir brings the bomb in. Oh, but lies in wait.
현식이 심하구만 이 친구. 예.
Throughout this entire round.
자, 폭탄이 설치됩니다. 버투스프로 택구로 시작한 라운드 이코 스틸. 그래도 멋있게 G2 상대로 해보나요? 2대2. 그럼 제임스 선수가 더블로 해야 돼요. 클러치. 앞뒤로 쌓여 있어가지고 정신 없어요. 이거 180도로 돌리면서 해야 돼요. 뒤에 와요.
They're still applying all this pressure. Hooksy now sticking the defuse and a missed shot from James AWP.
아쉽습니다. 버투스프로.
It's very
해체되냐?
close. Hooksy just about.
우와, 그마저도 해체시켜버리네. 예. 몇 초야?
But G2 no reason to worry, no reason to be
8대 0이.
stressed. What a beautiful
아니
interplay
라운드
between Nectar and
16대
Hooksy.
14,
If anyone oversteps, goes a little
11대
bit too
13
far.
진짜 첫 번째 맵, 두 번째 맵 그렇게 치열하게
If he doesn't bait
예,
James out of the
명경기
jump and
펼치던
dies, that gives James the option
그
to
두
stop that
팀이었는데
defuse in its tracks, and you just don't doubt James in that
마지막에 그
1v1. But
크래쉬가 나면서
crunched into a
세
corner.
번째
It's a
맵에서는
metaphor for Virtus.pro in this map right now.
힘들어 보입니다.
Nothing to show for the success across the last two.
두 번째 맵까지는 진짜 엄청난 명경기 그리고 접전이었는데요.
Never seen
상황이
VP
많이
crumble like
바뀌었습니다.
this.
이번에
But it's
풀바이
absolutely
해왔는데 혹시
understandable.
또 한 라운드 따갈 수
Is there
있나요?
anything at the end of this half?
모네시가
or
미드를
Monacy
봅니다. 미르 선수가
continue to
접근.
light them up? He has to
뒤로
bait, but
빠져주고요.
Molly forces that decision through the smoke instead. Monacy plays up close. He's got to be careful. They come right through Mir. That flash doesn't miss this
트레이드가
time.
납니다.
It's a follow-up from Nico. Bomb is still left back, so Jay must retreat for it and just go for this desperate B hit. They've never gotten in.
플릿 선수가 A 사이트에 플릿 페이크를 주고요. 오, 제임 선수 블라인드 샷. 어떻게 하나요? 40초? 오, B 안 가요. 어떻게 하고 싶었죠? 어떻게 하려고? 플릿 선수 끌어들이면 이거는 B 가겠네요. 자, 혹시 하나 발견. 이야, 노버 선수 잘 뚫습니다. 반대편에 가 있던 넥사와 니코가 다가오는데 2대3이거든요.
This has to be where they leave at least a mark on G2. Nico creeping up through the spawn.
G2는 안티 좀 엄청 늘어날 것 같은 예감.
After this contact is taken.
사실은 이제 PGL 안티가 먼저긴 한데. 오, 잠시만요. 2대2 동점이에요. 제임과 페인. 미스샷. 그래도 네, 한 점 버투스프로 놔줍니다.
And it's time for VP to start stringing some rounds together.
Yeah.
Go on a little streak towards the end of this first half.
멘탈이 나갔어요.
G2 look like they're made of metal, right? Just the way they're playing these late retakes, the cohesion. There's no desperation, there's no panic. It's of course enforced by the huge lead they have and the confidence in that. But this looks like a different G2 than we've seen in every other map of the tournament. Playing to win. And VP Destiny.
사실은 원래 오늘 우리가 이제 G2가 이제 2대 0으로 이런 모습으로 빠르게 끝낼 거라고 생각하고 왔는데 버투스프로 선수들이 이제 메이저 우승했었던 경력들이 있어서 유관의 품격으로 G2를 길게 끌고 가고 경기 상황에서도 뭐 노버 선수라든지 엄청난 클러치와 멀티킬 그리고 전략, 예, 버투스프로의 전략 멋있는 장면들 많이 뽑아줬고요. 그런 걸 수도 있죠 사실. 예. 선수들이 뭐 멘탈적으로 다 회복을 했는데 사실 그냥 아누비스를 못한다던가 그런 걸 수도 있죠. 사실 아무도 모르는 거라서. 멘트하고 세이브 하나요? 네. 힘내서 두 번째 또 라운드 한번 가져갑니다. 훅시가 장갑 칼 값을 못하는 것 같은데. 너는 그냥 다 팔고 갈고리 녹슨 써라. 네, 저 자리 돼요. 네. 맞죠. 네, 아누비스 테러라서. 오랜만에 만약에 이제 아직 안 끝났지만 거의 끝났다고 가정하고 얘기를 하면 G2가 정말 오랜만에 또 메이저 플레이오프 올라가고 모네시가 니코 올려보내준다가 맞는 것 같아요. 지금까지 경기 폼을 보면 모네시가 팀원들 멱살 잡고 니코 올려주고 오늘은 이거 끝나면 바로 이어서 나비 대 페인게이밍 경기가 있는데 그게 오늘 마지막 일정이고 걔가 이제 BO3 경기니까 아마 뭐 5시까지 하겠죠. 오늘은 새벽 5시에 일찍 퇴근. 일찍인가? 아닌가? 예.
Huxley should be able to catch him here. Do G2 want to go for this? I mean, they're far removed. A good bit of time has ticked off the bomb.
페이즈클랜이랑 G2는 일단 레전드 스테이지 경기력 보면 토너먼트에서 그냥 바로 빠이빠이 할 수도 있을 것 같다는 생각이.
And so, you know, we've talked a lot to the mindset of this VP squad, the resilience of the roster. I think it's going to be interesting because you imagine as the captain and the guy who has a very defined way of playing the game, that's usually come from Jame. But this is one of these instances where it feels like it's going to have to be
초반 교전에서 두 명씩 붙고 3대3 상황에서 버투스프로가 그래도 8연승 끊고 3연승
AWP because we've already seen how mobile Mone시 has been in this map and how many different openers he's provided. He's picked a main, he's picked dark in front of the smoke, he's gone for mid angles. There are so many options for opening picks and Jame. It's not just the brain, it's not just the brawn.
선수들이 이제 옆에서 이제 주먹 인사를 계속 기다리죠.
And he has flicks that almost rival Monesy's, so maybe there's hope there. VP holding on, looking for a 4-round T side.
They can find all 4 down at the end of the half. That's at least something to look forward to, something to feel good about. G2, they want to do everything they can to keep VP down in the dumps. Nico falling back off the mid angle right as Mia plays through those.
예, G2가 이겼습니다.
A-hit, Monesy lines up a double, but there's the response from James AWP.
진짜 개 재밌었는데 그걸 안 보고 가네. 에휴. 안 물어봤어. 예.
VP actually call off the A-hit for the time being.
당신은 인생 절반 손해 본 거야.
Through the main smoke. And now Mia in middle is very valuable. In position, was meant to cut these players down as they rotate in. It's gonna have to be Jame on this AWP.
자, 버투스프로 선수들이 힘내서 4대8로 마무리할 수 있나요? 오, 제임! 야, 뒤늦게 버투스프로 선수들 힘을 냈네요. 예. 돌아오고 있습니다. 돌아오고 있습니다.
G2 A slight ball dropped, a slight bump in the road.
벤당할래?
But tires still on the wagon.
Yeah, look, it's not a fantastic T side. It doesn't take a genius to work that one out, but it's the fact that they take them 4 straight. It's the fact that they look more like themselves. James making plays like wow. Even the collateral to close finished with the Tech 9.
와, 4대8까지.
G2 meanwhile, they're feeling the burn a little bit as VP who are looking deflated.
CT인데 잘 할 수 있을런지 잘 모르겠네요. G2가
now there is still some fight left in
테러로
them.
왔는데.
The G2 move on the T side. If they win the pistol, they're right there. They're at the finish line. The only task would be crossing it.
Hey, I'll just say it. We've already seen G2 lose an 8-1 lead. How about 8-0? I think whoever loses today is going to be absolutely crushed for different reasons. But not everyone can be a winner.
버투스프로의 피스톨 라운드 전략은 A 사이트 4명인데요. G2가 혼자 있는 사이트 쪽을 들어오네요. 킬 어떻게 했어?
Puts the advantage in favor of VP, and now they tee up for a retake. 5v4, G2 with a plant, Virtus.pro moving across the map, trying to box them in. They're going to go looking for these main fights. G2 are set up here heavy. It's a 2v3 over in main, but Flit turns the tide. First kill found. James been spotted on that first peak.
테러가 아예 바깥에서 수비를 하는데요.
G2 is out at main, and there's a smoke on Mir.
모네시 너무나도 큰 더블킬, 트리플킬, 10킬
G2 find the pistol on top, and the hype from Huxley, the kills from Mone시,
신났네, 신났어.
and the destiny of G2 is top 8 in Copenhagen. What a save from Mone시, that turnaround. Jane plays it to perfection on the flank, but they're taking fights in front of the smoke, and Mone시 hits every single one.
훅시야. 훅시가 지금까지 G2에서 살아남을 수 있는 이유죠. 예. 파이팅 넘치고 이제 토템 역할.
Even in these rounds, G2 are very cautious.
샤우팅 역할.
Never certain what VP are up to here. Team that do sometimes throw the money in and try to play that early monetary game. So you got to treat it like
거의 그런 거
it's a
같은데?
rifle round if you're
IGL이고
G2,
예.
and they take it slow.
전략 담당하고
Their eyes
이제
set
맥텐
over
들고
towards B
전진해서
when it
죽은
mid-stack for
다음에
VP.
인포
They
알려주고
won't be in the right place
이제
to put a stop
팀원들한테
to
이제
this.
어떻게 해라 이렇게 이기면 소리 지르고 훅시 담당.
Done. 10 rounds. Pack it up.
지금 이제 훅시가
Bow on it.
두 번째 맵 이기고 GG 이지 쳐서 버투스프로 선수들이 멘탈이 나가버렸어요. 단체로 도발당해서. 자, 이번에 G2가 들어오는데 니코의 음프가 오프닝 키를 내고 기념품인가? 이거 뭐야 이거? 스티커를 어떻게 붙인 거지? 폭탄이 설치됩니다. 남은 CT 선수들 총기 USP 프리코 중이기 때문에 리테이크하러 들어가도 모네시 와우 쉣
So nice from
스프레이
Monacy.
더블킬 헤드샷.
Lovely little transfer as he's topping the charts for the G2 squad.
And he's played excellent in this game. 21-6 is absolutely a solo carry, but I think the difference here is it's felt
아니,
like
나는
the team
농담이었어.
play
예.
has
GG
been
이지 쳤다는
really
건
good for
농담이었어요.
G2 in this map alone. The way they've closed out clutches, stopped Jame in that aim play. I think as a unit, G2 have just looked indomitable. And for sure, when Mone시
모네시
is doing this, that certainly makes their
21킬
life easier, but
6데스
I think even just to call this a one-man army would be disingenuous
원맨 아미.
to that CT side that G2 just showed us. Can he or they keep it up? This round might spell the end.
노보 선수가 원맨 아미죠.
Four
지금은
strong in the right place
버투스프로에.
this time as G2 look to
G2
muster
어떻게
up another
하려고?
one of these fast B plays, but
B 베스트.
everyone here, Norbert and James kills the piece, but the trades are found near back of the site.
그냥
Lots of damage done, and
갖다
Hunter,
박았습니다.
well, he's going to get the bomb planted. He'll go no further than that.
이게
A
뭐지?
multi-kill
네.
from Mir keeps VP above water for now.
스로잉. G2의 스로잉.
A very lengthy journey ahead of them, one that is going to be a real uphill battle on the CT side. But a well-founded stack, a good read out of Jame for how that round was going to look.
누구야? 페임
Nice way for
선수요?
this to start.
Yeah.
이 선수? 이 선수 눈이
It's a really
이뻐요.
good call. I mean, G2 come in with bonus rounds.
아, 뭐 플래시뱅도 없었고 연막도 없었고 그냥 총 들고 뛰어 들어갔는데 다 죽었습니다.
That's not stacked.
10대
G2
5.
probably have an even kill post plant.
모네시 선수의 T사이드 AWP 스나이퍼 라이플 나왔고요. 이번엔 천천히 하네요. 예, 폭탄 내려놓고 디폴트 한 대 얻어맞고 나니까 천천히 하는데 B에 3명, A에 2명 수비 보고 있고
The tension in this game. You can feel it.
미드 몰리를 던져줍니다.
Taken at the same
살짝
time. All
잘못
these
던진 거 아닌가?
Molotovs used.
모르겠네.
Deep temple smoke as well to stop that rotation, but it's all a farce. G2 are going for this B hit. Norbert's about to find out. It could be nades out. Monacy unscoped at the moment, misses that timing. Norbert gets a big amount of information. He sees the bomb there, and look at VP shuffle on the minimap. They're rotating spawn. They know it's coming. It's inevitable.
자, 이번에 B로 와요. G2
Smoking towards main.
A 메인
Close
앞쪽까지
the roll
갔던
with G2.
헌터 넥사 선수
Actually go back to
돌아오면서
go back to A
B
rather.
커넥터를
I think this
노려주고
might
있고
be a ruse.
혹시
Jame will fully commit to the rotate now.
훅시야
Mir the same.
넥사
They start to
둘이
pull bodies over. Will this be too late? Just removed from the action. You need a great hold from these two
수비를 뚫고
players
들어옵니다.
responsible for the site.
오,
He's
연막샷.
watching from the
자,
cross. 20 seconds left.
연막샷으로 교환 잘 됐어요.
Monacy
근데
responds. Monacy replies. That orb
아니
is not missing right now for
킬로그에
Monacy.
연막 킬이 몇 개가 뜬 건지 모르겠는데
strolls up into a lost bomb site 1-on-3.
혼자 남았습니다.
He knows there's no win in this round. There's no redemption here.
뒤로 빠지네요. 세이브.
It's G2
돌아섭니다.
all over.
G2 11점에
As these back-to-back B hits since getting onto the T side.
그리고
Net them their
CT는
breakthrough round. The
자금이
money of VP
없어
is gone.
보이는데
With this save, they can look to put something out in the next round, but it's going to be missing some of those bells and whistles. You won't have James running an AWP. Not if you want as many rifles as possible, and so this could be the beginning of the end for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, and when you think of this game in the future, I think all you're going to consider is the heartbreak of this matchup.
오우 연막.
At the same
수류탄
time,
걷어내고.
G2 seized the opportunity
이건
with
보였네.
both hands and have absolutely run over it. Even though VP
17번째 라운드
clearly
5대 11
affected by the way
상황에서
that previous
버투스프로
map fell.
두 번째 타임아웃 걸고요.
G2 they have run wild.
뭐
8
오피셜로
round CT
나왔나요?
side streak. VP get a couple.
오피셜 나온 거예요?
They're
엔비디아
back on the
충돌?
chopping block.
무슨
And that
일이길래?
blade is held up by a thread.
엔비디아가 충돌 날 게 어떤 상황이지?
Hooksy here to order
그래픽
that guillotine.
드라이버가 크랙이 나오면서
And it feels hopeless for Virtus.pro.
PGL 측의 해명이라서 사실 10억 거 아닌가? 그거는 뭐 게임 집에서 게임 하다가도 그런 거 겪을 수가 없지 않나? 그러니까 PGL 쪽에서 준비한 컴퓨터가 이제 뭐 말썽을 부른 거죠. 경기장에 있는 컴퓨터 하나가 갑자기 뭐 진짜 말도 안 되는 억가를
Monesy's
당했네.
been a monster. He so often is on Anubis. He's a huge part of why this map is so strong for
Mafia.
G2. For him being in this form,
릭드.
making a world of difference.
자 11대 15고요. 그래도 제임스 선수가 AWP를 사왔는데
Main taken as Nexa moves in. The mollies
역전을
team up
갑자기
to take the space.
시작한다던가. CT 이번 라운드 절대 물러나면 안 돼요.
James will get the opener.
제임스 선수가
Ball brings down over
니코를
in middle.
따면서
G2, this slows the roll of the
시작합니다.
mid play. This A split gets that much harder with the presence of
근데
James Orr.
미드에 둘, A 메인에 둘, A 스플릿 공격. 테러들이 잘 숨어서 기어 들어왔어요.
Still rather uncomfortable for VP
아,
right now.
커넥터
They sneak through the
앞뒤로
smoke. Fane doesn't know where to
싸먹히면서
look, and no
사이트
kills been
열리고.
offered up to James. He announces his presence with a blind shot.
이번 라운드 내지면
And the
게임
blinder
끝입니다.
of a
돈이
round
없어서
for G2 puts them right there
세이브하던가 3명
in
세이브하던가.
Heaven's Gate.
이거 들어가면 안 되죠. 다음 라운드
Just
위해서
one round away from
세이브해야 됩니다.
saving themselves and locking in a top 8 performance at the major at bare minimum, a playoff run. And after how they won this, with them going to the playoffs, you
그러게요.
want
테러
G2 to look
전략이
good. You want them to justify that spot. in the arena. We
미드와
always say
A 메인
big stage players, big
스플릿으로
stage team.
들어오는 거라서
They're gonna have
제임이
to show that.
로테이션 안 하고 계속 미드를 봤으면 어땠을까 하는 생각 들지만 라운드는
And Monecy has just been such an outlier
G2가
in this
가져가게
tournament for
됐습니다.
G2. Even at their worst moments, he has lifted them up, put them on his shoulders, no matter the weight. And we might not have to wait longer either. It's one more round for G2. It's the inevitable entering the arena. VP, one final go at it.
7연승 파마슨에게 제이미 AWP.
Everything they need but fate.
모네시가 24킬 7데스. 와 진짜 캐리.
James trying to make an aggro move on this orb.
혹시
But he's
어그로
flashed off the angle as
그래서
Hooksy nullifies this main control. Fame still stays up there. James actually still floating around. So they want to
모네시가
keep the
이미 각을
pressure
보고
on.
있어요. 오.
James looking to walk into Monesy's AWP.
멈춰 있습니다.
For this main control. Looks like VP are gonna try push the boat out a little. They take a
미스
swing
샷!
here. Missed shot from the orb. Jamin Fame in tandem
더블킬이
get away with a
나면서
killer piece. And they lock G2 out
미드도
of the main
또
control.
잡히면서
Nico dead in middle.
Such a micro move for Monaci had such graphic implications there. He
탄은
just
주었는데
moves off of the
페로가
angle. Jay moves in, and that
2대
allows Fame to
5거든요.
swing, and there's nothing Monaci can do about it as he walks back into the AWP. It's a drop in the bucket, or even a drop in the ocean. But it is water nonetheless.
잡히고 라스트 덱사도
Surrounding
거기로
Nexa.
나가면 우와
Nothing he can do but die. 6-12.
한 점 따라 붙습니다.
No second chances.
Yeah, it's got to be a flawless game from here on out for VP. One misstep, one big Monaci round. And that pipe dream of the
역전에서
comeback is
여기서
over.
Yeah, this would be comeback of careers.
컴백.
Even though the round differential isn't massive.
A weak on round, but they
OT.
make sure Monaci still gets that AWP. And a good reason, a ref
AK
onto,
세자로
Jamin
태포
Main
하나
in the
딱
last, as you say, that
있습니다,
little micro
모네시.
move, massive implications.
오 체크를 안 했어요 헌터 선수.
Haircuts.
완벽한 각에 서
VP
있었습니다.
shaved down to 3.
CT가 체크를 못했어요.
Destiny desires G2 in the arena,
디제스터
and they are answering the
버투스프로에게
call.
더블킬. 이러면
And if Monaci is able to keep up games like this, you have a very exciting player going into that arena. You have a very hot
게임
AWP
선수
with a proven track record here
팀원 2명이
across the
죽었지만
major.
숄더 피킹은 계속합니다.
You get Nico up there on the stage. Maybe that lights a bit
계속
of
움직여야
fire
돼요.
underneath him. After
포기하지
what has
않는
been a pretty
CT
underwhelming
선수들.
major from him so far, that would be the time to prove it. That would be the time to show it. So just 3 players left between G2 and that trip to the
오
Royal
훅시가
Arena.
또
And Hoopsy
태꾸로
looks to make
따버리면서
it happen.
버투스프로
Jamin
희망.
runs into the waiting orb.
버투스프로의 여행은
VP's
여기까지인가요? 라스트 미르
VP's
선수
chance
2승
of
2패
playoffs in
존
Copenhagen is
레전드
over.
스테이지
G2
G2와의 마지막
They
대결
capitalize
세
on the
번째
crazy
맵까지
hand that they're dealt.
와서
And they will lock in a top 8 placing here in Copenhagen.
G2가
are going to the
플레이오프에
playoffs.
올라갑니다.
Unbelievable game on that third map. VP broken into pieces.
VP가 세 번째 맵에서 부서져 버렸어요. 두 번째 맵 그 충격적인 결말. 멘탈 초반에
Yes, sad one.
부서진 거
Kind of gonna be a
주워 담지
strange
못하고
map to break down all things
해설도 탄식,
considered within the context of the
안타까움,
series, but let's
VP에
try.
대한
Obviously, you can see what it means to
어떤
G2.
위로의
and that
말
is
남길 수밖에
contrasted
없네요.
by the sheer despondency from Virtus.pro. Sometimes you ask yourself, what can
단순히
you do?
운이 안 따랐다고 말하기에는
I think
좀
breaking down this particular series is gonna
억울한
be. We have to address what happened
상황
there, right? This would have been
겪고
VP already in there,
두
in the
분
room
다
having a
열정,
drink, just
두
to
팀
enjoy
다
winning it.
열정적이고 명경기 수준 높은
Right, it would have been
재밌는
12-11,
경기
but G2.
했는데
And you can just see how
이렇게 집에 가게
you just
됐네요.
said it yourself, they were so just not there in the server in that final map. I don't want to take anything away from G2 and how they
비겜!
played that CT side.
오,
I think they were
살았다.
absolutely phenomenal.
이 나비만
Very
이기면 돼,
aggressive,
나는.
you know, just getting in the face of
아,
VP,
나는
you know,
나비까지
making
봐야
them,
돼.
really struggle getting anything going on the T side, but also for the side of VP, this wasn't the VP for the first 2 maps.
No, it does
구독
become a bit
버튼
complicated
어디에
to
있을
narrow
거예요.
this game down to a
찾아보세요.
segment where we have to obviously praise
치즈
G2 and congratulate
옆에
them for
있나?
moving on in the
모르겠네.
tournament. Again, as you said, Blur, a fantastic display on Anoop is kind of what we before the game expected. We did say it coming into the game that the map pool was leaning in favor of G2, especially with Anoop.
자, 마지막 경기는 나비 대
You cannot help to think that
페인게이밍이
what happened on
기다리고
Inferno, what
있습니다.
transpired on Inferno, definitely played a role in by
나비가 막차를 타야겠죠? 아니면 역대급 업셋이 일어나서 브라질의 페인게이밍이 플레이오프에 합류한다든지
I was just staring at James and the body language coming off the players, and I must admit,
노란색이 이쁘죠.
they were taking it pretty cool. Had it been me, I would have been mad, I would have been sad, I would have been frustrated, I would have been furious. You know, had it been Apex, you can imagine how he would have reacted in a situation like that. Some of these players who really play with their emotions outside of the show.
HLTV 상으로 다음 경기까지 17분이 남아 있다고.
VP for putting up if anything, valiant display and a show a character in a moment that is very tough for the team.
Despite the fact that seemingly everything was going against him, that Fame round comes to mind, the 1v2 on that A bombs where he tries to go for that jump towards heaven, and that bug happened again.
Never rains in pause, man.
Yeah, it just
so
paused,
ridiculous.
right? So unfortunate. But I want to concentrate a little bit on the positives here. I think Moneshi finally making to the playoffs of a major in his career.
25킬 9데스 모네시.
I think he absolutely
세 번째
deserves it.
맵에서는
He's the reason that G2 are
재능
going to be
폭발했네요.
arena. And yeah, shout out to Moneshi.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously G2, you know, played incredibly well here. Moneshi has really dragged them kicking and screaming through this tournament. And the reality is, you know, I've been around this long enough to know that sometimes you might have terrible group stages, you might
PGL
have terrible
트위터에 떴네요.
qualifiers. All bets are off when you get to that arena. It's the most pressure you will ever face as a competitor. And G2 now, they get those 3-4 days
엔비디아
to
드라이버
reset,
크래시.
reanalyze what they're doing, and they're
그래서
right
게임이
up there. They're back in
크래시됐다.
it. We, you know,
Fourth tonight, it's a privilege.
자, 오늘의 마지막 일전 나비드 페인게이밍의 2승 2패 누가 플레이오프에 진출할지 탈락할지를 겨루는 BO3 경기 첫 번째 맵 뉴크 나비가 시티 페인게이밍이 테러로 시작합니다. 플레이오프 막차 누가 탈 것인가 시작하자마자 니심 선수의 등 깔고요. NQG 선수가 원더풀을 잡으면서 시작 알렉시비 빛 USP 헤드샷을 기록합니다. NQG 선수 미니 안으로 들어왔고요. 이마 선수가 점프해서 죽고요. 3명씩 남습니다. 니심 선수는 시크릿 아래로 들어와서 탄을 들고 숨어 있고요.
And for now, I think Big Uzera has his pieces in the right spots.
JL
More information gained here for Pain. And there is the walk forward.
알렉시비가 오 니심 액티베이트. 와우 서로 피해가네요. 인포만 따였습니다. 제일 야 계단 난간에 붙어서 헤븐 서로 왜 이렇게 못 죽이죠?
Finally, somebody else goes down, and it's the favor of
30초
Pain.
남은 상황. 2대 3입니다.
JL과
알렉시 가고요.
JL
헤븐에서 혼자 톡톡톡. 어려워. 할 수 있어 보이는 거 없어요. 지금 총알이 6발이에요. 4발에 장전 2발. 어려웠습니다. 브라질, 삼바
In a matchup, that would be a massive upset.
피스톨 라운드를
Right? I mean,
가져가고요.
we didn't see Na'Vi not play up to
열정적입니다.
standard yesterday versus Cloud9, but Cloud9 also played extremely well.
나비가 피스톨
And
라운드를
so
내주는데
they come into play against a team like Pain. You know, Heroic had just lost to them. They're not happy about the fact that they lost to a team like Pain. I mean, they can say you can be proud of how well Pain played. You can be impressed, but you're not going to be proud of yourself for a team that does not have any of the
자,
practice that you've
나비
got, the pieces you've
ESP
got,
프리코의
the
제우스를
stature,
사옵니다.
or sort of the imposing presence of some of the names on the teams that they've taken down so far. And so Na'Vi, well, they've got those names in the rear view
비고제라가
of their
백탄을
mind,
들고
thinking
스모크
about
2개 사이로
what they may be up
지나가고
against.
있고요.
Not to mention the legacy of Na'Vi, right? A mainstay at all the
USP로 킬을
Counter-Strike
냈어요.
Go
예, 그리고
majors
맥텐을
of the past.
흡수합니다.
First CS2 major in attendance, but a
4대4
top 8 would
트레이드가
put
됐는데
the top of the history books for this very first major. Quick scramble downstairs.
아래로 내려오고요. 알렉시비
B tries to slip in.
좋은
See if he
타이밍에
gets
와서
any
숨었습니다.
shenanigans. Ooh,
제우스.
we got the Zeus, right? And why
이
would you
자리에서
be
제우스.
close plant spot?
But can you trust a man with no Zeus skin at this
아이고.
point
No,
to find the right angle, you know?
no, you can't.
Alexi definitely extremely creative when it comes to new technology. I'd say, like, in terms of innovating on grenades, that's always been on something. And you know, you've given him the nickname of the Grenadier because he's nailing HEs like nobody has since Astralis in 2018. So that's another point of the game that he sort of figured out when nade dropping became a thing. Right. So he's always kind of first to figuring out.
벤트에서
when nade dropping became a thing, it was like within a week that he breaks the all-time
맥텐을 버리고 갈릴로 바꾸는 빅.
I don't think it's broken either.
맥텐이
over
됐으면
1,000 damage in one half.
드리블해서 나가려고. 제일 선수가 사일로에서 적을 못 나오게. 아이고 둘 다 폭탄 터져서 죽네요.
And they're going to ride the energy all the way to the end. You can feel it. And I mean, what are you going to tell yourself in the team talk, right? What can't we do at this point? What is the reason that we doubt ourselves? We haven't seen ourselves in a situation where we played against a team like Na'Vi. So what? They already took down teams they've never played against, teams that should be beating them all the time.
뉴크 시티 맵인데 일단 페인게이밍이 테러 쪽에서 피스톨 라운드 따면서 2대0까지 출발하고 있고요. 나비가 세 번째 라운드에 총을 사옵니다.
Fast push here from Alexi. He's going to take up the fight. Him and Biguzera.
기본 칼. 알렉시 시티 기본 칼.
Hard part about that is you can stop Donk one time.
이제는 아예 칼을 안 들고 다니.
As far as Biguzera is concerned, he is unstoppable. He has had some of the most
비고제라의 AK 아니 갈릴 스킨 멋있네요. 죽어버렸고. 오 원더풀의 연막 더블킬. 수류탄도 먹이고 리심이 폭탄을 들고 혼자 돌고 있는데요.
Nissim walking around. Oh man, utility really making this round tough for Paingaming, whether it's smoke, sprags, or
스모크가 너무
fire.
정확한 위치에 쳐지면서 니심 선수가 벽에 갇힙니다. 심지어 들어오면 더블 셋업이 완벽하게 준비되어 있고 세이브 하자는 소리가 나왔나요? 네, 칠링합니다. 뒤로 빠지고 오 나비 총을 사오자마자 저도 페인게이밍 영승 3패 찍었는데 악으로 깡으로 2승 2패까지 왔습니다. 하지만 마지막에 플레이오프 진출전 나비를 만났고
And the best part is just
나비 세 번째 건라운드에서 피해 없이
exactly how he feels and how surprised he
테러
is.
3명 처치하고
Sometimes at his own play.
라운드를 가져갑니다.
I don't know why I'm so good, why everyone's dying. I'm just feeling it, and I think when when he's intuiting that feeling in that way and not overanalyzing it, you can kind of understand how he can be so consistent. He just has a feeling and he trusts it.
Bigu's somebody who has many feelings as well. We go back to the RMR when Pain qualified, and it was a path to qualification that a lot had criticism for. But, Biguzera is 25 years old, father of 2. And
astronaut, key to the city.
And even just getting to the major, you saw him overwhelmed with emotions and just speaking of how much it meant to him and his family, and that they are the driving force behind his motivation. There's no doubt that they're watching him right now trying to shine brighter than ever before. Left in the dust when the pain of 2023 came apart at the seams, when the stars were stolen and the in-game leader disrespected and left behind.
몰로토브가 아웃사이드에 깔리고 이제 수류탄까지 던지면서 오 알렉시비가 인포를 따고 빠집니다. 근데 카웨즈 선수가 엄청나게 빠르게 A 메인에 와서 붙었어요. 와 이거 막 총알을 피해 다니고 있습니다 알렉시. 카웨즈 선수 와우 알렉시 와 고개 숙이면서 피킹해가지고 저 대기 에임을 뚫고 헤드샷을 냅니다 역으로. 질 있는 피킹 JL 로비 컨트롤 와 이걸 살아가요. 그 와중에 이마 선수는 죽었습니다. 0킬 3데스 ADR 10 이마 이번에도 JL 더블킬 하고 갑니다. 3대2
clogged all the pipes right now. There's no way out of this
Alex.
squeaky burst to upper if they want to do anything else. So let's see.
야,
Does he
빛.
get the kill? No,
좋아요.
it's always going to be on the head. Alexi starts off that round, and again, he's
건 바이 라운드는 전부
extremely dangerous
가져가고
position.
있는
But
나비입니다.
it also reveals that he's got support from heaven. He's outside as the rifler. They can be lurking in all around him. And if he's not aggressive in that spot, then maybe he just dies without a kill and no information.
K리가
around,
했는데
and I think he moves his units very effectively here, right? They have been making sure there's no
고점이죠.
drop
맞죠.
down into squeaky. They have the half trophy
팀
push because they
스피릿
saw so many
상대로
players outside. They
유크에서
have JL going into lobby
40킬.
control for the exact same
JL.
reason. So
그렇죠.
they do capitalize a lot, and it's very nice to see Na'Vi having their pieces used better because when they played against Cloud9, they wouldn't have won this game if they played like they did versus Cloud9. I'll put it that way.
와 기본 칼 쓰는 프로 게이머.
And it would be a great time to have a better day.
알렉시비 선수 막
2-2
스틸레토 우르서스 막 이런 거 쓰더니 막
That still has stuff
힙스터
to prove, even if
말기인가요?
they have been very
홍대병 왔나요?
And dunked on.
장갑이 스피어민트니까 뭐
Having proven so much
기본 칼을
already
들어도
just to be
멋있는데?
in this position, but of course, once you've got a taste of victory,
You never know how if you can get this close again. You don't know. This is so far
자,
into
시티의
the most
아웃사이드
important
컨트롤이
tournament
굉장히
of your
단단해요.
career.
3명이나 봐주고 있고
Just
이거는
because you got here
테러
once
글록
doesn't mean that you're
들고
going to again.
건너기에는 너무 어려 보이죠.
That's the impressive part about championship winning lineups and teams who have eras, and the Brazilian teams of past that have done it.
페인게이밍이 픽한 뉴크긴 한데 나비가 뭐 그래도 가져오지 않을까 싶네요.
open space inside of lobby, good support from
CT로 출발해서 네, 유리한
Three members of
상황입니다.
Na'Vi knocking down Pain. That 2-0 start long gone.
Their propensity to just go for slight bits of map control here and there, it's feeling like a chessboard here for
아유
Na'Vi, which is again a good sign. But moving slowly,
고맙습니다.
one step at a time,
고맙습니다.
almost as if they're playing a game at DM.
나비가
Waiting
무난하게
for their turn,
이기겠죠?
finding a
네.
little bit of space, waiting for the reaction, finding space somewhere else.
원더풀
And it's all looking very
잘생겼어요.
orderly.
진짜
And it's
꽃미남이
also
진짜로.
punishing and crippling the amount of space that Pain want to get back later in
구글에
the
사진
round.
검색하면
When they don't win
진짜
outside, they
찍은
don't get
사진마다
that
다
first kill.
잘생기가 나옵니다.
They come back to lobby.
나비는 아이돌 그룹 같아. 카스2 JL 상남자 수염쟁이 JL 알렉시도 이제
But exposed. Nice timing so far on cracking open these
금발머리
smoke grenades.
멋있고
You know, Na'Vi putting themselves up there as a team that does it well. Bit challenged on ramp. 1 kill to his name. 3 players looking to push past his line. And Wonderful will be smoked out. So the B site becomes questionable at best here for Na'Vi.
We got 2 rotators in control side already.
Not bad.
On a good timing once again.
Flash out from door. Ima's gonna
오
challenge with
이마가
that.
오랜만에 더블킬 해주는 라운드가 나왔네요.
Very important kill to peel
자,
one
이번
of the
라운드
three off the bomb
페인게이밍이
site.
이제
The bomb
총을
is going to be
사왔는데
planted by NQZ.
그냥 바로 수비
That's a big
제대로
if with double
먹히면서
doors open.
3명 총
There is nobody over
떨구고
towards
불리한
Single if they can
4대2
figure that out, or if they just take the chance, slipping down beneath Silo.
윈도우
With this
룸에
deep angle being held from
더블
Eva, you'd think he'd be able to react, or does this distraction serve up the push from NQZ?
타이밍?
Yeah, he
타이밍.
swings.
Oh, the timing is
But a
beautiful.
second CT, right? This could be big. Alexi B hanging back on
오!
the stairs.
2대2 동점됐어요?
Peeled off,
근데
and now
JL
from 2v4 to
선수가
2v2.
And they're
원더풀
thinking.
벤트로
The
이거
gears are turning,
불
and they're not getting lazy.
문
Next
열고
rotation is called out.
Steps
그렇지 않은데
still on
리테이크.
fire, but the doors open. That plant. Oh man, it's exposed.
타이밍!
NQZ
네.
will not find a third. So now
라스트
retakes
럭스
on with the
피치.
offhand of Wonderful, and they're going to come in maybe from
여기는
different
이제
directions.
체크하는 각이죠.
JL looks
오,
up, but
세상에.
first Wonderful peeks. And Lux, he's got himself a chance here.
질!
Early clutch attempt from Lux.
질!
Oh, pin from Dark.
해냅니다.
JL makes sure that Na'Vi's winning ways keep going.
Here comes Mr. Reliable once again to deny
역시
a big
나비
moment.
JL.
And what is a 2v4? That was
이번
entirely
메이저
possible.
대회
We see
품이
the
너무
second to
좋고.
last kill is 1 bullet, no shot back. He's low HP, but he's on point. Lux was a great player in this stage as well, alongside Figueroa's a name that's not talked about as much. But so was
다들
JL. So was
잘
JL.
썼네요.
40
네,
frags
다들
for
잘
him in
썼어요.
regulation. Or sorry, in 30 rounds.
우와
Last 29,
Easy.
I think, actually. Left his mark.
방금 건 뭐
Definitely.
별것도
So
아니었지
far as a
라는
rifler for
느낌으로 JL 선수가 리액션을
And that was
했고요.
versus Donk. That was versus Spirit on this map.
비트 선수까지 살아나면서 나비 지금 오늘 탄탄한
First
모습입니다.
tack comes in
ADR
here for Pain.
113 7킬까지.
And we've seen
택티컬 퍼즈가 걸려
With
있고요.
ideas, like different styles of CS coming out with the
저 오랜만.
spread the map into lurk positions and wait for
원래는
assists, which is
비트가
actually
진짜
what Navi
나비의
do, but I'd say they do a little
국밥이고
slower,
항상
which is an interesting sort of
어려운데
comparison that
메이저
we'll see when they switch
초반에
over to
좀
their T side.
이마랑 같이
Into
밑에 있는 경우가 많았어요.
well,
근데
what seemed
네.
like it was going to be a pop explode upstairs.
워낙에 근데
into a
평상시에도
distilled position
잘해주던
through the
선수라서
ramp. I love them blowing up the ramp smoke in the middle of the
페인게이밍
round. when it might
상대로는
not
사실
be
나비
someone standing in
누구든지
front of it, especially the deep smokes that can't be watched.
Just being
에이스
disruptive.
플레이어 롤을 할 수가 있습니다.
I think that's one of the best things you can bring to the table versus a team that's trying to prove themselves as
우와 이거
underdogs.
뭐야 새로 나온 칼인가?
Just keep that pressure on. Keep them guessing.
푸른 강철인가?
If Pain are pushed off kilter,
이마
tough to get
아까부터
anything going. This round
A사이트에서
will be tough regardless.
스키키
Single AK right
컨트롤
for
굉장히
NQZ.
잘해주고 연막샷으로 계속 한 명씩 데려가네요.
Now he's currently escorting that bomb behind red, and it's a matter of timing before Wonderful maybe thinks he can go for the peak.
Yeah, well, we're looking outside for a flash over top of Secret. That will elicit him to be able to come up.
원더풀이 와 빨라요 빨라.
Lines up the shot.
오 마이.
Okay, Cow has Desert Eagle down to Secret with an op now. That's a second weapon in the
디글.
hands.
오야.
While at the same
잠시만,
time, this
나비.
comes out from Squeaky. Ime, good
이마,
recovery to
더블
get that
킬.
frag and also get away from the danger zone that could have been main.
That was quite a discovery. Now we have seen the late trophy pushes coming in for Navi, and the late plays
방금
back towards
점프
lobby.
디글 맞죠? 착지하기 전에 쏜 거 맞지?
We're gonna come in
뭐
carefully,
어떻게 된
clear
건지
everything out,
모르겠는데.
and Navi are gonna take the space they know is given to them. I feel like a
근데
lobby
그러고
lurk
세이브하네요.
holder in a lot of their
네,
defaults would
페인게이밍은.
just benefit them greatly. I mean,
굳이 더
at this
가느니
point,
많이
we've seen 3
빨았다.
rounds
예.
where there's been a ramp push. If they had somebody there to at
착지한
least
데에 쏘면
challenge,
안
that could
같아요.
be an option late in the round if things don't go right outside, or having somebody in the lobby because
세이브를
Navi are happy to
합니다.
take back the space that's given to them. You don't turn down a gift like that, especially when you know it's just like a repetitive flaw. But good prep from Navi to find those gaps, and now it's sort of Pain's turn to show that they can answer back, take it to the next level. Because you can hope and pray that your first plan works out when you go for default, pick outside. Oh, we know how to kill this guy. But when things go wrong, there are going to be situations where it
자
does.
팀의 메인
You
오퍼인
gotta have
NQG 선수한테 답을 넘겨줍니다. 원더풀 선수 여전히 양 팀의 메인 오퍼들 답을 들고 있고요. 원래는 이제 비구제라는 니심 선수 에이스 롤인데
Okay.
둘이 오버워드 쓰고
Let's see if they can see the future.
자 테러 두 명이 야드 컨트롤을 봐주고 있는데 시티는 아무도 안 나와 있어요.
But
밖에.
pressure again, man. Navi are
대신에
no strangers to
A
applying
로비로 푸시
just enough of a push.
이마.
And then he tries to go one
근데
better.
뒤에 있는
Big
원더풀까지
wonderful
트레이드.
JL though.
그래서
Saving
2대2
them
트레이드가
again.
됐고
They did it this time. I
3대
think they
3이에요.
actually faked a little outside control to elicit that push. They punished the push into lobby.
스모커 안으로 들어오나요?
네.
제일
Jail's
기다리고
coming at
있는데
this.
제일?
But Big Uzera, okay, he didn't go all the way
나가요.
through.
Yeah, I mean that's a big fat smoke. You know, you
Bad
have to walk for a
reload.
while, wouldn't be able to see anything.
자,
They gotta be
스키키
expecting a squeaky walkout,
사이에
right? The way
두고
they're doubled up now. The one question I have is, do they push
신경전
after this? There's one
펼치는데.
other player on the map over on.
오
Cow
제이엘
has just exposed to
진짜
Squeaky.
That's a timing he has to be
좋네요.
aware of in that spot.
저걸 찌르네.
Yikes, Pain finally in a 3v3 and a nice mid-round. All of them
3대
grouped up while the
3까지 좋았던
counter-terrorists were
페인게이밍
spread and he dies
갑자기 한
like
명
that.
잘리면서 불리해집니다.
What's left of Pain's gonna come back at ramp.
알렉시
They use it to
선수가
get down
아주
to
좋은
B1.
타이밍 램프
Them in the best
밑으로 쏙
position they've had.
들어가고요.
Any of these rifle rounds, that plant in the 2v4 attempt,
자, 이름
Big Uzera
알죠?
now
알렉시가.
starting to just rush him down. Alexi B is
예,
gonna hold the line.
잡습니다.
And the op of NQZ
불도
focusing on single door,
던져주고
having to press out. It's
시티들
not
다
ideal for the
오고.
offer, and he's gonna miss
Yeah.
his one chance. Alexi B slips down and tucks them
알렉시
in.
B.
A sixth for Navi straight.
I mean, they seem prescient right now about what Pain want to try to do. They've got the answers for it. They've clearly got the firepower today, and I think it's a
일단
a lot of the
시티가
action that they're
빠르게
getting inside of
A
Squeaky.
로비를
Like,
컨트롤하는
it's just so many favorable
작전
engagements they are finding on different
3대
timings in
3까지
the round.
갔어요. 트레이드가
Here for
계속
Navi, that are bringing
나면서.
them
근데 JL이 한번 끊고
in the form of frags.
알렉시비가 수비 위치로 빠르게 이동하면서 근데 램프의 두 명까지 처리하고
Spend the
테러의
nickel.
자금을 어느 정도 좀
Nothing on the
마르게
floor
했네요.
for him.
갈릴 두 자루에 한 명 글록 브리코.
Behind that, they have a pretty decent buy, but coming in with no flashes on this round.
나비가 상대했던 팀들이 이제 몽골즈 잡고 G2 잡고 근데 BO3에서 동크 만나고 클구 만나가지고 근데 또 2대 떡은 안 당하고 2대1까지 그 경기 내용도 원더풀이랑 JL이 막 둘이 번갈아 가면서 차르쇼 하고 막 30킬 40킬 하고 그랬어가지고 대진운이 좋았으면 먼저 올라갔었을 만한 같은데? 예.
Holy hell, Emet, you can see him trying not to kill Wonderful. That op moves into the site.
드디어 이제 약한 팀 하나 만나서 나비가 이제 편하게 패고 올라가면 되거든요. 오늘 이제 드디어. 그렇죠. 페인게이밍도 뉴크에서 되게 잘해서 다 이기고 올라왔는데 몽골즈도 나비한테는 좀 힘들 것 같아요.
But with opponents all around him, so as he creeps back in, JL ready inside of lobby. There's a chance he sees the shadow, but no sir, JL sharp as ever, and JL is just the king of lobby throughout this week.
king of 로비라고.
He's been invaluable.
Constantly pressuring in the middle. Always there for the trade, and he'll do it on C side as well. Very passive, kind of giving away control in order just to
친정팀 나비에 꼭 복귀해야 된다면 누구를 빼야 될까요? 사실 옛날에는 아 누구 빼야 되지 고민했는데 근데 지금은 이마 라이플러 심플을 그냥 이마 자리에 넣어도 뭐 비슷하지 않을까 하는 생각이 듭니다. 그런 건 있죠. 이제 덜 톡식하고 가성비 있어서 3대5로 불리한 상황이었는데 일단 1대3까지 비트 선수가 라스트로 남습니다. 페이게이밍이 A사이트를 강하게 찔러서 트레이드를 내고 라스트 비트 선수가 됐네요.
That Bigger hasn't made it yet and has no way to fight back. Shout out to Kawez for this one. The kid from the Academy League. The player we know who was the best player on Furia Academy.
네, 지금도 사실
what was interesting about their style of team was they
심플 있는 나비는
좀 뭐
전설이고
eventually in theory feed into the main lineup. But he was the only one who had the essence of Furia, who could
지금 이제 새로운 New Age 나비도 은근히 또 잘해주고 있어서.
But the team didn't work at all. They didn't win their games. And yeah, Messi sprayed for a bit.
스프레이 연습을 해야겠구나.
Pain will grab this off of an X Factor play from Biguzera, a round like the last, cloned but then sped up.
I like that. Starting to mess around with the tempo at the tail end of this half.
Oh.
Trying to play a game of chess and it doesn't work. Flip the board.
비구제라의
Get in there. And sure enough, Kawez that double kill. Good utility pressure backside the Molotov forcing Wonderful to not be in cover.
대결 상남자 빼는 거 없이 갈겨서 이긴 게. 하지만 라운드 격차가 7대3이었고 이제 양팀 풀바이 한 번 더 진검 승부 할 수 있습니다. 물론 이제 뉴크가 CT 맵이라서 페인게이밍이 2점을 더 따고 7대5 끝낸다던가 하면 후반전 갔을 때 혹시 또 페인게이밍이 맵을 가져갈 수 있을 가능성이 있긴 합니다.
Oh man, Emet able to hold on. Now at least there's no exec that comes behind this, or else that's a position they would have certainly held on to.
알렉시아 이마 선수가 A를 컨트롤해주고 있는데
Better hope that if they're banking on another top Molotov, this one lands.
제일 선수 사일로를 벗어나서 같이 스피키를 째주고요.
There is nothing. No smoke even for Squeaky.
Couple flashes, that's it.
중국 국기 같네.
Squeaky has resmoked because you always keep
이마야, 네 M4가 뭐 그렇게 생겼니?
This is an invitation to try upstairs and pressure on Nami to find
중국몽을
something
꾸는
back
건가?
in. This is the trophy push that has come in. It's been a feat
오성몽.
side.
Yep, getting frisky.
한 노드에 별을 4개 붙여서 그런 느낌이네. 빛의 플랭킹 트리플 킬로 끝났어요? 빛이 살아나준다면 나비는 강력하죠. 네.
When you wait for the textbook timing,
there.
didn't want to take that fight at all. When you wait for the textbook timing, what do you get? The textbook response. 30 seconds. It can't be ramp anymore.
럭스 선수가 1킬 10데스로 아주 못해주고 있네요. 저 선수 그래도 뭐 히로익전이나 몽골즈전에서 꽤 클러치 플레이어였는데 나비 상대로 완전히 이제 박살이 나고 있고요.
If you wait longer, you have to do more on the map.
There was no noise anywhere, no presence whatsoever.
이마
So
빛.
excellent counterplay. Ooh, and poor Lux on the
럭스
side of the smoke gets
선수
pulled off by Bit.
1킬 10데스 하는 것도
This is looking
서러운데
like a delicious 9-round streak out of the Navi CT side.
Yeah, this is
빛
great.
선수한테 그냥
Great from them. Great from Bit.
연막 투시
Great
당했네.
from JL.
보인다 보여.
I think the max rounds you get is 9. You're in pretty good spirits here.
Oh, excuse me. No, they sprinkled one in right that fast round. 2-0 start.
그렇죠. 페인게이밍이 피스톨 라운드
The
따고
fastest round
2대0
Pain played with
시작이었는데
rifles is the one round they won.
총을 사고 나서
Barring the first
한
two of the half.
번밖에 못 이기고 있습니다.
And yet they just go back into this crawl. At least it's with numbers outside of main.
알렉시가
Like they should
정확하게
be able to get
기다리고
the
있어요.
all-in triple multi. Shadow advantage. He's ready for the first one.
트레이드.
Kawes quick enough on the trade. 45 to the clock. A very solid A
원더풀
defense
선수의
again and
킬.
again between Wonderful's op and JL backside.
But they've lost their engine now. They have no
빛.
way to split. They're just coming in from the perimeter.
And Bit comfortable as ever, pulling back from
그림자가
range,
먼저
never
보이면서.
really been an issue. He'll go swinging. And
전반전
Navi demanding respect on this defense. Navi on nuke.
피스톨
looks
라운드를
That's huge.
지고 그 다음
And there was
라운드
no,
지고 2대0에서
amazing place for Pain to go.
총을
And
사오고
we know
건
Navi
바이
can win the map,
라운드
so
9승 1패.
again, comparing yesterday to today, I've had serious fears about Navi.
유크 시티를
Those are quelled now,
잘
of course, because,
플레이해줬습니다.
well, what are we seeing? Total dominance on top of good tactics, on top of good map control, and playing like they're the better team with all the pushes. They're not like mad maxing the aggression and pushing through squeaky and running.
나는 원더풀도 원더풀인데 난 알렉시비가 진짜 뭐라고 하지? 세련되게
feels like
생겼다고
such
해야
a
되나?
well-oiled machine from Navi right now.
얘는
But
이제 약간 이제
simultaneously, I feel like it's not like Pain are
뭐
trying to throw a wrench in
아이돌상이라고
the
하면
works. You know, they see this war machine in front of them.
Yeah, they look a little stiff, and I think they are sort of maybe in reverence
하관이
of
약간
basically how
아쉽다.
well Navi are
거기
controlling their situations. And I can only give them credit for trying to do a tempo change up with Big Zero's play in through mini on that early timing at least. But
와,
you're
빛
right, there wasn't much more than
15킬
that.
4데스.
Pain trying to hold back this machine.
그동안
with
부진했던
nothing but
거를
manpower.
페인게이밍 상대로
And the attempt's going to blow up in their face if they're not careful.
원더풀 P250
Plenty of CTs outside. Wonderful
바깥에서
working with the
CT를
P250
두 명
as the
찾아서
ramp hit gets set
이거
up, but there's
팀원들한테
nobody
인포
in
알려주면
whatsoever here
네,
for
알아서
Pain.
본대 B로 가죠.
There's nobody
램프룸으로.
downstairs either.
They can't do this. If they don't have their vent rotator ready, they've lost their two main choke points. That's what Wonderful's watching outside as he sits here on red, purveying the scene. He's just making sure that they lose one of their
그것도 맞긴
rotations.
하지.
So now that Lux has gone downstairs, the single point, but he is going to have his attention split. He's already overstressed watching Secret. This is already sort of a failure here from Pain to slowly get into position. No plant will go down, but now it's
피스톨 라운드 나비가 가져가면 게임 거의 끝낼 정도로 유리해집니다. 폭탄은 설치되고요. 아, 너무 깔끔하게 들어왔어요. B사이트에 5대5 5대5를 해야 됩니다. 와우. 오. 근데 그 다음 알렉시의 벤트 플랭킹 2대2예요.
This is a scramble for Pain to try to get back pistol to deny Navi their double digits.
야, 이것까지 이기면서 비구제라만 혼자 남게 되고 알렉시비의 더블킬. JL 마무리.
That's a beautiful strat, a beautiful play, and it
좋습니다.
does
오늘
capitalize on once again.
오늘 뭐지? 뭐
약간
경기들이 다 힘들었는데 페이즈 컴플렉시티
But they did that without actually
아 페이즈는 좀 쉽게 이겼다. G2 버투스프로가 진짜 힘들었고. 네, 좀 시원한 경기 보네요. 네, 시원하게 밀어버리는 나비입니다. 히로는 산발에 3일 연속 야근 때린 현장 소장.
Probably like absolute shells of themselves. They have rode the emotional roller coaster of Counter-Strike. They've hit high highs. Right now, their lowest low.
페인게이밍이 약간 좀 뭐지? 흥을 돋굴 만한 멋진 약간의 역전 조금 가미해줬으면 좋겠는데요. 일단 지금까지 만약 여기서 샷건 대박이라든지 우와 씨 제일 터미네이터인가요? 한방 그냥 오 NQG 스카웃 야 벤트 타면서 MP9 갈기기 야 페인게이밍 선수들 이코 총기로 오 잘해요. 아 그리고 아까 도대체 누가 MP5 쓰는지 모르겠다고 아까 채팅에 치셨는데 빛 선수가 MP5를 이번에 쓰고 있죠? 이야 옆통수 날아가면서
Zany round. Finally, something weird happened.
I was gonna say, Pain have the fastest round of the game. They've also got the weirdest round.
자, 이코 스틸을 해봅니다.
Well, it's always their T side, the most mystical T side in esports right now.
Yes, it's
포스바이였죠, CT가. 예, 스카웃이랑 MP9 들고 오면서 포스바이 라운드였죠. 예, 이코 스틸이 아니라 마지막에.
Just a very loud deagle shot as well. All right.
Ooh. 5 digs. I'm down.
5개의 딕을 사옵니다, 나비.
Yeah. This is like the carnival game round, right? You're just basically testing your luck, figuring out who's the best player with just a straight up one-shot pistol, one chance to play.
And the difference being carnivals are rigged, and
팀원들끼리 그거 한 거 아닐까요? 야 이번 라운드에 딕을 다 사봐 누가 킬 하는지 내기해보자 약간.
We haven't brought up the numbers, but by God, Bit 16 kills, 6 deaths in one of his more quiet.
이 램프로 오는데 니심 선수가 레드 박스에 있고요, 헤드샷에 있고요.
NQZ here with Nissim to enforce.
NQZ 니심을 이제 이용해서 원더.
No, another one.
Alexi into the M4, but he turns his back.
아니 더블 킬을 했어.
He's hot on the trot, eh?
가서 M4 먹었죠, 빛이. 3대3 해볼 만했는데 살아가고요. 이게 또 강팀과 약팀 대결에서는 강팀의 디글이 세기는 합니다. 네. 점프하면서 피해 다녀야 돼요, 에임을. 아 쫄아서 스모크 깔았는데 디글에 죽었어요. 2대2예요.
But now Bit has to make noise, right?
오 헤븐을 그래도 비구제라가. 예, 비구제.
Make sure to post the double kill to save the day for Pain because that would have been embarrassing.
Yeah.
여기서 멈춰줍니다, 비구제라가.
He's gonna be the adult in this situation. Make sure that everything goes smoothly.
핑크색 물을 마시는 제일
cool
선수.
round. The Deagle investment damn near pays off.
잘했네요, 비구제라.
They have Pain scared for what that's worth.
총을 많이 떨궜어요.
Now Pain's got Navi right where they want them.
페인게이밍 AWP 바이 갈릴
Zeus T-side Zeus, right? It's on the rise. We saw Mone시의 play Zeus.
진짜 이제 글럭밖에 없습니다. JL은 제우스를 샀네요.
With a buy just as tragic looking as this one from Navi, so never write it off.
2%. 아, 저거 물뚜껑 안 따지게 되게 설계되어 있는 물뚜껑이던데. 메이저 대회에서 특수 제작한 뚜껑이 달려 있는 뚜껑. 오. 아, 저거 글록 3.4 대가리 맞췄으면 더블킬인데.
But a CT
하지만
side,
뭐
Actually, fine
제우스로
position for
적을
them
잡긴
now. I mean,
합니다.
It's 3 rounds that Navi need to get, so I think for Pain, they're just one foot in front of the other, see if they can
페인게이밍이
make up
쫓아가는데?
for their mistakes in the first.
나비가 조금
they got the ball rolling.
Yeah.
이제 그쵸 타임아웃 걸고 얘들아 이제
So
제대로
an
하자.
avalanche of CT rounds to get it over Navi.
슬슬
We already
제대로
saw spectacular T-side calling from Alexi B on Nuke versus G2 to
너무
kick off top
놀았다라는.
16 here in
That
Copenhagen.
comeback was a statement
Yep.
for the beginning of the stage. Now, that being said, after
블레이드
seeing that,
코치가
you wouldn't think
열심히
that we'd be on the last day of the last game.
전술
Cast2
지시를
Navi still
하고요.
trying to get in.
Sure.
So there have been flaws along the way.
Yeah, well, those flaws happen on other maps. You know, they're ancient. Their overpass yesterday left a lot to be desired against Cloud9, but Nuke has never been in question. It's also the map that they took off of Spirit.
Yeah,
So
that's true.
you know, it wasn't just a good T-side.
네,
It was a
저거
T-side
전략
comeback
노트예요.
against G2. So
That's true.
Navi, they've been under pressure. They've thrived.
He's spitting fast.
이제 나비 총을 섭니다.
Just back
AK
goes, for
내자루 갈릴 하나. 타임아웃까지 걸었으니까 여기서 한번 나비 이제 게임 끝낼 생각을 해야겠죠. 제일 선수가 빠르게 스피키 헌트. 와 엄청 빨랐어요. NQG 선수가
Gotta keep that smoked for your homies.
바로 가고요.
Jumping across. Easy pickup. Luckily they
비구제라
always got Biguzera to bank
원더풀
on. Another A
2대1
defender dies
교환.
out. Biguzera is more concerned about outer, and there will indeed be that single secret cross.
비구제라가 밖을 보는데 연막
Ooh,
틈
they're waiting
타서
patiently for their
이마가
chance right now. Let's
안
get our
들어가고
teammate
대기.
here backside in Lux.
백사이트의
Gonna have to be
럭스.
Oh my god. So
아 아다리.
front of his grill,
반대를
and
봤어요.
nothing is offered from the A defenders. The only piece of success here for
JL
is
진짜
Biguzera's
이번
opening
메이저
fight
그냥
outer. Each of those
꾸준하네요.
A defenders died
나비의
untraded.
꾸준한
One of them just jumping through the air on
에이스
half health from
역할.
fire. Hello, Emes stuffs Nissim up close, and that is Navi getting back in.
이마까지 킬.
But yeah, it's
제일
definitely
싱글벙글.
to not have that Molly and Squeaky smoked with the door blown open right at the start of the
발
round
밑에
when someone's got
기어가고
their
있는
face
사람을
jammed in the doorway. So
봐버렸어.
having to reload, jump away with low HP is one thing. They wanted to take the duel into it, but they need to be more aware of their teammates' position and help them get
11대
out
6이
safely.
됩니다.
Pain cannot afford mistakes like that because, as you had just pointed out, their T side on this map hasn't shown any flaws so far.
심플.
Instant wall of smokes, instant A floor Molotovs.
오 뭐지? AK 엑스레이의 림비전
Got Pain moving.
글리터 스티커를 4개 붙인 것 같았는데 방금.
Biguzera chains up his spot
Pain게이밍.
too, right? Instead of playing by main, he wants to be a part of this A
아니
defense by the looks
누구
of it.
거지? 누구 거였지?
But isn't that just indicative of what Biguzera has been doing all week? He's got to be everywhere all
원더풀
the time
선수가
to do
들고 있는
everything.
이 AK 재밌네요.
How much can you ask of one man?
자, 스키키로 오나요?
Given a fight, but the 5-7.
Oh, they make it
왜
ugly.
두 명이 죽었지?
The catch one out from heaven.
자,
Biguzera
그래도
gets his and
처리해줍니다.
dies. So we get this clawback from Navi.
2 stolen back, and they killed the player backside. So for the
야, 이거
moment, the CTs will actually be
세이프.
nervous. They'll be sitting
사고
there,
났다.
and they can go up into heaven. But it's actually
돌리나요?
so hard to re-clear backside from this spot. Look at NQZ. He can't peer over the
자,
ledge.
근데
So they
아웃사이드
gotta sit and wait for
땅을
other options.
CT들이 다
It's a long
먹어놔서
way into this.
Big got to
죽였네?
fight the distance. They will be caught on
이마
by the
죽고
close main play.
니심이
gonna
더블킬
make sure to
마무리.
put another on the board for Pain, and this is a one-off round now for Navi.
That's pretty good setup there from Pain. They catch the second level reaction. You know, Navi could have gone anywhere from just continuing forward the plan upstairs to going back to ramp, and they went for the long route outside.
아 연막샷.
And there's 2 CTs here ready to cover this.
Pressure on Nissim to get both of those
11-7.
wrapped up. Does it. Second highest rated player for Pain
그리고
coming
타임아웃.
into this best of 3 behind Biguzera. You know, when Pain are such an unknown entity.
사실은 뭐 이제 페인게이밍이 픽한 유크 맵이고 CT로 가다 보니까 나비가 좀 라운드를
Biguzera's
늦출
going to be one of those
수밖에
IGLs.
없는데
I'm just going to say this right now.
워낙에
No matter what teammates he
9대
gets, they're going to be
3였던
playing their best
전반
against
격차가
underdogs.
커서
Like Shuhei, there are a few IGLs like this. You're just
후반
gonna
테러 와서 좀
consistently see that no matter what their
한
team,
땀 한 땀 라운드를
they're
따고
gonna have
있긴
good
한데
results.
예.
maybe I felt the same way about Kixen. Obviously, it wasn't a great game to go up versus Pain, but versus another IGL, I
그래도
think
아마
who's
끝내지
in
않을까
essence in some way.
싶고 AK 두 자루,
But Big Zero's
세
someone
자루,
we've seen,
AK 세 자루.
beat out Furia for a
택구
spot
하나.
at Lisbon in a major matchup to really make a name for Pain Gaming. Lose his roster, recreate himself, and still remain the same player in his new lineup.
Yeah, he's always had that clutch factor. Always been somebody you can bank on mid-round to make the right decision. Just such good positioning when it comes to big plays. Speaking of which, another new spot for Big Uzera from main to heaven, now secret.
이구제라가 시크릿 컨트롤하다가 몰리 맞고 뒤로
Massive pressure on the
빠지고요.
ramp. They're going to be
이마가
pushing into this Nissa.
비트의 헤드샷.
This is not what we need right now, but this will certainly help. Big Uzera gets the kill on secret fast enough. Look at the CT scramble, but JL's gonna hear this.
He changes the round, but with that kill inside of
JT
secret, they have
제일
to change their
선수가
approach slightly.
연막 속에서
People walk back
CT
to upper
로테이션
because they
소리를
fear the CTs and are
듣고
rotating down lower.
있고
It's a perfect mid-round call here from Alexi.
And it all hinges on JL. I've bigged him up as a lobby player.
이제 인포 딴 거를 바탕으로 알렉시 선수가 열심히
So we go from
머리를
missing
굴려서
one person on ramp to now
팀원들을
NQZ is the one person
재배치하는데
upstairs.
Got to do it. Needs to have a moment.
아우,
Will
NQZ.
land the easy one on Alexi, but where are Alexi's teammates? He's hunting
어,
for
어,
them.
어.
NQZ,
너
that's two.
이제 죽고요.
But bit right there on the
2대
trade out from
3입니다.
Hunt. It's man advantage Pain with a nice clean flank from Big Uzera, and this
비구제라의
stolen Na'Vi
플랭크가
war machine
제대로
is
통하고.
offering it over. Bit has been phenomenal tonight. Into the 1v3
나비가
clutch.
공격을 되게 어렵게 하고
Currently
있네요.
not in possession of the bomb, so he's trying to piece it together with 15 seconds. This is not ideal. Now starting to scramble as he sprints over the
사방에서
bomb.
와요.
Nothing he can do. Vents is occupied, lobby is full, and Heaven's got one in it. This is Pain with another.
So
벤트
let's go over that quickly.
타는
It's
솜씨 보소?
the failure at ramp, right? But because they have the secret player
뭐
in Big Uzera
피스톤
to
운동을
know when
했네?
he needs to approach,
미안해,
and he
미안해.
takes out the Lurk and Imma outside, then suddenly ramp is no longer a play. They're connected in that sense. Both rotations down to lower. This is the frag that matters. Then it gets pushed to NQZ. He gets a little bit too much material being the solo guy on the site. When Na'Vi know that they set him up to be the solo guy on the site, it's an op, run him down.
많이 따라잡힙니다. 9대 3에서 11대 8. 2점 따고 5점 내주고 있네요. 나비. 심지어 이번 라운드도 영상이 좋지 않고 비구제라 선수가 일찌감치
Now things are starting to get real.
푸시를 나옵니다.
Na'Vi were flaunting that
여기서 다
lead after their
죽겠는데?
CT
AK
half,
스프레이
but
맞고?
Big Uzera got a whole pack of players. Huge spray from behind red, made easy by the fact that
빠르게
it is just
끝내줘서
blocks.
감사합니다,
But that's what you need.
비구제라
A nice,
선수.
clean, concise round, little mechanical flair out of Big Uzera,
Yeah.
and a slowly growing belief that Pain can post
슬슬 나비
side
이제
to challenge that of
여기
Na'Vi.
그 타임아웃
That was
좋네.
nice. That was satisfying. Turn him into a human
슬슬
centipede right
끝내야지.
there, all four heads down.
네.
Timeout called in for Na'Vi. And it does get worrisome almost
뉴크
exclusively
테러가
because the
어렵긴
staging to the
한데
round on the T side so far in some of these big moments has been good. But then
작전
the
한번 잘
inability that we
생각해보면
just
좋을 거
saw
아니에요?
for them to close out is what matters the most.
사실 브라질 중 최강이
And Pain grow
사실
with
뭐
confidence.
페인게이밍이었다든지
We almost get
특히
into a
나비
situation where
선수들이
Pain
또
are more
잘생긴
worried about
편이라서
how they might throw the game as
왁구력이
opposed
높긴
to
한데
how likely they are for Na'Vi to let them back in. They
자
already know
블레이드
now that Na'Vi will let
코치하고
them back in.
알렉시비
Na'Vi now have
IGL
to earn
어떤
that respect
신박한
back.
테러 공격으로 이 게임을 끝낼지
If
아니면
we get a situation like we did with
따라잡힙니다.
Pain,
동점.
getting into the later portion of the half, maybe Na'Vi and Alexi will crank that tempo. Big Uzera's gonna open up again. Talk about
좆된 것 같아요.
Are you serious?
Definitely not a coward.
조졌어요. 나비 이거
Charging through
첫 번째 맵
secret
역전당할
like
수
it's
있습니다.
nothing.
9대
Right into
3에서
the lobby fight.
That's the Furia Academy Cow West. He's
느낌이 안
always
좋은데.
down to try that. But you don't see him doing that. Very disciplined so far. in
이마랑
this game.
제일이
Another
죽고
crash
시작하고
for
알렉시비까지
NQZ playing in a
뒤통수를
leash,
내주고
looking for lurks.
2대5
Wow, what a play to make. I mean, this is the equivalent of smoking down mid on Inferno on a CT round.
이거
After
뭔가
they've
좀
just played
이상한데요.
bracket and arch and back on B side.
둘이
all
세이브를
of a sudden, and on
근데
round
폭탄을 설치할 수
21,
있나?
you let them
AK로
know.
먹고
You let everybody know how you got to a 2-2 matchup.
2대5
a brave call.
물론 이번 메이저 대회에서 2대5 장면 은근히
Nobody.
있긴
And what's funny
했습니다.
too is it's not, you know, that doesn't catch you off because the door has been blown open by the CTs and then somebody runs it. You hear him open the door
야,
and the
스모크
lobby player
타이밍
never even
보소.
reacts because
You
who
can't
the
believe
hell
it.
is going to do
You
that?
can't believe it. You're still in your territory very much.
You've played hundreds of rounds of Nuke. Some of them against the best teams in the world, notably G2 and Spirit this week. And you have never been hit by a Cowes like that.
잡고요.
Wonderful's got 15
원더풀
seconds to
선수가
hang on to the AK and he has
그러네.
been quiet
이제
throughout
와서
this first
보니까
half of the series. He's going to try to charge into
원더풀
the A play.
선수가
This is getting real.
그동안 계속
This is a one-round
잘해줬는데
difference out of Pain.
Yeah, they're getting the body bags
이번
ready, man.
맵에서
That's,
지금 바텀 프래거 9킬
we've
15데스.
almost got Navi and Rigor Mortis at this point.
And this is Pain, who in their last
돈도
match
없어요.
were on the opposite side of this spectrum. 12-0 start on Mirage against Heroic. Almost threw that away. This time you've got nothing to lose after your T side.
동점까지는 갑니다.
Throwing up a
이걸로
defense
돈이 없기
that has
때문에
closed this gap to one
딕을
round that will
테크
shove
들고
Navi back onto pistols.
가는데
But those pistols have tools to work with. There's also a ton of utility here.
There are a few things more powerful
네,
than
맞아요.
belief in this game. And you better believe that's the only way that Pain
자,
have been able
비고제라 선수
to conjure up a
아까처럼
run like this.
오
But early damage on Biguzera, who
이번엔
as
자기
always
머리가
is instrumental to
한
Pain
대
Gaming's
맞고
success.
갑니다.
He will
체인지
switch over to the AWP instead. Is there anything he
비고제라가
can't
딸피
do?
상태에서 옵을 듭니다.
We'll find out.
일단 테러 선수들 건너가요. 예, 연막으로 가져 있어서 야드 건너서 시크릿으로 5명 피해 없이 들어오는데 성공. 들어옵니다. 뛰어요. 소리 내면서 뛰어요. 지구제라밖에 없어요. 램프에 더블로. 아, 니심도 옆에 있었구나. 잡았어요, 디글로. 폭탄 설치하고 4대3에서 총을 먹어요. 제일이 더블 먹었고 오 데미지 줬어. 원더풀 잡히고 이야 제일 어떻게 하고 있는 거야 이거.
He is at the top of the board for Navi, and he's looking to do everything here in round 22 to secure OT at least.
Oh, and the odds are drained. The time is gone. JL.
야 시간 갔어요. CT 포기.
And he secures the offer. Wonderful to take into the next round.
JL.
That's 12. OT secured off the eco.
이번 메이저 주인공 맞네. 나비의 주인공.
And no response. You saw that there were 2 players inside of ramp and 1 rotated down. They should have committed 1 down to clock and had a second ready to come in where Biguzera did. But they didn't want to believe it
눈먼
again.
샷으로 다 보내버렸죠.
The
이거
defense calcified
야
almost
이거
that one. Navi had nothing to lose.
While blind.
처음 딕을 2킬은 눈먼샷이 아니라 정확히 눈 뜨고 헤드샷 딸피 처리 2개.
all around where they just had so much utility, so many guns to work with. They wanted to play it too carefully. They could throw that away, all their inhibitions, and just
그리고
go for it. And that's
주었던
exactly
답을
what they needed
원더풀
to remedy the
선수한테
situation.
건네주는
And now we shine
스윗함까지.
we shine a light excuse on the
21킬.
lead, and the fact that this was 9-3 to begin with, and they had
그리고
rounds to
빛
lose and to
선수도
learn from.
같이 잘해주네요. 20킬. 일단 이번 맵에서는 JL과 빛 두 선수가 쌍끌이 캐리하고 있습니다. 그렇죠. 페인게이밍의 에이스 비구제라를 먼저 잡으면 사실
Certainly could be the last round of the game, but we don't really have that evidence so far.
오. 야, 이러면
It's a 5v4 that
이마가 마지막 라운드에서 상대 오퍼를 먼저 제거하고 심지어 이마가 게임을 끝내주네요. 더블킬과 함께 JL은 무조건 듀얼 이겨주고
Biguzera in heaven with only one teammate left.
헤븐에 있는 비구제라는 와우 잡네. 근데 그 와중에 이마 선수가 또 트리플 킬을 했어요. 예. 해븐에 갇혀 있고.
Are pushed to the limits. It is Alexi B who will call back-to-back outer rounds to get this first round map under wraps.
전반전 9대3으로 끝났는데
Starting to slide away. They will not lose that nuke streak here in Copenhagen.
테러에서 4승
G2, one over
4승
Spirit,
몇
and now
패였는데
one over the challengers of Pain.
4승 7패?
Big Azera definitely
13대
was
10?
trying to make it very difficult for them,
어렵네,
and he
근데
absolutely
상대방이
did. Now
픽한
he needed the
맥이니까
composure to close out nuke, and
상대방이 픽한
we're gonna get
맵
it ready
잘
soon, but
스틸
I mean,
해왔습니다.
JL
나비.
wins them the game basically, right? In that round 22.
JL
Yeah,
캐리.
it's a nice couple deagle shots he hits. That's very timely deagle shots.
JL
Pain was,
10
you're
캐리.
exactly right. They were making it very hard on Na'Vi. I mean, that defense for Pain was looking strong. Na'Vi equally in the first half. Both defenses today were fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. I was surprised that Pain was able to fight back. I really thought Na'Vi had done enough to put them to sleep, but no, we go back to our
아마
narrative of
롤대
Big Azera on the
마시는
CT
분들도
side,
많이 봤을
and he
텐데
showcased himself
유럽 쪽
back-to-back
e스포츠 하면
multi-kills,
항상
once on the A
오시는
side, once outside in that 4 position. So yeah, I agree with you. I think that
샤츠거든요?
deagle round, if you're Alexi B, you
맞죠?
just a tap on the shoulder for JL. I will also just put it out there. I think there are mistakes being made by Pe인ge이밍, and
나비가
sometimes
진짜
that's the
좀
price you pay when
뭐지?
you are mounting that comeback. You have a
테러
bit more
공격을
confidence, because I think some of the
감
duels they're
잡는데
offering to
되게
JL
오래
are not
걸렸고
exactly needed. You've already had your
결국
first kill.
게임을
You can
끝내는 게
assess,
JL의
reorganize for a
디글이었다니.
retake together, and instead you
이코
give the
라운드였다니.
chance to the Deagles. That in itself, that's a mistake.
Yeah, but you know that emotion, right?
I know
you know
how
that
it
emotion
is,
when you're that guy coming
but it
in.
sucks.
Yeah, I know it does. It sucks.
그
even more
수많은
when you
건바이
take that shot,
라운드를
then you
다
gotta sit there and think
날려먹고
about it, knowing the round
그냥
is likely lost. Just a
게임을
fantastic
끝내는 게
performance from
JL의
JL, obviously once
디글이었습니다.
again on nuke, and then you also have to give the credit over to Bit, who we kind of
원더풀이
mentioned in the pregame
박았네.
as well.
예.
This is a lovely little
어제
resurgence. We
캐리하고
were talking before the game
힘이
ended about
다했나
exactly
보네요.
what Na'Vi did
하지만
to get him
JL
involved.
선수는
Yeah, I mean, listen,
그냥
when you play in that ramp position,
끝까지
there are
잘해주고
moments, there are
있고.
going to be games that are boring as hell.
비고제라는
You're not gonna see a whole lot of people, and you're gonna have to play
팀원들이
one shot, I fall
원망스럽겠군.
down, or one shot, I go back under heaven. That's not what Na'Vi did. They integrated Bit a whole lot with push, timed well push as well. It was not always a beginning of the round. It could have been late round, but they took him plus
그거
one
맞지,
usually
맞지.
into these trophy rooms, taking the fights to Pain in lobby, and I think that really was a key, and it made life an absolute nightmare for Peingame. You could see they were lost for words on their T side.
Yeah, I know you
이게
really
무슨
latched onto
포즈야,
some of the
이게.
aggression that Navi was busting out. I was really impressed watching it. The
22킬
how
멀티킬
good the
라운드
rotations
6개
were downstairs. Like, whenever
ADR
Pain seemed to get a
85
leg to that lower bomb site, it's like
1대0 나비가 첫 번째 맵 뉴크를 페인게이밍에서 뺏어왔고 자신들의 픽한 맵 미라지로 왔습니다. 테러 피스톨로 시작하고 비구제라가 스모크 헤드샷을 이마 선수한테 이마는 메이저 내내 안 풀리고 있습니다.
And he's so fast, he can walk the palace flank. Now they've got time to put this
카이즈
in.
선수가 오는데
And Pain actually moving quite quickly before he
원더풀
even gets here.
사이트 홀딩 중
오,
원더풀 더블킬을 해갑니다. 빗 정글에서 한명 처리. CT가 사방에 둘러싸였어요. 정글에 한 명, 티켓에 한 명, 램프에 한 명. 카이즈 선수가 잘했는데 네, 시간이 없었네요. 킷을 사온 사람이 있었는데 바닥에 떨궈가지고.
Potentially for him in the future, but I guess if we walk the whole flank, he did.
옛날에는
They have
무릎에
waited
키보드
longer. I do
대고
actually like that they did something while he was flanking, because we were down past about halfway ticked when this engagement happened. But look
원더풀의
at Wonderful, he
더블킬.
dies instantly if Kalias trades when he finds his timing to come out of Palace. He can clear out Sandwich for free. He can clear out Tetris for
그래도
free. That's sort of the best thing you can do
CT가
safely. And then after that,
포스
it's
바이를
big,
하네요.
default in the side of the head. big
MP9,
on the side of the
스카웃,
gun, CT on the side of
파이스븐,
the head.
디글.
So
빗 선수는
sometimes you
MP5
gotta take
진짜
your flanker.
좋아한다.
Doing things too standard doesn't work out.
이 선수만 쓰는 것
But this
같아요,
time, Na'Vi
혼자.
are the victors.
원더풀의 갈리리 킬을 합니다.
Looking like a clean conversion as we see this damn MP5 again and again.
야, B 사이트에 연막 3개나 집어넣고 페이크로.
But if anyone's going to use it, it's Bit. He'll clear the stairs.
그리고 테러는 A였습니다. 램프를 거의 뭐 빠르게 올라왔고.
Well, the MP7 is just better than the MP5 in every single way.
But you know what?
What?
That means it's priced accordingly. It's expensive.
MP7에 MP5보다 무조건 낫다? 하지만 가격이 너무 비싸다? 그래서 빗 선수는 MP5를 쓰고 있는데
Now his knife out. Sorry, boss. Nope.
오,
Looked
MP5가
like no
킬을
bullets
하네요.
are coming in the gun, almost no damage. He was just stun locked. He just had him on an electric whip. You can't move, son.
맥텐을 쓰라는 말을 해주고 싶은데 아
Jail.
제일 핫.
They're having a good time in Copenhagen.
Yes.
Individual performance to certainly be proud of. of course, I'm sure he is hoping that his teammates can find their.
여유로운데요. 네.
And thus far, there have been no glaring issues.
야, 총 왜 이렇게 안 맞아 이거?
This series. 2-0, Big Uzeri's got a Zeus.
로드아웃에서 빨리 빼라. 뭔 M4, MP5요.
Fire at the feet of Navi as they quickly swarm top middle.
자, 저번 라운드 이제 포스바이로 해왔는데 총이 없죠. CT가 져버려서.
Now again, their T-side Mirage. It's dark and full of secrets. Okay, when we see Navi spread the map and they take mid control, it's going to come
나비의
down to
컨트롤.
getting into connector as any good T-side
언더패스가
team does.
이마를 파고 탑미드. 와, 제일이 또 혼자
Low
팔라스를
resistance, low
이기네요.
utility, and then forming the A split. That's just fundamental Mirage. It's also
폭탄
Navi's
미드에
current
떨어뜨려
style is leaning
놓고
towards it.
알렉시비한테
Again,
죽고
previous iterations, 2021
원더풀이
Navi, it was all
갑니다.
about cat, and that was the meta at the time.
B와 B숏 스플릿 공격. 사이트 안에 셋.
And naturally, the CT's here to meet him.
오.
Anti-egos are hard to win even with stacks, but when you got a sniper,
USP한테
on a pistol,
찍었어요.
you always have a chance.
USP from downtown, plus a player stuck in sight. And that 5-7, the right
수류탄
range
던지면서.
can go crazy. They're going to come clearing to get the
Ooh,
instant
네.
headshot. So he'll bring down
그래도.
another one. Cost-effective round for Pain.
이마야.
No denying that.
이마야.
P2K almost gets a
죽을
third, and that
뻔했네.
would have been majority
네.
dead. But Chuck to the wayside is the MP5. Galils will move forward.
안티
and
코어
Navi
라운드
starting
잘
strong on a
수행했습니다.
T
나비.
side.
We saw that Imma
피스톨 잘 쏘네.
and Bit bailed out Navi of a couple. If there's one thing I would definitely think about changing here for Navi, it would be like
빛
Bit in
폼이
2021
돌아왔나?
was basically the best lurker
6킬
in the game,
0데스로
right? Like, he was-
출발.
Not only like was he this most amazing rookie, but he learned how to play the position so well.
이러면
And his, like,
이마만
underpass
깨어나면
lurks were
됩니다.
just incredibly effective, and I would say
비고
Imma's
제라의
just
미드
so
푸시.
sketchy as a lurker. Sometimes
한 미드.
good, sometimes not.
와우, 좋아요.
But there's other ways he can be used effectively. He's got amazing aim just like Bit, but he can play a little bit more quickly, you know? Something to take into consideration. Navi congregate here.
NQG.
B holes into the op shot.
더블로
Kill, the pressure's on though.
트레이드를
Chase it
피하고.
down. Bit. Oh!
노
Just
스코프.
gets no scoped. And then another shot through the
세
edge of the
번째는
wall.
장전 시간에
NQC putting up some impact, doing a ton of damage to keep man advantage in the
월뱅?
hands of
와,
Navi
이거
is
어떻게
insane,
살았니?
just by a thread, so
오.
it should be easy cleanup here for Lux.
럭스.
Sidearms out, spam damage,
또 살았어.
not enough. That close.
알렉시
But
B
you give
더블
Alexi an
들고
op, and he could still hit a shot that could keep this streak from Navi rolling.
다가가요.
He is waiting for that inevitable bench peek, the frag grenade
수류탄.
out from Nissim off Cat.
자, 라스트
JL with a
JL
chance
이거
here, up in
클러치 해주나요?
apartments.
1대2?
With a smoke on bomb, he's gonna have to open it.
아하.
And the health advantage makes a difference. Paingea밍, kings of the CT side on Mirage, will post one in the fourth.
It's a great idea in the play from JL. I mean, the nade and the first peek out of the second window almost worked out. If you got the kill, probably could have gotten both.
핑크 생물을 다시
Set himself
가득
up for a
채워서
spray down,
맛있는
so I
제
think he
이번에
showed a little bit
NQG
there
선수
because he sees the opportunity that was at hand, but
AWP로
nicely
기가
done
막힌
from Lux,
플레이를
nicely done
해줬네요.
from NQZ, of course.
와우.
I actually love that they just try to jump on him, get right underneath his scope, and barrel stuff him, but he was too quick with the reaction.
다섯 번째 라운드가
Pay the iron price.
시작됩니다.
Into round 5.
한 번 더 나비 AK를 사오고요. 윈도우의 스모크, 커넥터의 스모크. 자, 탑미드 테러가 진출합니다. B숏에 둘, 미드에 둘.
Headshot angle for the T's on
안
the
싸우네요.
approach. And that is Alexi B at the helm of this
대신에
mid-setup into the
부스팅으로.
Bricks boost. Cow is not committing, but just keeping Lux occupied for the time being. It's a safer setup to us to not lose a member if Navi do.
자, 미드에 두 명을
Barreling up
숨겨두고
Cat. The question mark is there as Alexi throws out the smoker.
A로
Big Uzera's looking for the
가고
timing
있는데
on the peak, and he just
피킹
saw
타이밍
a
보세요.
shoulder.
They both see each other now.
And he's locked in.
와, 알았어요.
Alexi slides
그리고
up.
뒤에
Lux does a
B숏에서
good job of
커넥터를
keeping
쏘면서
eyes in
트레이드가
for Catwalk.
됐는데
Not
아,
able to get
이러면
him back, so a double kill out of Lux and a quick response from Navi to try and
본대
keep up with
세
this
명은
A site. There is no
사이트로
presence,
들어오고.
nobody to hold him back.
Always deep. Nissim.
월뱅, 월뱅.
He can come and peek this if he'd like to. Looks like it's a matter of time. In fact, before Bit gets spotted and
굴 니심한테 닿지 않습니다.
no, actually, he'll be able to transpose into connector and find new
폭탄 설치되고
sanctuary inside
3대4.
these walls.
Pain are going to play this fast, coming in from Ticket, but they still have let their guard down to
끝까지
this
숨어
position
있고요.
from Nissim. The Molotovs went deeper.
제일
They need Nissim to come
동점
out now.
3대3
Wonderful up close, gets found out.
잡고.
Not expecting it. We've got Bit down and Khan and JL looking to lock
오
in for Tetris.
제일
Wallbang kill as he closes that gap and looks to keep them off the site. Lux onto the bomb. Frag grenade's going to expose him on the
Ooh.
second stick. He comes off, and JL
이제 빛.
frantic to try and stop that, but time is of the essence. Nissim is the one with the kit. Now
아하.
he's on the defuse, and sure enough, Pain will get the retake going.
페인게이밍 리테이크 성공합니다.
In a very chaotic situation, especially with the first player defusing on 10 seconds. So the communication's really good in a frantic spot, and JL's nade also misses a little bit. They thought it was going to land, which is probably a fair assumption.
제일 선수가
But
거의
the
뭐
default wasn't good enough.
그렇지 않아
It almost
싶었어요.
went awry,
네.
but they looked pretty composed right here. All about Lux from connector.
여기서
showing us
이마
some real
선수까지
good ability
잡힌
as an individual.
거랑 예, 숨어있던 위치 정글에서 잡힌
This round
거.
was really about again winning connector control. Big Uzera showing face, getting spotted from Alexi.
이마 선수가 히어로 AK, 나머지 선수 디글. 6번째 라운드. 오 지나오는데요.
This would be a pretty big chance.
원더풀과
That gap
이마가
might look wide to the
미드
B side
박스에
as well. I don't know what
숨습니다.
Emma saw. Maybe an awkward perspective on the left side, but or on the right side, but when he went on the left. So I think it's real nice to see Pain playing doubling up connector again because the propensity for Navi to end up here. Don't know if that's going to be how they establish their game plan like they did yesterday, but
커넥터를 봐주고 있고 2명. 비구제라가 피사로 이마. 자 잘해줬어요. 1킬에 1명 데미지 피사까지. 이제 죽네요. 그러면 AK를 빛 선수가 이어받고요. 알렉시비가 정글로.
Little challenge from JL again out from ramp. Bit looking to move that AK into the mix. Flashing connector.
제일 선수 또 디글로 한번 이번 라운드 가져가 보나요? 폭탄 설치됩니다. 월뱅 안다요.
Alexi hanging onto it as Navi puts the bomb down. This was a solo AK round that Navi were looking to break through with, and they have put
야
themselves in a
빛이 AK로
fantastic spot.
잘해줬습니다.
That AK exchanges hands. Bit will shine.
원더풀의
And wonderful
지글
hit
헤드샷?
fatigue. Paingea밍 cannot sustain losing rounds like this.
when they get into this area,
페인게이밍
when you look at
이코
the
스틸
minimap right now,
당하는데요.
all of their positions, they get an aim buff because they just know
나비의
what to do in
딜을
this space. They put themselves in this spot so many times. Very dangerous. They'll get Navi,
히어로
get away with
AK
the
한
window
자루를
work, get up into jungle.
이마 선수가 한번
And
킬하고
also, Emma as an opener
빛
inside of mid
선수가
is definitely one of
이어받아서
the better
더블킬
maps where you see
하고.
him be
야
really effective. Whether he's with the pack or
AK
lurking
한 자루면
from underpass,
충분하지.
he looks like he's always finding action in a good fight. So that helps out a ton. Now if you went around, they're not supposed to.
이번에 이마 선수 좋았습니다. 그리고 빛 원더풀은 어떻게
Can always
잡았지?
bank on Bit's headshots.
오 쉣.
Apparently Wonderful's got him too.
That's
원더풀.
beauty. Beauty.
Damn, what a jolt to this T side as well. Money in the back pocket. Paingea밍 economy's gone.
이번에는 페인게이밍의 이코노미가
So they're just
아주
looking to work with the double deagles.
돈이
And then this is
없습니다.
a round again anti-eco, so it could be just a round that ends up going up cat. They saw the
네
stats
명이
last time.
탑미드 캣워크로
B side.
지나가네요.
Top
탑-
smoke means anything.
네,
in
탑
normal
커넥터에
rounds.
스모크를
What's
치고
interesting though is Navi don't
이거는
even smoke this
숏.
when they approach connector
네,
control
미드
in the
투
regular
B.
rounds. I think they don't want to let it be used against
그리고
them.
심지어
Because CS2,
페인게이밍은
Sure.
where it used to be
카웨즈
just
선수
standard
혼자만
to always have
벤치에서
smoked.
네, 혼자 B를
He
보고 있기
almost
때문에
gets vision of the two inside of stairs.
알렉시비를 커넥터에 숨겨두고 들어옵니다.
He's in a good spot to
한 명
cancel out any
잡혔고.
rotators, so everything goes swimmingly over towards the B play.
빠져나가네요.
And we will need to remember round
네.
6. Put a pin in it. Real ramifications for Pain's CT side, which was legendary versus heroic.
자, 더블 먹고 빠지려던 선수 아니죠. AK 먹고 빠지던
Of
선수도
course, Navi.
처리 당했고.
Fresh game tape
라스트
to go off
니심
of.
선수.
There was a very important
퇴근
game for
금방
Navi at the
하겠는데.
start of the year in Katowice versus Spirit, whereby they
다행이네요.
decided to pick Mirage and thought that they could handle Spirit's Mirage.
이틀 연속 한 아침 7시, 9시, 밤 9시에 와서 아침 7시에
We thought it
퇴근한
was
것
real,
같은데.
but it felt like they were still, you know, contestable.
드디어.
Ends up blowing up in Navi's faces.
와 4시밖에 안 됐어.
Backfires.
아이씨.
And I thought to myself, with the domination that Pain were able to put forth versus Heroic, that
5대2.
maybe this time it could cost them too. But so far, especially with round 6,
Well, they got practice versus Donk, which is how you get ready for everything.
Everything's
Beat Donk, and everything's
나비는
easier after
그렇죠.
that. Now going
미라지를
up against
동크랑
Bonk,
같이
you know, Brazilians
연습했거든요.
Donk and Big Azera,
이번
so-
저번에
but we haven't seen him be
팀스피릿과
better than the original
BO3에서
yet.
미라지에서
definitely had his moments of brilliance back on Nuke.
세 번째 맵 미라지에서 동크와 열심히 미라지 투쿤을 하고
Multitude of positions on that CT side to get the comeback going.
C9에서 또 그쵸 C9전 첫 번째 맵 미라지에서도
Now
또
Navi
나비가 연장 끝에서 C9을
got Pain
꺾어서
exactly where they want them. They are
이미
reinvested in this one. They've got
숙련된
some
맵입니다.
util.
그러면
Just
뭐
have a real suffocating default inside of it, and I don't blame teams for not
페인게이밍
being able to get
상대로
back in. Here is the in-between timing. They're looking for it.
Big fight. Alexi B tucked in.
알렉시
Here's
B
good flash, but he manages to still get the best of
플래시
Big
비행을
Azera.
맞아도
And all
죽일
the
수
while,
있었고
Vince sizing up that B site. Now, bomb
와
Alexi with the running gun to grab the bomb.
AK 러닝 건으로 스모크 쏴서 잡고 더블 줍습니다. 시원했네요. 방금은 약간 콜 오브 듀티 느낌? 아 니심 선수 찬스가 있었는데 제일한테 하필 제일을 만났네요.
This for me really validates like what we saw when they played
페인게이밍의
versus Cloud9, a team that they had to
바이
take
라운드
16-14 in the
허무하게
end on
3명의
Mirage,
선수를
playing
잃고
close to Cloud9. But we saw how well
세이브를 하게
Cloud9 were playing
됐습니다.
across 3 maps. The only issue for Navi was
그쵸.
not playing well into maps 2 and 3. But on Mirage, when they played their T side, they started off pretty damn well, and they had very hard rounds to go up against. But the complexion of those rounds
럭스 선수
is
방금
identical to this,
쌈바리듬
mid-control
타지
with
않았나요?
all the little details. And right here, it shows us that
좌우.
they basically say, I'm going to show up to the schoolyard, okay? And you're going to come fight me in the schoolyard. And if you come
오.
fight me in the schoolyard, I'm actually just going to go into the back
자
door.
언더패스에서
I'm actually just gonna go push
선수를
down into B
제거했네요.
and get into the site. Take something else for you. And if you fight me in the schoolyard, I know you're going to bring 3 stars, and then you're going to be lacking on the other side of the map.
야 마지막에
they're using
반전
that
뭐야?
tactic
와
basically to call out pain.
JL의
And
헤드 한
try
방.
to, instead of staying in a
10킬 3데스 ADR 126. 아니 너무 웃긴 게 어떻게 모든 지금 메이저 레전드 스테이지 모든 맵 전부 제일 잘할 수가 있죠. 아니 막 캐리 하던 선수도 약간 이제 힘 딸려서 이제 팀원들한테 이제 양보할 수도 있는데 나비 경기 볼 때마다 항상 제일 잘해주고 있습니다. 오늘 그쵸? 예.
leaks all over the place. And then the reverse of that, obviously, if you don't come to fight them,
그때 나비 대 팀스피릿 첫 번째 맵 뉴크에서 JL이 40킬 하면서 또 동크 상대로도 또 그때는 스탯을 압살했었죠.
able to beat them when that happens.
This is an important 1v1. Could put an AK in the hands of the opponent's player, and if that happens, suddenly site is contestable.
5-7. Oh, 알렉시.
Not expecting the T's to have now quietly crept all the way up catwalk. Look at that timing. Not only on the player in apartments who gets blindsided, but even Big Azera's rotation. He's not expecting somebody back market. So a real testament to the silent creep this round from Navi. Even with one hiccup in losing the AK, Navi are just steps ahead of Pain at the moment. The timing is looking so
나비가
nice.
페인게이밍한테 페인을 고통을 선사해주고 있고요.
You catch a kill up in abs. Can you make some? No, they're already on your bomb site.
On your bomb site, yeah. JL coming out of halls, Bit coming out of B apps. or the pack taking over mid. One thing's for certain, they know exactly where to take the space back when a reaction happens. They've got such a good game plan.
And I'm glad to see it. A game plan is something that was lackluster versus
실대가
Cloud9
됩니다.
on 2 of the maps in the series, but the one map they played excellently was right here. Nuke and Mirage have been the most
그래도
impressive things not even
CT가
brought to the BGL
돈은
Copenhagen Major.
Yeah, and it's,
이제 네.
you brought this up too. You know, like a 15-day boot camp into the stage.
이제
like,
사면 되고요.
what more practice do you need to fill out your map?
NQG 선수 계속 더블
And
홀딩했고.
And yet they still have
아 근데 테러 막 10,000원, 8,000원.
I bet you anything. They say, well,
부자가
we were well
됐습니다.
practiced. They didn't execute properly. Things were going on the day.
페인게이밍이 타임아웃을
Maybe
부르고
suddenly everything's fixed because they do have the tools. They just couldn't figure it out. Maybe it was too much CS. All they were staring at was CS for too long. And well, if they qualify to playoffs,
열심히
well,
전술
they'll have 3 days
노트를
off
읽고 있는
to actually
원더풀.
take a break. But for now, we know that Pain quite like this map pool too, right? So even though it's Navi's sort of best map, so like
방금 나비
in this stage,
커닝 페이퍼는 엄청 빽빽했는데 페인게이밍 거는 조금 빈 공간이 많은데요? 띄어쓰기가 많은데.
it's just hard to say what the reaction
전술
is. I
차이인가?
think on the CT side, I would start thinking about double pushing.
나비는 엄청 깜지 그냥 검은 글씨 빽빽하게 써놨는데 페인게이밍은 한
Ime here alone on the fallback.
마치
He gets around the
그
corner.
대학교 레포트
Oh god.
엔터키 겁나 눌러.
NQZ, they're gonna swarm him down.
양팀의 풀바이 라운드 이거 여기서 페인게이밍이 좀 역전에 어우 트레이드 3대3까지는 왔습니다. 나비가 빠르게 A 속공을 때렸고 CT가 수비를 꽤 많이 하고 있어. 오 니심 선수의 조금 튀어나온 걸 월뱅으로 때려잡고 원더풀 D를 잘 보고 있었습니다. D를 봐줬어요. 이마 선수가 마무리.
And that's the thing that Wonderful had nothing else to do except make sure nothing could go wrong. They weren't going to take the A side at that moment because they had Ima as the final piece to the puzzle coming in slowly
잡고 시작했는데.
on his own watch at
원더풀
underpass into connector and he had free reign to do so. There was no one to watch him,
그리고
no one to catch him.
D까지 봐주는 센스. 8대2
So even though there's multiple instances where
간격이
Pain
더
Games
벌어지고
individuals have a
있습니다.
second to put something forth, it's just Navi on high alert. Feels like reading all the possibilities.
야.
Huge damage for Ime to deal with now. 17 health. This could be
와.
is the 5
뭐야 이거? 잠시만. 5-7?
5-7. This is lesser weapon.
5-7?
And he's trying his damnedest. NQZ here to help out. And suddenly out of nowhere, we get Pain posting a third. Is it just me or
뭐야?
are these faster, more frantic rounds where Pain can
엄청나게 빠르게
Yeah, and maybe
이코 당하는
that's why don't play them as
나비였습니다.
often. They just say, let's just go for the slow crawl every once in a while. Every time they
뭐
try to do something
휙
fast,
지나가서
they,
뭐에 당한지도
well, that's what
모르겠네.
it is growing up in Brazil.
와,
right? Everyone plays
비구제라,
fast.
비구제라.
That's exactly what they're used to. Is dealing with rushes all the time. Sort of multiple layers of aggression at every point in the round. And they use that very well on their T sides, but
5-7은
Navi are the
더블킬.
antithesis to that style. They probably don't
전반전의
have the scoring
마지막
partners
라운드가 됐고요.
or the range to be prepared.
트레이드 못 냈어요?
Cowes starting to find himself.
아니
A little bit of a
카스
groove
선수
for Pain to slot into
더블
here
킬을
in the
합니다.
very end of this CT side.
나비 막판 집중력이 조금 날아갔나요?
To what we had in their previous Mirage
네,
outing.
그러니까 던져주고
No matter
있는데
what they posted on this CT side.
아직 라운드 많다
Even if
이거지?
it was a 12-0, there were always going to be questions about the offense
아
once they
8대4
swap sides.
하다지.
And those questions remain, but now with a bleak start. 4 rounds
내려갑니다.
at best, but one you can presume they will close. NQZ, nice angle in underpass. And Wonderful with JL will
야
try to steal this back.
원더풀 딱 내려가서
And what a
잡았어요.
robbery it would be, this 2v5.
There's 2 players holed up inside of B. They're avoiding this fight. It's the last round in the half, so you know they're going to attempt this. Going to mid,
미드로 갔는데.
they basically have to require.
야 근데 JL하고 원더풀이면
they're going to play in connector and
조금 기대해봐도 될 것 같은데.
you know I don't know if they're going to have anything go right if they try to get up the A or go up cat in this situation.
몇 번을 이런 시츄에이션을 겪는지 모르는 두 선수입니다. 나비 경기에서
How aggressively Kawhi plays it.
둘이서 통나무 들고 있는데
Wonderful coming up on the side.
또 둘이야. 건너요.
Challenge it if he wanted to. He's going to open it up.
블로우업.
Oh, and in opening it,
10초밖에 안 남기긴 해가지고 시간이 없었어요.
Wonderful with the wall bang and a chance to plant.
잠깐. 오, 노스코프. 아쉬웠네요. 한 끗 차이.
If he hit the scope, he was actually right on him.
A swift reminder to what Wonderful can do.
Wow.
와,
That was a nice
잘생겼는데.
try. That was damn near impossible. The wall bang to set
잘해.
up the attempt
And I love the frustration that he didn't land that shot. You know what I mean?
because he's in
upset.
1v1. He's
That's
like,
what I'm
I'm
saying.
60,
못 맞춰서
40 in that
화난 거
1v1.
보세요. 아니 충분히
Somebody who's
잘했는데
upset when they can't pull off the
그냥
unthinkable.
충분히 클러치 할 수 있는데 그냥 못했다고 생각하는 거죠.
The guy you want in your squad. So an 8-4 half means that Na'Vi, I mean, they're going to be very proud of what they've done. At least Payne showed something towards the end, but you'd think CT side
오,
is where the
젊었을
money
때
is.
레오나르도 디카프리오 느낌.
Now it's a lot easier for Alexis. You know,
헤어스타일이 일단 그냥
scoured that T side for every single
딱
advantage
맞네.
that he could. His players are playing well on it, and now they get to pick their favorite spots and hold all their angles.
18살인가? 원더풀은
easy
나이가
ride
얼마였더라?
for
이제
Na'Vi.
20살이 됐던가? 원더풀의 나이가 19살이네. 19살. 8대3이다. CT로 온 나비 피스톨
Keep this
라운드.
one simple. Pack of players on ramp. One in Palace a little later.
빛 뒤로 빠지고
But you've got some sharp
A
shooters inside
사이트를
of this A
단단하게
site
보고
setup for
있어요.
Na'Vi.
CT가. 그래서
A little
페인게이밍이
concern
일로
for mid,
오면
but there's no pressure from that.
이제 오프닝
Smoke
킬.
grenade on Khan and the first casualties. Kawes. Imez stuck in behind triple, looking for the Palace peeker. Knows he has to fight. Here's the recovery, starting to come back. Damage on the stairs player and
근데
Wonderful.
빛이 더블킬을
And more
해주고
of it
있습니다.
as they tag him up in the
3대3
3v3. But
동점
soon that
맞춰지고요.
smoke on Khan is going to fade. It was there to get
빛
him
트리플
in,
킬.
but now that they're standing in sight, the edge taken back by Na'Vi. Lux
나머지
can't do it
정리.
on his own.
빛.
And Na'Vi are getting that much closer with a CT pistol too.
And Bit kept going. He got that information on the ramp.
대항 빛.
It was so known what the play was going to be. The full A exec into Bit in CT spawn, getting his, and then sticking around a little bit
USP
later to
3킬
reinforce Imma's position on the
헤드샷
back of
장면 뭐
triple,
리플레이 돌려보고 싶네요.
which sets Na'Vi perfectly
안
up for
보여주네.
success. 9-4 with an anti-eco.
Okay.
Bit with, Payne with no plans, no investment. We'll have to stare
물건이죠,
at
이
double
선수.
digits
사실 그래서 이제
in the next couple minutes.
우리 다음 카스 그 이제 시대를
This
짊어질
might
카스2
be
시대를
a task
짊어질
finally too
이
difficult
인재들
for the team that has pulled off
모네시,
miracles here
동크,
in
원더풀
Copenhagen.
이렇게 10대 3대장 아닌가 싶은데 또 있나? 또 누구 있지?
It's a huge performance versus heroic to shock us, to turn heads, and to keep that dream alive.
런 부스트를 해줄
The pressure has been
생각인가요?
cranked as the
보내주는데
last representatives of Brazil.
야 멀리 날아간다
You
진짜.
can't expect all too much.
날아버리는데 사람이?
So we start to ask ourselves, does Na'Vi have what it takes in playoffs to do something special? Because as we have watched some of the expected favorites, the expected challengers of Team Spirit struggle throughout this top 16 phase, feels like doors
서로
have been
얘기를
left open.
다르게 하고
Maybe
있는 것 같은데.
windows ajar.
원더풀
We are talking
오퍼
about a
같고요.
team that is made up
심플은
of some
라이플
very
들었어요. 예, 근데
experienced
한 판밖에 안
players, right?
뛰긴 해서.
Alexi B, multitudes of majors underneath his belt. Ime, 2 majors already. JL, 100% success rate in making playoffs at majors. And he is fueling them in this moment
아
to pull that
진짜?
off as well.
JL이 메이저
It gets a little shaky
플레이오프
versus Cloud9.
100%라는데요?
But that's another squad that has exceeded expectations.
대단한 사람이네. 네.
And so what was very important for Na'Vi was to come in tonight and to send a message to the rest of the pack. All the eyes on them in this last 2-2 match.
10대 4로 8대 4 상황에서
do have
피스톨
just
라운드까지
one more
가져가고
challenger.
그 다음 라운드까지 가져가면서 이제 10대 4로 벌어졌는데
If on their day
페인게이밍이
they're
세
worried,
번째
at least
총사운
today
라운드
is Imma with another opening.
이마의 오프닝 킬로 시작.
The most important
불
player down.
밟고
Lux. Getting tagged down to low HP.
오,
Has like
알렉시비의
yeah, I mean, this, they have a good
MP9으로
spot, but the
당합니다.
MP9 wins out. Oh man.
이러면
And they'll shrink back.
자,
Say
슬슬
that actually. They'll
페인게이밍
squeeze NQZ out.
브라질 집으로 돌아가는 비행기
This is what we
티켓을
want. If Na'Vi are going to absolutely destroy Pain this evening,
오
then it just means the level of competition is continuing to increase.
커넥터로 들어오는데 원더풀
When the
선수가
favorites
기다리고
look faulty,
있습니다.
Ooh. It's a perfect
원더
reposition here.
팰러스로 들어갔는데
Gets down beneath the palace. He's got the ramp players soon to join the two players coming out from
잡고,
connector. And
트레이드.
that reposition certainly catches the first one off, but Cowes has an answer.
자 페인게이밍의
Pain
찬스가
Gaming from a
왔습니다.
3v5 to the 2v2.
I think they know that they can
3대5가
actually get in the
2대2가
window.
되어 있고요. 페인게이밍
I think JL knows
집중력
this.
있게 잘
Moving over
뚫고
into
있습니다.
jungle with a vision on sight to hold
오,
cross.
파마스로 머리
and
날렸어.
Cowes starting to piece it together.
이러면
He's got
알렉시비
more power.
선수가
And Alexi
1대2 클러치를
creeping off the back line, gets his head ripped off. There it is.
NQG가 이겨냅니다.
Just when you think there's nothing left, a little X factor sprinkled in from Pain.
Yeah, that is beautiful about Pain, and that's one thing that's missing from some teams in the stage that Pain have somehow in spades. Is players like Cowes, big bets on the future, big Uzera, known quantities.
아시아에서 덴마크 가려면 어떻게 해야 되냐?
They believe in
북유럽
moments
여행
like that,
가신
and they
분들
make
있나요?
their dreams a reality, but we will find out if it's going to
영국이
be a drop in the bucket or not. There's
14시간
still a
급
comeback
아닌가?
that they need to make happen.
17시간인가?
And when we look at the first half of that round, I mean, it's pretty
북유럽은
perfect
모르겠네.
for Na'Vi.
찾아보자. 한국,
It's very
덴마크,
clear. Great shots got
비행기
Cowes out of that.
와 19시간 19분이 걸린다고? 한국에서 덴마크 가는데
I think that's what Pain have to bank on. I think that's all Pain can really bring to the table.
15시간 걸린다는
Somehow trying to tap
글도
into that
있고
sharp shooting that Cowes puts forth in this one. Quick time to kill, and very important to get JL, right?
림비전하고 몽골즈 선수들은 진짜 특히 몽골즈
Suddenly that
선수들
CT economy starts to falter. Pain Gaming feel like there's somewhat of an
근데
opening, but we've seen
사실
a
카스
one-off round win from
선수들은
them before.
웬만하면 유럽에 부트캠프 차려놔서 상관이 없을 것
right here.
같은데
JL ready for it.
With EMEP back in window 2, JL feels that confidence to roll forward. And just as quickly as they get
물론
their fight,
유럽에
it's
없는
Pain to try
사람들도
and transition
있겠지만.
into something different.
No, and they wanted to set up their lurker inside of Cat, and maybe they would have just continued forward. Maybe they
몽골즈
just
너무
wanted to
아쉽다. 좀
draw
약한
attention
팀
away from him
만났으면
as
좋았을
the
텐데
connector smoke was up.
무슨
Right now, EME's looking for a
나비랑
target. Wanted a piece of the
바이탈리티랑
action in middle, didn't quite get it.
This is actually a little weird here for the CT side because they don't have info on mid, so Emma has to watch his back for the moment.
Yeah, but it's still numbers, right? Still a good position for everybody to be in. EME's going to be isolated. Could challenge
세상이
around the
없어요.
side of bench. Bit comes out with the SMG.
3대3
And then it's on EME. But nope, not this time. Pain will get through that sight. Alexi and
5-7을
JL
주고
still
오는
in the
알렉시.
fight. And Alexi up close with the pistol. He could be good for this. And that's a weapon offered over. That's a chance to unravel
딸피였던
this
니시면
post
빠르게
plant, but he
빠집니다.
doesn't take the gamble, doesn't force this issue. And so Pain will get away with consecutive round wins.
한
Yeah,
번 더
you're right.
라운드를
They had enough
가져가는
players there inside of
게이밍
A. The only worry was like they weren't doing anything special. They had very vanilla spots
기본
for
칼
that full
인스펙트.
A exec coming in. The one kill comes down for Pain.
총 주우러 갑니다.
Doesn't have as much impact because 4 players coming into a site is almost as strong as 5. Most of the time, you're never going to have all 5 of those players
그것도 맞긴 하죠.
doing a lot at
페인을
the
못
same time. I
잡으면
think Pain,
사실은
the best
가망이
thing they
없긴 해.
did there was going fast because they set up a timing on an A exec that fails if there's a push down the ramp or some
10대6
very cute sort of setup in the A ramp itself that's waiting for
10대
them to
4에서
come in. But there
10대6
wasn't anything like that. It was just
2점 초크
3 players, one in
허용하는
front of a
나비.
smoke with a weaker gun, one back
아까
in the site.
갑자기
Emma,
뉴크
who
생각이
positioned
나네.
himself very well to try to get to.
9대
But
3에서
of course, we know that Pain
3대
have
10까지
shooters.
쫓아가는데
We haven't seen all of them so far in this series, but a moment of brilliance from Cowes sets up the back-to-back round wins.
돈이 없어요 이번 라운드도 CT.
That 2vx
10대
suddenly becomes a
7까지
chance at
간다?
3 round wins consecutive. And that's a little momentum on a T side that was so dry. Just one day
테러도
ago.
많이 죽고 돈을 그렇게 많이 모은 게 아니니까 많이 죽이면 되는데 퍼펙트로 당하지만 않으면 됩니다.
And of course, very little risk except that M4, but the M4 is here and
알렉시
already
B
succeeding. He's lost his
M4를 들고
teammates, so no
있어서
more distractions.
싸움이
It's gotta be all Alexi. And just too many players on the approach. Too many
ESP
attackers.
으아,
On point and focused forward.
마켓의
And so
불이야.
JL will grab an AK, a parting gift for Na'Vi as Pain, just like back on Nuke, will start to claw away at the Na'Vi lead. Scrape a couple rounds off the bottom of the barrel and try their
페인게이밍
damnedest to
추격을
tap back into that
계속해서
belief.
하는데요.
The dream of Brazil in top 8 rests on their shoulders here and now. And it's a nice mixed bag of rounds as well, right? Into the beat.
오, 이마
All of a
선수
sudden,
USP
this is
킬을
gonna
했네요.
keep Alexi and Na'Vi on their toes.
갑바랑 AK는 제일 선수는 안 놓으면 좋겠는데 웬만하면. 네. 빛이 몸을 대주거나 트레이드를 해주거나.
Looking for a punish on one AK left to save. Big Zero, does he overstep?
텔레비전 방에서 숨어 있습니다.
It's certain to punish. He doesn't even bother.
살아가네요.
Fall for that, he says. He's willing to fight.
그리고 이마
nobly for the
선수도
next
AK를
round versus your
주었고
guns.
이러면은 여기서 라이플을 전부 구매 가능.
Imagine having the weight of your ancestors on your shoulders and your pain. You're not even Furia, you know. This is a team who it all comes down to. Everyone's watching this game. The last one of the stage, the last chance.
엘리미네이션 스테이지의 마지막 날 마지막 경기.
Because at that point, who knows? Who really knows what more you can do?
잠깐만.
Lux will take one out and Ima inside of
이마
Connector. Another good
선수가
start.
연막샷 헤드로 눕고 빛도 죽었어요. 아 이거 더 추격하는데 페인게이밍?
As A has been sized up,
이 게임이 몰라집니다.
and soon to be consumed.
3대
You'd
5고
think with the utility, everybody's gonna group back up and just play as a pack. I like that. Flex the 5v3. Don't fall victim to the outnumbered antics that you've pulled off yourself. They let that A site fall silent. JL has not come out from connector to see if there is
세 명
anybody
그냥
behind it.
시원하게
But
B
Wonderful
사이트
will walk over,
구석에
not with
들어가서
open
세이브하는
hand.
거 어때?
But are they wandering? What's the final plan here for the CT side? They're going to play in this round. They have mid control.
미드 컨트롤
And they don't see
하는데
any lurkers. That's what they've been clearing
알렉시비가
out.
럴커 오는지 체크를 하러 갑니다. 오 타이밍 럭스
man, this is
선수가
very awkward because if Lux is going
TFS로
to throw some kind
들어가는
of fake by
바람에
walking
발견을
out,
못했고요.
there's actually no time for him to
비구제라
get into
선수
B and make noise.
이미 뒤를 보고 있어요.
At least they're watching it, right? At least they
빗나가고.
hold it because they do indeed catch Alexi B.
Hold on.
33초 남은 상황 급하게 들어오다가 사고가 난다면
Wonderful.
원더풀과 JL이 앞뒤로 보고 있어요. 아 잡혔다.
But Alexi on the fallback will be caught out. A little uptick impossibility there for Na'Vi.
Yeah, almost at no fault of Pain's where they set one lurk out into the B apps. Went
자,
unspotted, but they were
8대
careful enough
4에서
as we
피스톨
just saw
라운드
to watch their
이기고
flank. It's
10대
very-
4.
It gets scary when you know
근데
that your plans are now
지금
in clear view, but they still deal with the situation
몇 번
and drag
당하지?
their way out of it as they have been. Very good on the
사연패?
entries, just like Na'Vi have been.
10대 4에서
Nice
사연패.
shots again from Lux top middle. Kawez out the ramp, closing down on this mid lurk too.
And this is that like eerie similarity between them and Na'Vi with their T defaults. They
Scout
they're
Eagle
like Na'Vi,
5-7
but faster.
CZ
They're very
control.
comfortable coming in, looking for individual entries.
I'm glad to see some of that faster pace from Pain because it
Double.
is these quicker moments where I really think they have somewhat of an edge.
근데 이거 나비 지금 이제
And maybe they're not better than
사고
Na'Vi.
낼 수 있기는 해
That piece
보입니다.
of the puzzle is where they've got them beat.
만약에 페인 게이밍이
So don't
더
skip
가요.
any. Keep your finger on the pulse and keep the pressure up. But the CTs have been able to take over ramp.
And I'll say, better is temporary.
Oh, God,
비구제라
don't fall
선수가
into this.
플래시뱅을 던지고
Pistols right here. And
처리.
Nicely
아하하하
done.
당해주지
Third pistol
않네.
player right here behind the bricks.
근데 몰리들 나가서고요.
Swap out the Desert Eagle. That's a double. And then
원더풀의
the player
딕을
gets
더블
shut
킬이?
down. Nicely done
아하.
from Nissa, making sure
니싱
nothing else
선수가
goes
잘
south.
처리해주네요.
And I'll just say, better is very subjective because their form is temporary. And we also know, I mean, Pain, they watched that game from yesterday, they think, oh, this is a beatable team. Depends on the day.
게임 이상하다.
Pain looking to seize theirs. One round now. And they have the perfect clear out on the A ramp. The flash is perfect, so all the protocols in place to punish
6크
anything close up in the
13대
way of
10으로
pistols
끝냈죠.
or
3점
SMGs.
차이였죠. 여기서는 어떻게 될지.
Not exactly a massive target to grab here with JL's trying to sit in this corner with the Deagle. A little bit of frustration from him. on the camera, just hoping to get anything. I
확실히
think
페인게이밍이 저력 있긴 하다.
to make closing out this game a little bit more easy.
타임아웃.
But a second chance for Blade to come in. We usually talk about
They need to plug the hole in the opening kill. Like, that's the first thing, because they've actually given that up very quickly in these rounds. So we aren't even seeing late round situations where Na'Vi might be able to use their experience and comfort in those situations to get them more kills. They want to play the aggressive CT side, fine, they can try, but that's actually something it feels like Pain are very good at stopping. Their T pressure inside of mid is not as good as their CT side pressure inside of mid.
Yeah, good observation. Right now they've got Imez number in connector.
자, 5연패 당하고 있습니다.
So Na'Vi are
나비.
really allowed to join forces in mid with Cat
10대
and Con
4에서
and Window
5연패.
occupied. That maybe Pain can't get over the speed bump that is the opening bout of the round, but
And there's a 5v4 round that Na'Vi got where they ran up Cat, pulled back, and it turned into an A exec. They haven't stopped that either.
here we go. Numbers in mid.
미드
Again, it's
푸시.
just this slight variation out of Pain. They have tried to keep approaches fresh.
윈도우 스모크.
Oh, this is such a key
Pain
spot. When you
게이밍은
jump down here,
big
you can
numbers.
catch a connector lurk.
B.
Huge
빠르게
basketball
들어오나?
XCB right now.
근데 유틸로 잘
Smoking
막.
out the
오.
Molotov, indicating there's
뛰어요,
somebody
뛰어,
here.
뛰어, 뛰어.
JL
B
could have
뛴다.
held top middle, that'd be one
근데
thing.
JL의 이
But Big
플랭킹.
is looking to skate by. As Wonderful has to go dive the arch smoke,
트레이드.
JL will catch the mid flank. So Wonderful's freed up to come help, except smoke obscures his vision. And we've got Lux pressed in.
원더풀 트레이드. 이마. 3대2. 패스트 리테이크.
And we've got Pain falling
이야.
just as they
아직
were on
몰라요?
the break.
아직 몰라요?
NQZ 2 to
알아요.
0. And JL is right there in the action. That is a
이거는
pressure cooker of a B
JL
layers on
이
layers.
다 했다.
No bomb
미드
planted. Just
나와서
everybody fighting for this win.
Yeah, that's an
B숏으로
incredibly
들어가는
difficult
테러를
situation
다
to
자르고
distill.
시작해가지고
And in favor of Na'Vi, they gotta be very
리테이크를
glad.
엄청 쉽게
One of the
만들었어요.
first fast rounds over towards the B site in full. And they get the info that it's not a mid
백업,
play to start into
그리고
ready to
테러,
rotate
아니,
is
CT
the key
백업도
thing.
엄청
And that's what
빨랐고.
happens when you start out with players inside of mid. So Pain this time thought we've conditioned them out of it. They might be afraid to try it. And if they do come
이거는
into the
페인
top of
게임이
mid,
이제 한번
maybe they won't be in the fight right away.
B 속공 한번 해볼까 했는데 엄청 빠르게 리테이크 당하고 전멸했네요.
Blade asking himself, how do we continue the momentum? And what can we do in the way of momentum as the team that has to wait for
나비
the fight to
코치가
come to
진짜
them?
타임아웃
2-round game, and
대단하긴
that
하네요.
means
딱
2 rounds to tie up or 2 rounds to win here
타임아웃
for Na'Vi.
걸고 지시하자마자 5연패를 끊는.
I don't see a nervous Pain, but that doesn't mean that they're going to win. Let's see if they can read the
페인
next play
게임이
for Na'Vi.
불바이
Back into the mid fight with
양팀
numbers.
불바이
I like
미드
that they used this again
싸움.
because it went unspotted.
이마.
QC gets a great spot where Imez kind of stuck with
빗나갔어요.
a missed opportunity.
빗나간 거
Can he get
큰데?
away? Oh no! Imez
이마.
gonna make sure that he does not
상대
get a
오퍼를
chance to
제거하는.
exit. That fight comes
아,
at
이러면
a
NQG
cost.
선수의 이 미스 샷으로 인한 죽음, 페인게이밍한테 넘청난 악재, 아파트 건너던 니심 JL에게 사망, 3대5가 되고요. 페인 잘 따라가다가 한 번 흐름 끊기고, 어이씨, 스모크 누가 쳤어 이거.
These Brazilians break through at a numbers disadvantage in this half. It is demanded of them again. But my God, do they have little to work with. Amali, 2 flashes.
Their biggest resource is time. They still have 50 seconds. The CTs know that this one isn't done, that it's going to be a save, and it's not a 5v2.
So how do they group?
They're going to start to clear out Cat, get into control.
일단
get in
테러는 다시
control of connector.
모여야겠죠, 다들. 언더패스 둘.
JL's so comfortable on this catwalk.
럭스 선수가 혼자 팔라스 안으로 들어갔는데.
with any kind of a pop, but they've actually finagled an opening.
예, 소리 났어, 소리 났어.
Imez gonna hear this.
발소리를 냈어. 25초에 이마 선수가 기다리고 있어요. 잡아버리고 트레이드.
Oh, you can hear what one footstep does in this game.
One mistake to cost you your chance.
창문에서 부스팅 떨어지는 소리가 게임을 박살냈네요.
Everybody is looking for your next move. They have connector under control, and they watch for the palace lurk as well. Those are the only 2 things they had to be worried about, and they had them covered.
One slip up, one
마지막 타임아웃.
Victory on the doorstep here for Na'Vi.
자, 브라질의 모험은 여기까지인가?
Sort of quash the doubts about what they can do versus Pain in some of these fast rounds and versus their defaults. You can see almost a smile here for Alexi B. Almost.
알렉시 B 여유인데.
You know why he's smiling? He's smiling because Alexi B has not cracked into the playoffs of a major since his time on ENCE.
알렉시 B도 엔스 이후로 메이저에서 플레이오프 이하로 내려간 적이 없다고 하네요.
A run with ENCE, a team he crafted that he has made a career from. And what tools does he have to work with now? Two of the biggest names picked up from the Paris Major, Ima and JL. Cracking into top 8 for the last CSGO tournament, put both their names in the spotlight, and JL a little less so. But to hang on to that 100% major playoff rate is no joke, and to do it as the highest rated player here on Na'Vi is a reinvention of
페인게이밍 마지막에 A 속공인가요? 팔라스를 죽이고 램프로 못 올라왔어요. 플래시뱅을 맞고 뒤로 빠지고.
They're gonna open up the smoke, but it doesn't really expose them. JL's right there on the edge.
아, 살아다가 페인게이밍 마지막 기습적인 A 러쉬를 생각했는데 팔라스 잡히면서
looking to somehow crack through this A hold, and JL just waiting on this off angle for him to arrive.
They're still hugging the perimeter outside a bit. Who's sitting here waiting? Wonderful.
이러면 램프에 있는 3명하고 커넥터에 있는 1명 스플릿해서 들어가야 되는데 A 사이트 너무 강하게 보고 있어요 지금. 정글 하나, 팔라스 하나, 티켓 하나.
He's got a real chance at just slamming into this bomb site if the timing comes down to a T.
페인게이밍
timing is slow here.
안 돌리고 그냥 파킹.
They are hoping Na'Vi make a mistake. But Wonderful is honed in on this angle. Oh, Lux! That's the shot they need. JL's gonna walk into the patience of Big Uzera. Bit kick this off. Here comes the jungle hold from Ima. And with that, they can decide
이마가 정리하고 3대3.
Still left Bit going unchecked. He waits.
알렉시 B하고 이마가 빗! 이야.
Because Na'Vi are your 8th team at the very first CS2 major playoffs.
Congratulations, Na'Vi. They made
메이저 플레이오프의 나비가 막차 탑승 성공합니다. 페인게이밍 졌달사. 레프레젠팅 브라질. 그리고 영승 3패 팀으로 많은 사람들이 꼽던 약체팀. 하지만 엄청난 저력 보여줬고.
Yeah, excellent point there, and we are going to give the due credit to Pain that they
올라가는 건 역시
first off, of
나비였습니다.
course, congratulating Na'Vi for getting into the playoffs here at the first CS2 major, as you so aptly put.
저 아직 배치 보는 중. 자, 고생하셨습니다. 이제 엘리미네이션 스테이지 데이 4 모든 일정 저와 함께 확인하셨고요. 더 재밌는 거, 지금까지 본 거에 진짜 몇 배의 재미, 플레이오프가 남아있습니다. 관중들의 함성, 스테이지, 와, 살아남은 8개의 강팀, 자유, G2 모네시, 니코, 마우즈, 동크 등등등. 페이즈클랜도 있고 나비도 있고 C9도 있고 누구야 마지막에 다 올라갔네. 강한 팀들 다 올라갔네.
And I mean, again, this is a team coming into this event where everyone felt like they were taking positive steps, like there was a positive path and growth that they were on, even if they're not quite yet world beaters. And as you mentioned, some of those superstar
어떤 명장면이
game in,
이번
game out, but
카스2
it seems like it's
최초로
trending in the right direction.
진행된
I was just listening to that last round as well. I've always respected
일정은 일단 금요일 1시로 되어 있네요. 네, 8강전 첫 번째 경기 보니까. 자, 일단 오늘은 여기까지 방송하도록 하고 아마 그 이제 대회 날만 방송 키는 게 아니라 저도 게임 방송하러 저녁에 오니까 아마 공지하고 오도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 와서 또 우리 8강전 피겜 맞춰야죠. 8강, 4강 결승까지. 야, 나 오늘 다 맞췄. 살았다. 아, 5팀 맞췄다. 씨. 역배는 없었습니다. 정배 3건. 아, 맞다. 이터널 파이어까지. 예. 마우즈 스피릿 C9 이터널 파이어 바이탈리티 G2 페이즈 나비. 와. 기가 막힌데요. 고생 많으셨습니다. 오늘 8시간 봤는데 예, 끝까지 봐주신 분 정말 감사드리고
And maybe this is what time will tell that was the issue, the transition into the international roster that had a little bit of a dip for him. Maybe we'll see it in playoffs. I definitely hope we see him firing on all cylinders because they play some exciting CS. I think when they're firing on all cylinders, and that's what we